Good morning, everyone. My name is Judy Zhu, and I'm a Master's of Business Analytics student at MIT Sloan. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce our panel, Prediction Markets at the Crossroads, Sports, Regulation, and What Comes Next. Our panelists today are Nate Silver, statistician, author, founder of the Silver Bulletin, Shane Copeland, CEO of Polymarket, Rick Best, Head of Prediction Market at Susquehanna. Our panel will be moderated by Chad Millman, co-founder of the Action Network. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we'll leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit your questions via our Cadence app. With that, I'll hand it over to you, Chad.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone for getting up early today. Prediction markets have been exploding in terms of popularity, impact, influence in a variety of spaces, sports and otherwise. Just in the past 24 hours, the Wall Street Journal has had multiple top of the news stack stories about prediction markets, ranging from how much money Shane and some of his competitors are raising to marketing practices. There's a lot going on. We're going to get to all of it. This particular topic, a lot of it is about sports, where the prediction markets are incredibly thoughtful, creative, becoming more and more influential, and it's becoming a big driver for the business. Shane, I want to start with you. Polymarket, still growing in the US. When you think about sports and what you've learned about sports globally, how do you think about it strategically here as part of your business?
Yeah. You know, when I started Polymarket, the goal wasn't to necessarily build a sports exchange, but I was the first time I was trying to do sports betting arbitrage. I was like 15, 16 on Bitcoin sports books, and I say the word arbitrage loosely. I thought it was arbitrage. Betting on different books on different sides. I think it's important to delineate between like things that are 0 to 1 and things that are disruptive innovation. When it comes to marketplaces on the outcomes of sports events, there was always a lot of skepticism about it, the fact that it could catch on, because you look at Betfair, and it's the segment of the market that it caters to is like the sharp and the pro person, and there's all these like really, really antiquated APIs that people use to lay off risk, and it's like, well, no one normal uses that. Everyone just pivots to the books. But if you go to the website, you're like, this site sucks. Looks like it was built in like 1999. If you go on the Wayback Machine, it was built in 1999. Like it looks the same. So there's sort of no disputing that you can build a much more efficient marketplace in terms of letting people compete on price, as opposed to you download an app and the person or the company that owns the app that you're using has monopoly on price, and they just get to set their own price. So that's obviously an improvement in efficiency if you can modularize it, and guys like Rick get to compete with others on price, and that's all they specialize in, and they don't have marketing costs, and they don't have all the headcount that is needed to operate one of these businesses from end to end. And on the flip side of that, that only really matters if you can also go build a compelling consumer product. I think what's exciting about now is that that's sort of starting to there's symbiosis. So it's exciting, and I think that there's a lot of pushback, but you can expect that when there's such these sportsbook models, although they're disadvantaged for the consumer, they drive a lot of revenue for the states and the tribes and all these lobbying groups. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I think it's very, very early. There's probably like an overcorrection, and then there's like a swing back in terms of like where the terminal state of how this stuff works is, especially in terms of regulation. But hey, the important thing is just to innovate, and you sort of see where it goes, and you are open to collaborating.
What you said it wasn't your goal to build a sports exchange when you started Polymarket. What was the goal when you were starting it?
So I was a big Nate fan. I emailed him a lot.
Who's not a big Nate fan?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you, Chad. 51% of America in any given election.
Exactly.
And I learned about markets, growing up in New York, and I tried to trade, and I made a little bit of money, and that kind of got me to learn about the underpinnings. And as some may have seen, like there's this email, like I was already into exchanges when I was like really young. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was already passionate about it. And also, this idea of you have the odds of things. Like I was always curious. I was always on these odds aggregator sites, and I always found myself looking at these prop bets and going to the odds converters to go and see percentages. Like this was growing up, when I was a teenager and in high school. And essentially, I kind of remember, I told this story once upon a time, but like I'm a big Knicks fan. To keep it short, everyone knows the deal, but I thought we were getting KD. And the Knicks, I watched, like, I was the type of person, I watched every game of the season when they were terrible. And the Garden's still one of my favorite places to go. And I was like, he's coming, I was watching Stephen A. Smith, and he was like, oh, we're getting KD. I was like, this is amazing. And then he went to, we all know the story, but right at the end, I went on some book, and I saw that Brooklyn was favored for like his next team. I was like, no, that's insane. That's insane. Like, there's no way. And then he was posting on Instagram that he's in New York, and I looked again, and it was Brooklyn, and I watched First Take, ESPN, and it was like, oh, he's coming to the Knicks. And surely enough, he went to Brooklyn. I was like, wow, the market was right. That's insane. And I'd also read a lot of Robin Hanson and sort of these papers, these seminal papers on markets being able to aggregate information, like Frederick Hayek, but also all the Robin Hanson stuff. And I love this idea that markets could be used for information. Like that would be the actual value proposition, the primary value proposition. Yes, the markets could grow. Yes, there was use cases for risk mitigation and hedging, but this probably wouldn't be as big as trading futures or trading stocks. But like at a minimum, if you could go and bootstrap liquidity and price formation for all these questions about the world, you could go and get the best information source. And that was the impetus of me starting Polymarket. I always figured it would expand to everything, including sports. But it's just a different approach when you go into an existing market and you're disrupting it versus when you're trying to create something that new. I love both of it, and both are really difficult. But I'm glad to be doing what I do.
So Rick and Nate, you guys are both coming at this from different points of view. When you think about sports, Rick, Shane talked about the pricing and how that advantages the consumer. The flip side of that is Susquehanna, you guys are smarter than everybody. You have more resources. You have more ways to model. It's harder to, as a average consumer, to go onto a prediction exchange and trade against you, say, and technically win than it is against a sports book. So why is it better for the consumer necessarily to be on a prediction exchange?
Well, Chad, thanks for saying that we're smarter than anybody. I don't think it's true, but I appreciate it. It's a very nice thing to say. I don't think anybody's smarter than anybody, right? It's not like there's this global leaderboard and here's like the number one smartest and number two smartest. Anybody can be smarter at a certain time for a certain reason. And we're showing markets to the wide audience of people who want to be able to trade on them. And absolutely somebody can be a winner. Somebody can have an angle. Somebody can notice something that we haven't noticed. Nobody is impenetrable. But by and large, Susquehanna, we have a huge team, smart people, hardworking people. We have good pricing. And I think I would reframe a little bit what you said about, just because Susquehanna is a large company with a lot of resources, nobody can win, so it's no different. It's not really binary. It's not like you're winning or you're losing. You can, win less, lose less. And I think the large majority of people interacting with prediction markets, first of all, like Shane was saying, are not even trading them. They're using them as a source of information. You go to Polymarket, you look at the odds, you come out knowing something that you didn't know before you go to the site. That's true in sports, that's true in finance. Every hedge fund on Wall Street is now looking at prediction markets. So as a consumer, you say, I'm a Bears fan. I was hoping that Max Crosby was going to get traded to the Bears. Obviously, that didn't happen. But I was looking at the odds and I was saying, wow, this is getting more likely. This is getting less likely. That's exciting. So I do think the majority of people are not putting trades on. For people who are going to these websites and they're using it to replace DraftKings or FanDuel or one of the state-regulated sports books, the market pressure creates competitive prices. It's going to compress the margins. Our equivalent of hold is going to be far less than somebody who has a captive audience and can charge whatever they want, especially on some of these, 3-leg, 4-leg parlays. And so ultimately, there's a segment of people who sport bet, and they're not doing it to get rich. They're doing it for entertainment. They're doing it to say, I'm going to watch a game. It's a game I was really excited to watch. I'm going to put $20 on the line. And now that game is so much more entertaining for me. It's so much more fun to watch. If you do it, there's a cost associated with that if you're uninformed, if you're just doing this for fun. And the difference of that costing you, say, $3 every time you do it versus $1, that's meaningful and that's going to add up. So if we can bring the price down, it doesn't have to, flip over. It's not like everybody needs to be a winner or a loser. If you take this entertainment product and you make it cheaper for consumers, I think that is something that benefits everybody.
Nate, you've been in this space for a long time, and you've been an advocate for the idea of prediction markets and sort of their value. How are you seeing them evolve from what the people in your world thought they could be to what they are becoming right now?
Yeah, great question, Chad. And I should say I consult part-time for Polymarket. It's one of the things I do, but I'm just going to say what I think, like I always do here.
Which is why 51% of the people truly love it.
Yeah, look, prediction markets are not an entirely new idea. Markets are not a new idea, and you've had in-trade, what was it back in the day, and like predict it and things like that. It's been amazing, astounding, surprising to see the extent to which Polymarket and a competitor that you might be familiar with have kind of really blown up in mind share to amazing degrees, right? And that has to do with having charismatic founders. That has to do with having, an America that feels like, what can we trust really, except for people who are willing to bet money? That's kind of an old thing that I tended to believe a little bit more and more. And we're in a culture with inflection points and focal points, obviously the regulatory environment as well. So this has gone from kind of an industry that's in adolescence to an industry that all of a sudden everyone's stock has gone up 20x, right? And it's reaching a greater phase of maturation. And like one thing I experienced in my career is that, I don't know if you want to consider like analytics to be like a movement or data journalism, that whole kind of cluster of things. When it was for the nerds, then you talk in terms of probabilities and people understand what that means, right? And you're like, are you making a game out of politics? I'm like, no, I'm trying to actually be dispassionate and provide information in a way for people that aren't just there because they like one party or another, right? When all of a sudden your audience grows by like 10x or 100x, you start to encounter problems, right? You start to encounter backlash. You start to encounter customers who don't understand what the product is exactly, right? All of a sudden you're like, I'm just going to here saying my thing. And if you're Shane or somebody like that, then everything you say can be scrutinized by the media and by regulators and by things like that. And so, so I guess I'd say like, it's been an amazing run. And like, if I were in Shane's shoes, I'd be like, how can we take advantage of this new landscape that we helped to create, but where you could imagine there being a regulatory backlash ensuing relatively soon, for example.
Are there markets, Shane, where you see the reaction, where you see people engaging? They're a bit taking it out of sports for a second. There's been a lot of conversation about Iran and the markets about the bombing or capturing Maduro, and those have been creating a lot of headlines. Is that part of what you envisioned? Is that something you think you want to continue to have be a prominent part of the exchanges?
It's a great question, complicated question. Look, like one of the most inspiring concepts to me starting Polymarket was called PAM, the Policy Analysis Markets, which was bootstrapped and incubated by DARPA with Robin Hanson in the early 2000s. And I always thought, oh my God, this idea is awesome. The idea that you could use markets to go and get real-time forecasts, not only on what would happen in terms of geopolitics and what would happen in the Middle East, but also the correlation of what could happen geopolitically and how that would affect other key metrics like the price of oil or like the probability of some sort of escalation. And that was a different time. people are still, there's still a lot of resistance to innovation that kind of also like seems jarring to begin with, like there always will be. And that's what makes it innovative and disruptive. But back then, like, it wasn't the internet era. There wasn't, all types of startups propagating because the barrier to entry to go build something new was a lot higher. And I always thought that was epic. And when I get hit up by people in the Middle East who are saying that, hey, we're looking at Polymarket to decide whether we sleep near the bomb shelter. Like, we look at it every day, and I'm like, oh, it's really that popular over there? Like, are you kidding me? Like, do you not even know what's going on? Like, everyone's relying on this. That's very powerful. That's like an undeniable value proposition that did not exist before. And I think that it's important not to lose sight of the fact that it's a better way to understand what's likely to happen than gossip and rumors. These people right now have to rely on, oh, this person said that, this person said the other thing. And when you're so reliant on that for something that has such an impact on your life, and then all of a sudden something more objective and reliable comes along, what can you do but completely become engulfed in it and rely on it? So I'm very proud of that. I do think that, as Nate was saying, as the numbers get higher, as the visibility grows by orders of magnitude, as you cross the chasm, more money, more problems, right? And it's like, if you go and you look back to like the email I sent Nate like a week after I started Polymarket, like there's a lot of congruency in terms of why I built Polymarket and what I view as like an information markets platform. But once people start seeing large numbers and once things feel like they're the man or the incumbent, or it's like this is what the rich people thing is, these people are making money, there's just such a desire to push back on it. So that's a given. But the reality is, in terms of how I think we've handled narrative and communication, I think there's a lot left to be desired. I think I can do a lot better on it. I think a lot about how I can be better on it. And you see it from the other side of the table. You think about from people's point of view who are very critical of Polymarket and the space, and you see some of you look at the fog of war, and it's like, okay, yeah, like you can understand why these people would be really skeptical, upset, kind of like there being hysteria. And I think part of that is education. I'd say it's three-pronged. Part of it is education. Part of it is part of it's education. Part of it is the natural inclination to say, oh well, this kid rose really high, and like we don't like that. Even though a few years ago I was like struggling and just trying to make something out of nothing. Then the third is actually going and the nuance of the idea and the product and how you bring it to market, distribution channels, positioning, and how you go and deliver it such that the value prop that we're actually building it for is what's front and center, as opposed to something that maybe is more generic and you let other people interpret it however they can, and it's like left up to interpretation, for lack of better words. So, it's an open question. It's a big problem that we need to solve. What gives me a lot of confidence is I know that people really rely on these odds, and we live in a better world because people can plan for their future while looking at what Polymarket has to say about something. And that doesn't mean it's not doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean it's not without its systemic issues that we need to go and figure out. But that's part of the job. That's what I signed up for.
One of the promises of prediction markets is that there is an opportunity to get closer to a truth than what other measurements, Nate famously recognizing that polling can be not as good as other ways to measure what the public is thinking. With the prediction markets, Rick, I want to ask you this. As someone who's following them regularly and then thinking about how it translates to sports, what can you use from a public perspective and what you're seeing and how those numbers move to translate a truth that actually represents what the public is thinking? And is that of value to you?
It's a huge value. It's a value to me. It's a value to everybody. I think that prediction markets, when you trade on them, it's a tax on being wrong, a tax on disinformation. And I'm a big believer that in many wide-ranging applications, market forces are going to arrive at an efficient price. And efficient prices in prediction markets are very easy to translate to probabilities. So we use probabilities in our trading all the time in Susquehanna. I think that Susquehanna has been, in some sense, in prediction markets since it was founded. I started my career as a treasury options trader. To say that I wasn't trading politics then would be a mistake. The interest rates and policies and things that affect the price of treasuries are enormously affected by politics. And so all the time, part of my job was thinking about what's the likelihood of this event. And we would look at markets to do that. We would look at commodity markets and we'd look at equity markets and try to see where people were pricing it. But it was a difficult process. It was, convoluted, and we didn't get a great number. One of the beauties of prediction markets is how much they just distill risk and ideas down to their simplest possible form. I think that's appealing for people who use them. I think that's appealing for people who look at them and just want to go and understand things. I think when it comes to sports, that's especially true. A lot of sports fans, they want to know things about their team. They want to know, is my team going to win? Is my team going to relocate and move to Indiana? And these are things that keep us up at night. I think that looking at the market information it's not a silver bullet. It's not like you can just look at it and say, this is the probability. But it's such a useful tool, and it's a tool that is becoming more and more prominent, and I hope it does, because with the advent of things like AI and uncontrollable internet, it is so much harder than it used to be to find reliable information, to suss out what's disinformation, what's coming from uninformed people. With prediction markets, there is a cost to being wrong and there is a reward for being right. And you have participants who are highly incentivized to get to the right answer. And that it creates a dynamic that cuts through so much of this. It's valuable in all aspects of what we do, personally and professionally.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, look, for a certain type of person, cutting out all the framing and window dressing is valuable. I'm that type of person, I suppose, right? To me, one of the best use cases for prediction markets is on election nights when the returns begin to come in, and a large majority of the time, there have been some exceptions. If you're on Polymarket, you will know what's going to happen hours before if you're watching the networks, right? Prediction markets and other markets were very quick to recognize in 2024 that Trump was very likely to prevail, perhaps by a comfortable margin in the Electoral College. And you cut out all that window dressing that you see in the networks where they're hedging and they don't want to have their Democratic listeners tune out and things like that. And that's very valuable, right? If I'm about to publish a story, I'll go to the Polymarket homepage and be like, literally, did something blow up in the world where I have to recalibrate the story? It may not be a perfect estimate, but sometimes having an approximation that's quantified is good. I have more complicated feelings about prediction markets for pre-election forecasting. I think I make really good election forecasts. I think prediction markets had a slightly better 24 in the long run. My models have been better, but there's a lot more money, a lot more smart money in prediction markets now than there were a couple of cycles ago, right? There's always going to be lots of dumb money in politics. Lots of dumb money in politics. Lots of people who are successful at sports betting or business who think they know about elections and they don't know how to model things like correlations between states or don't know how to separate more reliable polls from less reliable polls, right? But there's been some inflection point now where there's buy-in from institutions like Susquehanna, for example, and they're getting much tougher to beat, I would say.
We're getting great questions, so keep them coming, and we'll start getting to them about 10 minutes or so before the session ends. I think you make a great point about elections, and I remember election night, I was sitting on my couch at 7 o'clock. I'm getting ready to settle in and watch John King give me the returns from Kalamazoo County and wherever, and a bunch of my buddies who are professional bettors started texting me saying the election's over, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, they're just starting the coverage, they're just getting like the returns in, and they were all like, check Polymarket, it's done. And to me, that was one of the indicators that prediction markets had crossed over into a new order. Shane, is that something, when did when did you catch it? When did it start to become real for you?
That was definitely a great moment. God, I was so fucking anxious that day. Because I really do believe in prediction markets and markets in general and their ability to arrive at an efficient price, price formation. And the idea of prediction markets where you get $1 per share if the outcome's right, and you let people trade that share. And if it's trading at 60 cents, it's implied that it's 60% likely. And if yesterday it was trading at 50 cents, it implied that it went from 50% likelihood to 60% likelihood, which I think that in and of itself is something maybe not everyone gets. But I think that the moment it was like, okay, this is happening, was during the first Biden-Trump debate, because people were looking at the odds of Biden dropping out on Polymarket as it was happening, and the price was rising. I'll never forget, shortly before that, the odds of Biden dropping out were above 10%. And I saw people saying, you can't even trust Polymarket. There's no way he's dropping out. Look at those odds. And a really prominent trader was on some fringe podcast and was like, well, you got to ask, why are they doing the debate so early? It could be that they're sending Biden out there and they're saying, hey, if you can hang, you can hang. If you can't, you're going to blow yourself up and we're going to be able to hot swap. And surely enough, the market, as that was happening, priced that as being a lot more potentially likely. And someone said something very prescient to me amidst the time between that debate and Biden dropping out. They said, there's really two ways this can go. Either Biden stays in and Polymarket's vaporware, no one will ever trust it again, or he drops out and you built one of the most important sites in the world. I was like, shit, okay. I hope this fucking guy. Okay, so we got that under our belt and it was like, okay, this is happening now. And at that point, every group chat, Dem or Republican, it's filled with Polymarket screenshots. And come election night, in that final stretch, the level of vitriol directed towards Polymarket and me and all these numbers involved now, there were no guarantees in terms of success and dollars, et cetera, before election. Most people, the consensus was we're never going to hear about this after the election. And the other consensus was that this was, Elon's pet project and he was using it to change public sentiment. Not true. People were like, Polymarket's founded by Peter Thiel. Little did they know there's anyone who knows, I'm a solo founder, started it. Yeah, I wish there was some investors there starting it with me. Would have made my life a lot easier. And really that night, it was like, okay, well, Polymarket says that Trump's gonna win, but you just never know. A prediction market has never gotten this big before. Like Nate said, Nate's biggest criticism when I first started hearing him talk about prediction markets was yeah, but no actual smart money is gonna get involved in this. And I looked at the existing incumbent, Predict It, and there were $850 caps and these huge fees to even withdraw money. And I was like, no shit, no real money is gonna do this. It's not a real market. You can't trust this. The market structure is inherently flawed and it's gonna lead to inferior price discovery. So it's better than nothing, but it can be a lot better. So I tried to build that better thing. And the numbers started to get pretty high for the election. And with that said though, there's so much criticism, so many people instilling doubt and saying this is rigged and all that, and the French whale. And so I was holding my breath. But after that night, knowing that Polymarket called it so early, the amount of people who were hitting me up and saying, oh my God, Polymarket, this is, we see it, et cetera. It definitely felt like an inflection point, obviously. But with that said, that doesn't necessarily translate to repeatedly being in the news, it being something that, like Nate was saying, where you think about something that's going on in the world or geopolitics and you immediately check Polymarket, which not enough people do, but some people do it, which is a good start. So look, I'm very grateful that this idea that was something that was reserved for nerds and rationalists and Hayekian libertarians is now something that people sort of accept as fact and like is a given. There's legitimacy to it that there wasn't before. That doesn't mean there aren't remaining challenges, but it goes without saying that if this becomes what we think it can become, we'll look back at the 2024 election cycle as like the moment the chasm was crossed.
So for those who don't know, the French whale was a financier from France who had bet, what was it, $30 million on Polymarket that Trump was going to win the election. And in the weeks leading up to the election, it became a story in the sort of financial prediction market gambling community about this guy who, even while the polls were showing a tight race, continued to invest in Trump winning. And then ultimately he did, and he won tens of millions of dollars. And sort of you mentioned a libertarian point of view. The markets that are available are basically everything, right? Everything is betting. And so Rick, Shane, Nate, when you look at this, what is the value of having, is so-and-so going to be at the Super Bowl, or variety of other markets that they don't have any real economic value. It's just people speculating and having a good time gambling on particular things, or mention markets, right? What's the value of those?
Well, one thing I want to just talk about what Shane was saying with the election that I find so fortuitous was that we were trading at the election at a point where Trump was hovering between, the high 50s and the low 50s on these. And I knew that if Trump won, the media was going to say prediction markets were right. And if Trump lost, they were going to say prediction markets are wrong. And the people in this room who think in terms of probability were saying prediction markets are just saying basically either one can happen with essentially equal probability. And so it was such this risk of perception that was riding on it. And you think of all the things that needed to happen to get from where it was before to where we are now. And I feel very lucky that perception has moved in the way that now people know about prediction markets. People think about them. People are talking about them in their everyday lives. But you're right, Chad, there are aspects of prediction markets that people have negative reactions to. People say, why are we doing this? Is there, too much gambling? And I think ultimately what's reflected here is that this is a new industry. It's still getting figured out. There's regulators who are doing rulemaking, and it's catching up to where we need to be. There are really good rules in place. I think that, when you talk about these regulated prediction markets, you're already saying there's certain things you can't do. You can't do markets that are going to create such a temptation for bad action, right? You can't list a market on, will this person be, assassinated? You can't create markets on certain categories where there's just, everyone understands, there's rules against it, but we don't even want to come near to that line. And I think that one of the things I'm excited about is Susquehanna, alongside with Robinhood, invested in a new exchange that's going to launch this year. And we really want to make that exchange focused on sort of just the core prediction markets. There's a lot of these markets that exist, and you can end up with some of these questions, some of these reactions, some of these difficulties with the resolution. And I really think there's home for those, and there's home for people who just want to say, we're really focused here on the core markets, the ones that are easy to resolve, the ones that people care about. And I think ultimately, you're going to see shifts in regulatory attitudes and shifts in behavior that get things to a place where the best part of prediction markets can shine and the parts that are more controversial are sorted out.
Nate?
Yeah, look, if you had Nate market instead of Poly market, then it might be a little bit more conservative about what markets it offers. On the other hand, it's a competitive dynamic, and I'm not sure if Nate market's valuation would have increased quite as much, right? You're in a very dynamic equilibrium here. Look, I think the markets that I suppose I most object to are ones where A, there's not a lot of objective information or news value, and B, that you would disproportionately benefit from having inside information, right? If you want to say, if you have a prediction about what is Nate Silver going to say when he goes on CNN tonight or something, right? I'm going to win that market every fucking time, right? If you're my friend, you probably also would win that market potentially. And so I think, inherently markets where, this by the way extends to some regular sports betting things too. Even markets like who is going to be the first overall pick in the NBA draft or things like that, right? If you are an NBA insider, meaning a journalist or a general manager or something else, right? You're going to have a big edge there as well. And so I would scrutinize that category of things that are not, it's probably pretty harmless, like I mentioned market. But look, part of this too is I understand the kind of Robin Hanson, Hayekian, libertarian value for information. I also at various points in my life have been a bettor and a gambler of different kinds, right? And I know that certain types of markets are wiping all your edge away unless you have inside information, right? That you can't make this a profitable trade no matter how smart you are, no matter how arm's length you are, unless you have inside information. And so I wouldn't make a bet like that, for example. When I bet the NBA, basically it's an experiment for my book for a season in 2022-23. This was a season when allegedly various games were being fixed. You had a sense, right? You had a sense as a bettor. Something is weird about these Lakers and Blazers point spreads in particular, right? You detected that. And so, I don't know. But this is part of what I mean about kind of now at a stage where all of a sudden it flips really quick from being a challenger, an incumbent, a challenger to an incumbent, and public perceptions change in a hurry. And I think maybe, examining some of the things that create a PR risk and that aren't the thing about what will happen in Iran or what will happen in a foreign conflict or things like that. That's a very complicated proposition because of, are you trading on death and destruction? It is very valuable information, right? Because it's very hard to distill if you're reading the New York Times or whatever else, what the fuck is actually happening with things like this? And that is valuable, but I understand the downside. These are more kind of lower risk, lower reward, but I like anything, trim the 20% of markets that are going to cause you grief and don't add as much value.
Shane, before you answer it, some of these questions are phenomenal, and one of them is related to this. So let me just read the question, and you can frame my question and that question together, because it asks about insider trading in markets like the stock market are regulated with laws and regulation and punishment. What does Polymarket do to prevent insider trading? But the addendum to that isn't sometimes the idea of insiders trading on Polymarket one of the features that is getting closer to the idea that that's the truth? And that's the difference, I think, between prediction markets and, say, the stock market. But it's still a perception that you need to manage with a lot of the markets, and as this becomes more popular.
I think, first, I think Nate makes a lot of great points about, for some of these markets, especially as they're touted as oh, you look at these growing, who shows up to something? Juice probably isn't worth the squeeze. When it comes to what you were saying, or what someone was asking, look, not all markets are equal. To go and compare the stock market, where there's quarterly earnings and there's just such asymmetric advantage from insiders, to a question that people can internalize and understand and digest, is this AI model coming out by then? Or, how will this perform against something else? Or something that, that people know it, but you're curious about the answer. Just to know, hey, this is 95% likely, it's okay, cool, this is gonna happen. Those markets are not liquid, deep and getting traded anything like what Rick is talking about, where it's these markets that are just repeatable and well-defined and can go and scale to institutional levels. It is apples to oranges. So for some of these markets that the true value proposition is information, and nobody is getting in there and posting huge open orders and trading large size, but there's a ton of traffic to those pages and people are going and saying, oh, wow, well, this is about to come out, or this is cool. I think that it becomes a lot more innocuous, and the juice is worth the squeeze in terms of how you can go and look, and people can go and get some sort of forecast about what's likely to happen, and they can plan accordingly. And they have that data point in their mind as they build their mental model and make their decisions.
If I could add to that, Shane,
Yeah.
it's, when you talk about the stock market insider information trading, what you're talking about is misappropriation of information. There's not really a well-defined concept there when it comes to prediction markets that applies. If you are one of the Bushes at the Bad Bunny halftime show, you don't have any duty not to disclose that information. And I think when people think of the term insider information, they're, one of the things that people think about is fairness. It's not about this technical definition of misappropriation of insider information. And people want to say, this is an entertainment product. I want to place a trade on if my favorite celebrity is going to be in the Super Bowl because I'm a fan. But I also want to have some idea that, I'm not trading against someone who just knows the answer. I have some chance to win, some chance to lose, and I'm fine with that. And I think ultimately, exchanges can set their own rules. They can set their own rule books, and they can have their own enforcement policies in conjunction with regulators. And so if you're an exchange and you want to define a policy and say, these are the type of people who can trade on our market, this is the type of information that gets in, you can go and you can do that. And I think that when people talk about insider trading, that's a technical term. And really what we're talking about is fairness. And I think that's going to be incumbent on every exchange to talk about how do we want to create the experience and how do we want to do fairness. And that's almost a separate question from the legal insider definition. And that's something that's going to come to regulators. But often the exchanges are going to have more broad rules about trading and who can trade and why and with what information, right?
I'm not going to die on the Bad Bunny halftime hill. That I think is probably the worst talking point prediction markets have ever taken. Trying to defend that, people knew the set list. It's that, I think that people are right to be frustrated with that, especially if it's touted like it's sort of like a new market vertical that's taking off. I think that's a weak talking point. Not that what you're saying isn't right. I got to pick my battles at this point. I think it's the bottom line, and this is the overarching point Rick is making, is it's a new vertical. There are value propositions. It's also, in a lot of ways, difficult to map to traditional finance, especially the stock market. I mean, it's an entirely different market. There's so many metrics and so many forecasts and sort of granular prediction markets that make up the price of a stock and how you value a company. And for prediction markets, you read the market, you know what it is, you know what you're getting into. And to put these sort of celebrity things aside, the final thing I'll say with Polymarket is critics like to say, it's all sort of, no one can see what's going on. Polymarket is the worst place to try do something that you're trying to hide. It is literally all on chain, it's all on blockchain. Not only can we see everything, anyone can see everything. I mean, it's the most transparent financial marketplace that has ever existed. You go on these markets, you look at the activity, you can see the wallet. It's the inverse of what people try and make it out to be. And I think in a lot of ways, that's very useful because you can go and not only look at the market price and have it as a black box, but you can go and see who holds what's the trading history. Okay, well, go visit the profile of some person who bought a lot. Do they, what sort of characteristics are unique to their profile? Look at their transaction history. It gives you more data. It's truly a free market. So with that said, it's nascent. Don't let the numbers fool you. This is still the very early days. And I'm just excited to go and engage. I think the other thing is thank God there's people who are embracing of innovation, right? We come in peace. We want to build something that delivers on the value propositions and the promise of prediction markets. And we're ready to modify that and iterate and be malleable to go and fit that into a framework that aligns all stakeholders. So that's ultimately what it's about.
Did you want to say?
Yeah, no, I mean, by the way, you actually, Polymarket, Kelsey, should, in my opinion, invite regulation. And the reason is that if you don't have regulation, then you get involved in a potential kind of prisoner's dilemma where you have a competitor and you might do something which you think is a little borderline, right? But if you don't do it, they don't do it. There's a lot of network effects on prediction markets, a lot of mind share effects and things like that, right? So look, one of the safest places to gamble in the world actually is on a casino floor in Las Vegas, right? There are things that can happen. You might not be careful about other patrons there, but like that is extremely regulated by the state of Nevada. Whereas 50 years ago, mob was skimming profits. You had rigged decks and things like that, right? And Vegas has blown up in part because like it's a place where the rules are honest and straightforward. I have lots of critiques of gambling in Vegas also, but like you actually want, and there's regulatory capture, but if you're already one of the incumbents, maybe you don't care about that as much, but you should want clear boundaries that improve customer perceptions and make them feel that fairness, I guess, is the term, right? I mean, look, I don't think we should be too I mean, insider trading is a term that people are going to understand, right? And you should be aware if you're in this space of the politics of all of this, but for people to feel like it's fair, and for it to actually be fair, are maybe more aligned than you would think, and regulation can help with both of those things.
All right, we're getting the please wrap immediately sign. So Nate, Shane, Rick, great job. Oh, wait, Shane.
One final thing, we are hiring. If you're really passionate about this stuff, just email clark@polymarket.com. We'll look at everyone. If you're young, if you're interested in this, if you're older, you're in finance, you're a trader, you're a markets nerd, you're a sports geek, whatever it is. It's exciting. This is, I think, the most fun industry to work in, especially if you're into markets or sports and finance. But there's still a lot left to build, so come join us.
Good plan. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is Drew Sullivan, and I'm a first-year MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce our next panel, The Analytics Paradox, presented by ESPN. Our panelists today are Dean Oliver, sports data scientist at ESPN, Brian Burke, also a sports data scientist at ESPN, Phil Orlins, who is the Vice President of Production Technology and Innovation at ESPN, and John Park, Director of Strategic Football Operations at the Dallas Cowboys. Our panel will be moderated by Seth Walder from ESPN. The panel will run for 40 minutes with 5 minutes of Q&A at the end. Please submit your questions through the Cadence app. And with that, I'll hand it over to you, Seth.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here today. We've got a fun panel, and I get excited anytime I get to speak to this really smart group of people, and also my friend Brian. And we're talking today about optimization. I think people that come to the Sloan conference are often thinking about optimization. People think about ways in which teams can perform better, usually through quantitative analysis. And we've seen shifts in sports over time as teams have used quantitative analysis to change their strategy. And what we're tackling today is this question of what happens if everyone starts moving in the same direction? What if everyone optimizes? And I think we're going to get into questions of whether that's a real concern or not a real concern, and what that might mean. But I want to start with you, Brian. Is this something worth thinking about, this idea of teams all sort of rowing in the same direction if they're all looking at the same data?
Yeah, this is something, I think so. This is something that I've worried about for a long time, where in the analytics world, there's usually one right answer. And teams, if they're all doing the analytics, they're all doing the analysis, they'll converge on very, very similar strategies, whether that's like in-game strategies or it's roster construction strategies. There's one correct answer, and they all converge on that. And if everyone's doing it, if all 30 or 32 teams in a league are basically converging on the same strategies, what's the advantage? Where did the edge go? All that's happening is that teams are spending millions of dollars on staffs and data and hardware to do the analysis. And the question is the product on the field actually improving? Is it more entertaining? And I think in some sports, yes, in some sports, no. Maybe we can talk about that later. But if the product on the field isn't improving, what's the point? It becomes a negative-sum game where you kind of just end up where you started, where everyone's kind of on the same level, but you're spending millions of dollars to end up doing it. So I think long run, it is an issue. And I mean, I'm not the only person who thinks this. Rob Manfred, I think 2 or 3 years ago, voiced the same concern. I think he said something about a salary cap for analytics staff in Major League Baseball, which is kind of crazy, but
if it's $50 million, we'll take that.
but no, I think there are some, maybe the Dodgers are probably spending at least that, right, on just the staff.
Really?
Maybe, well, when you burden it, with overhead and, everybody's computers and the AWS stuff and all the data they're doing, and they're flying all over the world. And so, yeah. So I think it's a concern.
Okay, John, I want you to imagine for a second, just pretend I'm Jerry Jones real quick. We're sitting in my office for what I assume is our daily one-on-one. And what if I say to you, okay, so kind of building off what Brian said, we spent all this money to put chips in players' shoulder pads so that I can pay you a ton of money. I assume you're coming right up against that salary cap he's talking about. Pay you money to manage a team of engineers to clean that data and analysts to analyze that data, to come up with competitive edges just so that we can match up with the Eagles and the Giants, the Commanders, who are all doing the same thing. And why am I spending all this money on you and your team and the infrastructure as a collective NFL just to get back to even? What do you say to that question?
I'd say, sir. I don't know if I agree with the premise of the question.
Okay.
I think it's interesting that, I represent the team side on this panel, and we're amongst peers who are in the media. A lot of the NFL player tracking data, that was driven by the NFL media side of creating a new asset that could get another sponsorship deal with and generate a lot more revenue for the league. So I think the impact that the player tracking data would then have on the football operations side, afterthought is too strong of a word, but that wasn't the driving impetus for the proliferation of player tracking data throughout the league. And once that became standardized, us on the team side, we're just trying to optimize within the parameters that we're working with. So just trying to win, sir.
Okay, and another part of that too, as I said, just get back to even. But how even is it? Like across the league, if we're talking about teams' ability to turn data into advantages, how even is that across the 32 teams, do you think?
I'd say one thing that is consistent across all 32 teams, whether it's coaches, scouts, front office, performance staff, medical staffs, everyone's trying to look for an edge to win, and that's a commonality. The difference are the constraints that they're operating under, and then just what the goal is, right? So with that said, going back to your question, what's the level of buy-in with each team? I'd say these are conversations we've had over the years, but I think the first time you put up that tweet of NFL analytics staffers and you pin it and everyone goes there to see who's working where, I think that list has evolved over time, right? So there's a lot of people who are on that original list that no one would consider an analytics person today. There's a lot of different profiles or archetypes of analytics people, whether that's coaching analysts, personnel analysts, salary cap and contract, performance, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I think the level of buy-in per club is different based off of which area you're focusing on. And then the level of buy-in within an organization also depends on who you're talking with. It's different from person to person.
That makes sense. I want to ask a basketball question to you, Dean. Brian said something about if everyone's looking at the data, you can come to the same conclusion. And we work together. I haven't asked you this question, so I'm quite curious to hear what you say. If you gave every NBA team's analytics staff like a possession, right? And you showed them a possession, and they have all the information they could want, right? The ball moves here, player makes this move off the ball. Here's a pick and roll.
Right.
What I'm curious is, if they were asked the question, when is the optimal time in this possession to take a shot? Would they all come to the same answer, do you think, or would they have different answers?
Yeah, I think the question can be change. It can change a little bit, or is it based upon just the positions? So it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or is it Steph was out there,
right?
And
right.
in which case, almost always it's going to be get the ball to Steph, kind of thing. So that's kind of a nuance of the question that you didn't put in there.
Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the moment.
Right, and then I can tell you some of the EPV stuff. So EPV is basically, you can look at a possession this way. You can look at what is the chance of making a shot given a very microsecond of that play. And conceptually, yes, you could get to some that was the highest one. But there's also a maximization not only of that immediate play, but there's a maximization over the course of the game. Maybe you do want to run down the clock more. Do we know what the clock is? That kind of thing. There are things that you can put in there. There are things okay, do we also need to, there's a game theory aspect, right, too? So if we get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander going to the rim or getting close to the rim, that may set things up for the next play. What are you trying to optimize? But that not, I would say a lot of teams would end up with a similar answer, but not the same.
A similar answer, but not the same, in a vacuum. Okay, that's
yeah. And I give you credit for actually understanding basketball enough to ask a basketball question. This is a football guy, first, second, third. He gives me a hard time about basketball.
Yeah, the background there is I criticize the NBA roughly 8 times a day in our team's Slack channel. So
yes, he does.
Dean has to stand in for Adam Silver there.
That should be our panel next year.
That should be, yeah. Just us and Adam Silver too. Phil, so you run these alternate broadcasts, or you've done a lot of work with alternate broadcasts, or broadcasts in general that have focused on not to limit your scope, broadcast in general, across multiple sports. And what I'm curious to hear from you about is when you're communicating to an audience about both analytics and shifting strategies, things that have changed over time, does it depend by sport or depend by the buy-in in that sport, the way that you approach that for the audience?
Well, I think the first thing, you kind of fell into the alternate versus all types of mainstream ESPN broadcasts, and by their nature, they're extremely different right at the outset there. So clearly, and we'll talk about it later, when we do a Monday Night Football analytics-driven playbook, we know we're addressing an audience or targeting an audience that is, what we would call diehards or new schoolers that really are seeking this kind of information. So that changes the tilt and a direction of what we can talk about. But speaking to the primary of how you address a large, broad, mainstream sports audience, first of all, I do think that there's, more passion to know more than we sometimes give the audience. That's not saying that they necessarily know more, but in terms of people wanting to know more, I think it really, really is out there. But the term that I consistently fall back on is that the broadcast should be presented through a smart, contemporary lens. And that absolutely, the nature of the term contemporary varies from time and era to another time and era. But I do think, to use the example I mentioned before, and this is, I think in all baseball transactions right now, there is a sort of performative metrics that people see every day, and there's almost, I can't think really of a free agent signing or a trade where there's also not a secondary or even primary look at what do the under the hood analytical numbers, it's always one team seeing more in somebody else, not because of the earned run average or FIP or whatever it is, but what they're seeing in pitch design metrics and spin. And the guy's got a great exit velocity, but we think we can get 2 more degrees out of his launch angle, and his 14 home runs will turn into 28. So if you can't communicate within that understanding and framework, to me, you're not doing the audience the service. If I'm a fan, even not necessarily an analytically driven fan, and my team goes out and signs a guy who had a 5 ERA last year, are we having an intelligent conversation about what the front office is thinking? Or are we just throwing up our hands and going, we got a bunch of fools running our team? So that to me is how you have to. I always want to be a little on the aggressive side, but not on the alienating side. We're not trying to get people who are quote traditionalists to turn off the TV or break the TV with a brick or something like that. But we certainly give it a choice. I'd rather be 10% ahead than 10% behind where our audience is.
For any of you, we sort of talked abstractly, but Dean touched on this, where we can say things about the leagues in general. We can say play action is an advantage. We can say teams don't go for it on 4th down enough. But the players are not all the same. The coaches are not all the same. The scheme's not all the same. This is across sports. When we talk about everybody optimizing, if everybody embraced trade down in the NFL, right? The long-standing belief among quants that trading down at the market price is a value. There are real players, though. It's not just player X, player Y, player Z. So what does it change when we do say, is it Steph who's shooting that pass, or it's this specific player in the draft, or maybe you don't feel like a linebacker is worth that much, but this linebacker is worth more. Can you give me examples of when the player themselves changes everything?
Can I give you? Certainly Nikola Jokic changes everything on the basketball side. If you're an analyst and you're working for Denver Nuggets, you operate quite a bit differently than if you were working for Sacramento or a team that doesn't have that central star, or frankly, most teams. Jokic is so unusual. You have to pull analytics tricks out of your bag to deal with the guys you have. It's not really often stated this way, but I think one of the most fundamental rules of analytics is customize what you do to the guys you have. And that makes it all unique. I mean, that basically answers this question of the paradox, because we may have similar methods across all teams, but we don't have the same guys to apply them to. We don't have the same coach mentality who builds his guys in different ways. So that fundamentally does like differentiate across teams.
And does that to you feel like make it feel like this idea, right? The crux of what we're talking about, this paradox that ultimately, even if every team operated exactly the same, they would still have different players, and so they might take different strategies. Is that fair to say?
I would I would counter with this. I would say I agree. Obvious, I think it's very true. But in general, in the broader context of what we're talking about, a team has a certain potential, 100%. And maybe in the bygone days, one team was at 80% of what their potential could be. They're unoptimized. Another team is 85%. Another team is 72%. Now, with all the analysis that's happening, we're going to approach, whether we're there yet or not, we're going to approach a point where teams are fairly 90% across the board optimized, or 92 or 93. And but what that means for your specific team might be a little bit different than for your specific team with different personnel. But you're going to all approach a very similar level of optimization.
The percentage of that optimization, the percentage of your optimality. That optimal level may be different, though, across these teams. Different levels of talent, a lot. So it leaves a lot of room.
Does that make sense to you, John, from a football standpoint? And what are the things that determine how optimal your team is, like reaching that maximum potential?
Not necessarily from a football perspective, but just speaking generally. I think one thing that makes our group unique in Dallas is we focus on the applied R&D as opposed to R&D for its sake. Like we don't operate like an academic research institution. So we can talk about like this open and free capital market where everything converges to the same system, but we operate in an industry with a high barrier to entry, with a lot of regulation and a lot of opportunities to find edges in rules and asymmetries across teams. And so it's going back to what I said earlier in terms of the constraints that are unique to each team, to each staff, to each person. Everyone's optimizing on different things. And maybe the word analytics is speaking to the last 10, 20, 30 years that we've been in, but I like to see it more as a continuum of just people being competitive in these spaces. And now it's just happening at a faster rate, right? So in terms of football, as more unprecedented trades are happening, you're always trying to value players in two ways. One is what is their value to us and what is their value in the market. And then market is always based off precedent. And if there's no precedent, you're kind of making your best estimation using whatever resources you have. So depending on what you're trying to achieve, you could frame it however you want.
You said something about like applied R&D, right? Like I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but tell me that you're saying like, we're not just trying to do research, we're trying to impact decisions, like execute on that research. Is that fair to say? And I assume you feel like that's an advantage, focusing on that. What is an example of something, you don't have to give anything crazy, but like something that your team does that affects change within the Dallas front office? It could be like something specific, whether it's like an in-game thing, a front office thing, anything where the research makes a shift from what Dallas.
I don't know how specific I'll get, but
it's super specific.
I think all else equal, if there's a long-term project and a shorter-term project, and this is more like maybe it's my philosophical difference to how some other teams operate, but we err towards the short term for the immediate connection with the coaching staff, with the scouts, for immediate synergies, for trust, and the ability to have access to communication with these stakeholders so that we're not in a silo just generating all of these insights and then just, complaining all day about like, oh, we have all the answers to the test. Why aren't they listening to us? Because that whole narrative is wrong, right? We get to the right answer through collaboration and communication and being in the trenches together, figuring things out. In terms of your question, the specificity to which I could talk to about it, we're intentional about our relationships throughout the building.
Okay.
And
That what John's talking about, that's a differentiator itself. The communication and coordination from analytics up to the decision makers. Like, because as the great methods that get done by some of the analytics people, if it's not getting heard in the decision room, it's not really going very far. And there's very different levels of communication across the organizations that I worked with. And we know, like, human beings have tremendous variability in how they communicate and subtle cues and all of the sort of, and that dramatically, I would say, affects the acceptance of some of the metrics. And so what John's hitting at is, like, I love what you said too about there's a value to us and there's a value to the market, and those things are different. Being able to communicate that to the people deciding on free agents and things like that, that's huge. And showing that, giving them a number, but explaining that concept to them so that they understand it. They will implicitly get it, but it's not necessarily a first thing.
And one thing I'd like to add to, it's not necessarily that we're unilaterally just focusing on the short term, whatever, like how many sacks did so-and-so have, and then you Google it for them and you run it over to the desk. That's not what I'm saying that we over-index for, but to the extent that we're constrained within our current setup, we operate optimally, and then we're always trying to do longer-term projects. It's a conversation.
What do you mean by constrained? What sort of constraints are you talking about?
Resources.
Okay.
Right. Because I think sometimes when I talk to my counterparts, really good friends in baseball, I mean, they have a $50 million discussions that are not happening in the NFL, right? So it's like, okay, we're going to allocate
I'm Jerry Jones. I'll give you anything.
$40 million to like the 3-year, 5-year plan of how we're going to project all these different things. Like those types of conversations aren't happening, or to my knowledge. But the extent that that framework is built out, then you have the resources and the bandwidth to do longer term things.
I just thought this. I want to ask Phil or Dean or John. Okay, you're talking about analytics communication, right? And we know that in broadcasts, the broadcast team meets with the teams ahead of the broadcast, right? You meet with the coach, the quarterback, maybe a star player. Has it ever been that, and maybe the answer here is no, but has it ever been that broadcasts might meet with a quantity person who might clue you in on a strategy that is unorthodox, that you might employ during the game, that the way that a team might know a trick, the way the broadcast might know a trick play is coming, and would that help so that that communication can go from the team to the broadcast to the audience so that they understand? Is that too crazy?
Like the trick play type of stuff certainly has happened, like trusting tip-offs and whatever. I'm personally not really a huge proponent of the value of being given information that you're, by definition, not allowed to really use, and like sort of the, oh wow, we at least anticipated it and had the right shot of it. I don't think really is, in the big scheme of things. I'd almost rather the surprise be shared by all that are communicating about the broadcast. But I think it's just a human nature. Like, hey, sometimes there are relationship trade-offs, buy-ins, or giving you a little bit, it makes you feel great, blah, blah, blah. I'm personally, from my standpoint, I don't mind sometimes, like I love when we get the playbook, the level of knowledge and information that our group had, that we weren't actually sitting there having coordinator meetings and all that kind of stuff, but we're talking about it freshly from the perspective of Dan Orlovsky and Luke Kuechly. I didn't feel like we were losing anything because somebody hadn't given us a little secret sauce that at the end of the day may or may not have been self-serving in nature for why it was happening. But I think that's about it for that.
I think that's fair. We're gonna get to what Phil's talking about in just 2 seconds. I want to hit on one last thing before we get to that, which is NFL free agency is coming up. It starts on Monday. And for John and for Brian, I am curious. This is kind of a similar question to what I asked Dean earlier. If every team was working in the same, if every team's analytics director, if you for every team had complete control over your free agency, how much would that change the free agency market in terms of how much would different players get paid more than they otherwise will, and some other players get paid less than they otherwise will if the quants have full run, no fear of blowback, 100% control over the free agent process?
I can't answer that. So I'll answer. Well, from my point, the research I've done is that what matters is not having a hole rather than having a superstar. Get your superstars to the draft and develop them. Use a free agency to fill gaps in your team. So your opponent can take initiative against you. They identify your weak spots, right? In the NFL, it's about matchups primarily. And so that's the game, is to engineer matchups. So when you have a weak link, you're better off strengthening that one weak link than making one of the links extra strong. If you think of a chain, right, it doesn't matter how strong the top link is if the bottom link is about to come apart. So I would spend more money bolstering the depth and fixing holes rather than going after a big superstar. That's my take.
So 32 Brian Burks, Tyler Linderbaum makes less money in your world. Is that fair to say?
Right. I would go, if I have a hole in an interior line, I would fill that hole. I would use free agency to fill that hole. But if that means a superstar, if there's value there, and if the Tyler Linderbaum does make sense, then yeah, that's okay. I'm not saying never do that, but in general, I would use it to address weak spots. And the other thing too is that gives you a lot more flexibility when the draft comes around. So you don't have to be desperate in the draft, and you might paint yourself into a corner where it's like, I have to take a center with my first pick in the high 20s, but there's really no center worth that. Right now, you got to start trading around and doing certain things. So just by filling holes, it gives you a lot more flexibility on draft day.
Makes sense. Okay, we're going to shift a little bit here. We've been talking about analytics communication to some degree here, and we want to talk about something that ESPN did last year called the Playbook broadcast, an alternate broadcast that aired on ESPN2 and the ESPN app. Phil was in charge of this project. Can you set this up? What was Playbook, and what are we about to watch?
Yeah, so we certainly had more than dipped our toe in with numerous baseball, MLB-related alternative broadcasts, StatCast-oriented broadcasts. Great partnership with MLB on that project, which was wonderful. And we had dipped our toe in a bit, I guess I would say, with NBA in May. And there was interest. They've always over-indexed really well with our audience and the perspective on ESPN innovation and things like that. So there had been occasional conversation about, well, we have the standard bearer really for alternative broadcasts with the Manning Cast on Monday Night Football, but it doesn't necessarily fill every Monday night. There are some numerous weeks that they're not doing that. And would there be another type of product out there like this? And really, it had kind of stalled without a lot of real momentum for a couple of years, probably. And I was really only on tangentially on the outside of it. But then in July, frankly, Josh Helmrich, who handles NGS data for the NFL, asked myself and Tim Reed, who handles our programming for NFL, if we'd like to meet with Sean Lee formerly of the Dallas Cowboys, and his business partner, who have a company called Adrenaline that develops predictive analytic applications for all sorts of things based on NGS data and play analysis, run pass probabilities, target probabilities for receivers, blitz probabilities, and all that. And it's really through the lens of Sean as a 10-year Dallas Cowboy linebacker to develop that whole plan and whole program. So bottom line was we got on Teams Zoom with them back in July, looked at it, took one look. We're like, I could see how this could change what we could do with this. Can you do it live? The answer was we've never tried really at that point. And by opening night of the NFL season, you know, they were still refining some things, but were able to show us they could do it live. And from there, we've thought we had a product that we could run with. So we're going to show you in a video here, just a quick 90-second sampler. The first thing is how we spent, often with Brian and often with Sean, often with Seth and Sean Lee, many Thursday and Monday nights throughout the early part of the season, watching dots move around a football field alongside the coverage of the game and the predictive analytics, and you'll get a glimpse of Sean Lee taking us through this, and then a couple of quick plays. Again, there's so many aspects to these telecasts, but these are a couple of, I would say, key samplers of where run, pass, and target probability kind of took center stage. So, Jason, go ahead and run that tape.
Looking at the formation, so I you know, as a linebacker, you're looking at formations and kind of saying, okay, what formation, personnel, what's the personnel? Are they in 11 only, 12 personnel, 21? And when they come out, what formation are they in? And so right now they're coming out in trunk. They motion down, backs and dot. When the backs and dot, which means he's, you know, center's on, quarterback's under center, backs, you know, behind him, the run probability jumps a lot. So the combination of two tight ends that are together, they're stacked close to each other in the formation trunk, and the backs at home, I'm thinking a lot more run than pass. So that is some of the stuff we want to show to the viewer, that, hey, they come out in trunk, backs at home, you know, that's going to be higher run most of the time.
Sometimes you waste blockers. So the target percentage for Puka jump as he motioned across the formation there. It's instead dumped off to Kyron Williams.
Yeah, but that's a great point, Babyface. So when Puka goes in motion and look at the number jump, now look at all the bodies go to cover to him. There's 4 or 5 guys. That's why the check down's the open option. So the defense does a good job of realizing, hey, when he's in motion in that formation, they really want to get him the football, drop underneath, force the check down.
Here, let's take a look at these touchdowns from San Francisco so far tonight, Dan.
Yeah, so there's that 21 personnel, that 1 back and 2 back, and then I pay attention to this 43% for Robinson. He goes from a 30% to 43%. He's matched up, and that backside safety, Luke, has got no chance to stop that ball. Easy touchdown for San Francisco.
That was cool. I'm biased.
Yeah, of course.
And I want to set you up for the next video real quick, Phil. The other aspect of what we did on Playbook was game management. Why was that important for you to focus on as well, in addition to the X's and O's?
Well, look, I think every aspect of football decision making is what we wanted to tackle in these broadcasts, and you know, always. You know, the key, the simple key to success is making, in my mind, for broadcast, making the complicated seem simple and digestible and understandable for the audience. So, you know, it's obviously out there a lot. Like, you know, thanks to your guys' analytical analysis, you know, what should this suggest? You know, what should the suggested kick, field goal, you know, punt, go for it, not go for it kind of decisions. That's, you know, it's been pretty out there as terms of like, but sort of like this black and white, like, hey, this is what the analytics suggest. But of course, there's nuance to that. There's explanation to that. And to us, the easy solution, again, I don't want to, in no way, none of us would mitigate the incredible value of I mean, without Dan Orlovsky putting that perspective together, this show would be little to nothing. And his partnership with Luke Kuechly for the games that Luke did was amazing. But we also just put you guys, you know, meaning Brian or yourself, right there on the set. You know, you talked probably 10% as often as the other guys did. But when the right situation came up, rather than just saying like, "Hey, mysterious analytics wizard, like this says go or this says no go," it's like let's add some depth and let's do it in a timely fashion. I think that's probably the next.
Yeah, let's roll the next clip.
I saw you calling for a timeout after that last completion. Would you have taken one there?
Yeah, I would have used a timeout. The rule of thumb is you need at least 1 second for each yard you need to go. So if they want to score a touchdown here, which they should be trying for, they should have stopped the clock.
The Falcons used their second timeout of the half.
So that's the rule of thumb there, Brian, is 1 second per 1 yard you need.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Yeah, it feels like to me they're playing for a field goal here, which I don't
Because you
understand.
think 35 seconds, 35 yards gets me into field goal range rather than 55 yards for a touchdown.
So that's Gainwell to Chip on the pass rush on Will Anderson. Roger swarmed, Gainwell the catch, turned it upfield, and Kenny Gainwell's got it short. Seth, what's the model say here? You got 4th and 2.
Yeah, the model, we have a go here. The numbers say go. You would need a 48% chance of converting to justify going for it. We give them a 58% chance. That's taking into account this is the Pittsburgh offense and the Houston defense.
And against a 4-man rush, Christian Kirk gets dropped at the 29th. 30-play defensively
And I'm
by
wondering,
James Pierre.
Steelers, right? That's where you bang a timeout.
So
that's an aggressive timeout. I mean, 3rd and 1.
I like that.
No, I mean, I think it's aggressive. Yeah, if it had been a longer 3rd down, I think it's a no-brainer. 3rd and 1 though is close. I mean, there's very likely if Houston picks this up, even though they're a team that struggled in short yardage. We know how they've run the ball today. Most likely, they're looking at a fresh set of downs, 2 timeouts, 2-minute offense, just like you said.
So here's a good question, too. As far as using timeouts, Seth, when you want to use them on the plus side of the 2-minute warning, correct?
Yeah, in general, you got to be careful. You don't want to do it where you waste the 2-minute warning. But if you get a stuff right here on 1st down and on Pittsburgh, I would call the timeout right now. The reason is
False start, left tackle.
False start. Offense, number 79. 5-yard penalty. Still 1st down.
on defense, when you call the timeout, you gain that entire time saved, the 39 seconds. On offense, you're only getting about 15 or 16 seconds is the general rule of thumb because you can play hurry up. So you want to use these right now if you're Pittsburgh.
What about near the 2-minute warning? Say there's like 2 minutes and 4 seconds left. You don't want to call a timeout because you don't want them to have the ability to throw the ball, correct?
Exactly right. And you got to think ahead. This is why it gets tricky. You got to think ahead. Don't put them in a situation where even the next play could put them at, say, like you said, 204 and they get the free play. That's why I would be absolutely want to call it.
So if they run it here, are you calling the timeout if you're Pittsburgh?
So you just got the penalty. Now you get a Woody Marks touchdown.
Guess you don't need a timeout, Seth, huh?
So I really want to come to John right away after that. John, if anyone's been watching football for the last few years, John definitely had the best PR agency going when he was in Indianapolis because you couldn't watch a Colts game without them showing John Park and George Lee, who's now in Carolina, up in the booth handling game management. And so what I want to know from you is, what are the things that you were thinking about when you're in a game management role on game day that don't get talked about on broadcasts, that should get talked about broadcasts? And if I said anything stupid on that clip, or Brian, especially if Brian did, please let us know.
Well, I'll start off by saying I've had the opportunity to work with two of the best game management coordinators in the league, George and Ryan Feeder at the Cowboys. I'm more in a auxiliary role. You know, I handle the fourth down charts and all that good stuff, and a lot of other stuff that goes on in headset. But I would say that the game management coordinator, there's been a paradigm shift where it's the fourth coordinator now. And I think compensation is starting to reflect that, and they're a coach. You know, they're leading meetings throughout the week with the team, coaching up the coaches, coaching up the players. So the game management coordinator is a coach. They grind the tape. They know the X's and O's. It won't be uncommon for the game management coordinator to know to be the 2-minute guy. You know, so it's
When
like
you say
they're a
the
bulk
guy, what kind of role do you mean?
So, you know, throughout the course of the week, an offensive or defensive staff, they have different areas of the call sheet that they handle, whether it's third down, first and second down, red zone, things of that nature, 2-minute. So, you know, a lot of 2-minute offense, 2-minute defense happens in these critical game management, high leverage situations at the end of halves and the end of games. So typically, there's a lot of shared real estate between 2-minute offense, defense, and game management. So that's what I meant.
That makes sense. So they're thinking about not just timeout, fourth down, but also the play call and how that could affect those.
Yeah,
things.
they're coaches.
Yeah.
They're coaches.
That makes sense. I do want to get back to basketball real quick, Dean. I know it's a shock to you, but I want to know what would be the things, as a former coach yourself,
Yeah.
What are the things that you would want to see on a broadcast that when you're on the bench that you're talking about that matters for the game that doesn't get communicated to fans that you feel like would be useful for fans to know?
Change defense. So coming out of timeout, do you change defense? What do? Do you just change from man to zone? Do you send a blitz at one of their star players or something like that so that they can't run their play? What you're trying to do, I would mention that certainly. When a team is down as you go towards the end of the game, when do they shift their strategy more heavily towards shooting threes, for instance? When do you start putting in more of those personnel? Like, okay, you may have a shooter over there who can't defend. When do you start putting that player in because you're not as much worried about that? That kind of stuff, I think, could very well go into some of the decisions that I mean, Phil was talking about putting it on the broadcast. And you guys actually did a really good job of conveying those decisions in like 10 seconds. And that's stuff that can be done in basketball. It's some of the stuff that you can do when you're sitting on a bench too, but it hasn't been done a lot.
Anything else, Phil, that we haven't done that you want the broadcast to focus on, whether it's an alternate broadcast, main broadcast, something you're producing that we don't talk about? It could be football, baseball, basketball, whatever you want.
Well, I think they all, baseball is such an obvious target in so many ways, the pace and the analytic depth to it. Football really pleasantly surprised me. I going into it, I felt like maybe there wasn't as much there as it turned out. I mean, it turned out once we started really diving in and talking to you guys and looking at what you guys were doing, it was so many opportunities to look at new metrics within the game that are not exploited in regular telecasts, whether it's, defensive line performance, offensive line performance, pass block win rates, all that kind of stuff. But I do think that, I think we've done some good NBA alternative stuff, but I don't think we have kind of found the, secret sauce to the degree that like the pass run probabilities and stuff click with the NFL version. And, I do have some notions about where we could get to on some of those types of things, sort of understanding offensive flow, good shots versus bad shots and things like that, that I think, it all starts with having the right analytics in real time, just like it did with the football. If you don't have that piece, you can't go to the next piece. So,
absolutely.
There's a development, I think, that I have not quite seen 100% there yet that I think has potential for basketball.
I want to get to audience questions. We have time for probably just one. So I'll read this first one here. Football question, so probably for Brian or for John. According to quantitative analysis, what do you think is the most competitively unbalanced on-field part of the NFL today? Curious what either of you think about that.
The most imbalanced, competitive on-field part of NFL teams?
So let's say, no, NFL today. So let's say what has the biggest range from 1 to 32 in terms of something teams do? No idea.
What they do in terms of an analytics strategy or anything?
I think anything. Not
like anything quarterback.
What?
Quarterback.
I agree.
I mean, by a million.
Quarterback.
Yeah, times a million. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So, just get a good quarterback and then.
It's that easy. That's what I would have done. I would have simply just had a great quarterback.
We did it. We solved football. And I think we're going to end on that because we are out of time. So congratulations. Thank you, guys.
Still comes down to a quarterback. Like all the stuff we're doing.
Right. It's everything. We're nibbling at the margins.
Hello, everyone. My name is Denny Hoja, and I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce Men in Blazers Presents How Smart Data Turned a Small Club into a Premier League Threat. Today's conversation features Matthew Benham, majority owner of Brentford FC, in a one-on-one with Roger Bennett, founder and CEO of the Men in Blazers Media Network. Roger's book, We Are the World Cup, A Personal History of the World's Greatest Sporting Event, is also out now. This panel will run for 45 minutes, and with that, I will hand it over to you, Roger.
Oh, Denny, it's a joy to be with you. My guest today is a remarkable human being. He's used pathfinding, audacious, holistic thinking, including a data-driven analysis strategy to turn the English Premier League on its head. Global football, I think you all know, it is awash with money, nation states, American investors. There's an incredible correlation between total wage bills and final league position. At the end of the day, we always laugh. We're just watching Excel spreadsheets play each other. But this gent has performed borderline alchemy. He's brought Brentford, historically a tiny West London team that he watched as a kid. Team were third tier when he brought them in 2012, led them to 2 promotions, a new stadium, and currently in the promised land. They're in the 7th place in the Premier League and have become, I think, what smart data, innovative experimentation, and a competent aligned leadership, which is so bloody rare in football. Really, he's the standard bearer for that. It's a delight to be live at the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference today. Learn how he's done it and kept doing it. It's great to welcome Mr. Matthew Benham.
Thank you, Roger.
Matthew, I want to go back to the start of the season. You just lost your manager who'd been the face of the club for 7 years. You'd appointed a rookie manager. The heart of the team had moved in the transfer market, including a whip-smart striking duo who had blasted 39 of your 66 goals last season. Every single pundit talked about doom, talked about relegation. Somehow, Brentford are experiencing their best season ever, 7th in the Premier League. Be honest, are even you surprised, or did you look at data points that said there is no need to be afraid?
So I was a little bit concerned, but not as concerned as other people were. So we like to think in percentages. So we expected there was a chance that one of our sort of 2-star strikers would leave. We didn't think that both would. And a lot of people were sort of talking, if you lose both of them, that's it, you're 100% relegated. Whereas we saw it more like, if we keep both of them, we've got a 10% chance to go down. If Brian leaves and Wissa stays, it's 15%. If they both go, it's 20% chance to go down, which is not ideal. But we still thought we were more likely to stay up, than go down.
But the height, did he have any glimmer? Because it's not been a battle against relegation season by any stretch. This has been one in which the whole football world's been looking at Brentford.
I mean, a lot of that hinged on Thiago, who's having an amazing season. Our centre forward scored a hat-trick against you boys, if I recall correctly.
I'm just here to be an objective journalist. I'm changing some of the later questions in this now to get back at you.
We thought he had an awful lot of promise, but he missed most of last season with a knee injury, and it was one of these ones we weren't sure could his knee withstand the demands of a full season. But we felt if he had a good season, we were in a good position.
We will talk more about the strikers in 1 second. I want to get there. Can we go to the beginning of your singular journey? I know your dad would take you to watch Brentford when you were a kid. I think they were in the 3rd tier back then, AA, baseball equivalent. What did football mean to you when you were a kid? What was your experience of it?
I just loved everything about it. I actually grew up in a non-football household. We were cricket fans, so I didn't get into football until I was 8 years old, but then just became absolutely obsessed about it. It wasn't on TV much, in our day, but any time it was on, I'd make sure I could watch it. I was always reading historical books about the history of the World Cup. So back in the day, if you asked me, what was the score between USA and Chile in the 1950 group stages, I could tell you Chile won 5-2, for example.
What was the score when the USA played England in the 1950 World Cup, Matthew?
That's. I believe it was 1-0 to USA. Was that Belo Horizonte? Was it?
It was Belo Horizonte. God,
Yeah.
I bet you even remember the betting lines for that one. But you.
I wasn't born at that stage. I should.
I just started podcasting for that game, and it was glorious. But you graduated with a physics degree from Oxford. This is your backstory. You went into banking, but you moved into high-stakes sports analysis when you found a way to more accurately predict what the betting lines were putting out. You built an early form of what became known as expected goals. It's now a standard metric in football, a measure of the quality of a scoring chance by calculating the probability the shot will result in a goal. And that success led you to build a stats research firm, Smart Odds. I love your quote. You said, "I've never put a bet on for the fun of it. I don't like gambling, but I always like maths and football." Can you describe the opportunity you saw early that other people were just not tapping into?
I think it was just it was around the turn of the century, and the internet was taking off. And before then, if you wanted to bet, you had to go to a high street bookie, and there was only like 4 of them, and they operated like a cartel. You could only bet really small stakes and at sort of horrible odds. Suddenly, you had all these overseas, internet bookies, so you could bet bigger and at better odds. And the market was like super inefficient in those days. I mean, you talk about expected goals. You didn't actually need that. In those days, a very basic model with goals as the only input. That was enough to beat the market. It was so inefficient. Back in the day.
And you saw what? What were the early moves that you made that?
I'm not sure really. Just that it was a very inefficient market. There were very few of us playing in it. So there was certainly not any genius on the part of any of us. Just that it was games were priced very poorly, such that a really basic model could beat them. So you couldn't. There's no use having a model, if you're just going into high street bookies, because you can only bet a tenner, and then even then, if you're any good, they close you down. But if you could find outlets, especially in Asia, where you could get large bets at good odds, then a really basic model was enough. And gradually we started adding other factors to the model, the sort of stuff. Similar-ish to expected goals, yeah.
Like what?
Initially just a shot, and so the only detail you'd have about the shot was, well, in the early days, was there a shot, yes or no, and then was the shot on target, yes or no, and then gradually you'd get more information about where it's taken from and sort of, was it a volley or was it after a through ball, etc. But the information we're using in the early days was really rudimentary.
You became involved in Brentford, early days, 3rd-tier minnow. I think you helped them free themselves of debt. You didn't believe initially that one could make money in football. I don't know if you do now. We'll talk about it. But June 2012, you took over the club, began to wrap your brain around creating change. Football was about collective wisdom, a lot of consensus-driven thinking. And that sense, the one that has lasted, talked about it in the introduction, is that wage position and finishing league position, the payroll correlation and outcome are absolutely intrinsically connected. I mean, it's still better, right, predicts league outcome than anything else. Brentford are often in the Premier League 20th out of 20th in that. I don't know if you remember now or if it's been lost to the fog of time, but when you did take over Brentford initially, 3rd-tier Brentford, what did you really think was possible?
So really, for the first few years of being financially involved, really from 2005 until about a year after I sort of took over fully, I didn't really see a sort of serious long-term prospect. It was more like a labour of love. It's the team I supported as a kid. This is a bit of fun, and can I put enough money in so that they can carry on being a 3rd or 4th division team? We did actually, I think around 2007, we got to our lowest point. We were like second bottom of the 4th division. We lost 7-0 at Peterborough. And then we had to sack our manager, unfortunately, who was England legend Terry Butcher. And then it was the start of the rise after that. But it was really only in around the summer of 2013 that I thought it could be a bit more than just a labour of love or fun. That was just after we failed to get promoted to the Championship. We had an infamous game where we got a penalty in the 95th minute of the last game of the season against Doncaster, and if we scored it, we'd get promoted. And our club captain and legend, Kevin O'Connor, was a designated penalty taker, and instead we had a kid on loan from our deadliest rivals, Fulham, and he grabbed the ball, insisted that he took it and missed it, which was pretty devastating at the time. But
instant Fulham hero.
Yes. Although, funny enough, the following season we were desperately in need of a striker, and we had nowhere to turn. So he came back to us again, and he did get us promoted that following season.
Name him.
Marcello Trotta.
God bless. Started it, but you're saying you saw around that time. Championship's the second level of English football. It was around that time television money started to come in. Is that what made the difference?
Yeah, and because I think until then the conventional wisdom was, unless you're a huge club with a huge following and a massive stadium, then you're always going to be a lower league team. But it got to the stage where the television deal in the Premier League was so big that it seemed that you didn't need this traditional support to make a viable business. For two reasons. So obviously, if we got to the Premier League, then we'd have that lovely TV money. But even when we weren't in the Premier League, we could get some of the benefit because all that money was washing around. So the Premier League would buy the top players in the Championship, and then Championship teams would buy the top players in League One and so on. And so we realised that there was potentially a route
to climb up the food chain.
We could climb up the food chain via the transfer market. Basically, if we can make up for our lack of traditional revenue by operating at a profit in the transfer market.
And you also thought, wow, these teams up there are going to have so much money. What's the first thing they're going to do? They're going to be deeply inefficient in the transfer market, and that's a second advantage that you can climb with.
Yeah, absolutely. And a bit of an irony. I mean, the one transfer that caught my eye, as I thought at the time, oh my God, that looks inefficient, was when in the summer of 2013, Palace bought Dwight Gale for £6 million from Peterborough. And I thought, that seems mad. And the reason there's a bit of an irony there is 7 years later, we paid £6 million for a striker from Peterborough, which is Ivan Toney, who was the guy who got us promoted into the Premier League. So maybe actually Palace's paying £6 million for Dwight Gale was a decent transfer as well.
So those were the drivers: television money plus the inefficiency in the market. You saw that there could be an updraft, and 2 years after buying Brentford, you brought 60% of a Danish club, Midtjylland, who'd been formed in 1999. I think they were on the cusp of insolvency, bankruptcy.
Yeah.
So it was essentially a blank canvas for you to unleash a lot of the innovative ideas you had. In came specialist coaching, set-piece coach, throwing coach, specialist kicking coach. I think you even had a philosophy coach. I mean,
I'm not quite so he wasn't teaching people about Wittgenstein or anything. It was he was.
Wait, I just love that idea. Or Descartes. That's what's going to put us over the top.
No. He was head of footballing philosophy, which is similar now to what we call a technical director. So sorry to
bring back the philosophy coach. By the way, if there was a philosophy coach at the heart of Everton Football Club, I wouldn't mind genuinely if they got relegated. It would just be. But what you mostly did, in-game stats, smart odds data, all areas of the club. And the impact, you said the impact was a surprise, but Midtjylland went and won the league for the first time in their history. They got into Europe. They had some incredible results. You beat Manchester United. You played Liverpool.
Not that incredible, really, but...
You beat Liverpool. You played Liverpool in the Champions League. I'm fascinated by what you could learn from Denmark. Denmark is like the 11th best league according to Opta. What were you learning that you could bring back to English football, which was just, different reality, different context, different level?
Yeah, I mean, I loved everything about the Midtjylland adventure. the thing that struck us first when we went over there was just that the culture was fantastic. Really, just really amazing that people were so friendly and open, which is the culture in English football at the time was a bit different. Well, not so friendly, not so open.
Not conducive to your ideas, right?
Yeah, and not just in terms of accepting ideas, but just in the way that people behaved towards one another. I mean, it was quite a surprise for us, walking past players who were sort of really sort of friendly and welcoming. Whereas in England, you walk past players and they're sort of they're sort of saying stuff behind their hands. I should say we managed to bring a lot of that sort of wonderful sort of Danish culture over to Brentford. And that was one of the sort of huge achievements of Thomas Frank later, that he left like an amazing culture at Brentford. The way the way everyone interacts with each other, just people sort of friendly, open, not so many cliques, not too much bitching, and that was what really struck us at Michelin, just how nice, friendly, and open the people were.
Can you talk about the inefficiencies that you identified that you could exploit within a footballing culture?
Yes, I can, but I'd like to put a bit of a caveat before that, because in 2015, when myself, Phil Giles, and Rasmus Ankersen sort of got really sort of stuck into Brentford and really tried to make a lot of changes, we were sort of maybe a bit caught up in our own hubris about, we've got all these new ideas, we're going to change the world, etc. And we actually sort of wrote up a blueprint, or philosophy even, you could say. And we actually called it Dogma 95 after the Danish film movement.
You did?
Yeah, we did. And
there's no better way to get ideas rejected in football than by saying Dogma 95, and the footballers will be like, what's that? It's a Danish innovative film theory.
Yeah. But at the time, we were a bit sort of drunk on, how we're going to change everything. And Phil Giles did say to me recently that he found this document, and he said a lot of it was quite embarrassing about how we're going to be so different. We're going, we're going to disrupt everything, and I think it's and really we have introduced a few new things to an extent, but a lot of the success has just been in sort of running things, efficiently, sort of good management, everyone being on the same page, and especially culture.
Your idea of bringing in Lars von Trier as a technical director, that one never panned out.
Well, who knows?
I want you to talk about leadership. 2018, Thomas Frank, you just mentioned him. You bring in a young assistant. He'd been a head coach in his domestic league in Norway. He seems strikingly sane for football. That's how he always presented himself. He went on to lead Brentford into the Premier League, and then 2 top half finishes in 4 years there. This summer, Frank left, and you turn once again to an internal hire, another assistant, set piece coach Keith Andrews. He'd never been a head coach before. The English media, normally very rational, very calm, they went berserk, and they immediately determined Brentford be relegation favourites. Everyone, I went back to look before we spoke, had you 18th or 19th projected. Your club haven't missed a beat. What are you looking for in a leader, in your structure? What traits do you interview for?
I mean, I should first say about that, the appointment of Keith. I'm a big believer in the collective making decisions, not in a groupthink way. So, I don't like the idea of, it's not sort of me saying, I think we should go for Keith. Does everyone else agree? And they all say, yes, boss, yes, boss. But it's more myself, Phil Giles, who's the director of football, Lee Dykes, technical director, and Ben Ryan, head of performance. The first thing we did, the 4 of us, we go away separately and think about, who could be, interesting, and then we come together to talk. And all 4 of us thought, Keith seemed like a really, really strong candidate. Just he is clearly, as you've seen, an amazing communicator, fantastic leader. We knew that he was very good with the players and also with the existing staff. We realised we were in a bit of a high-risk scenario anyway, with all the turnover of staff and players. So we could have brought in a sort of big name from outside who comes with an entourage. That would have had a lot of risk in itself.
Did you give that a second's thought?
We gave it a little bit of thought, but not an enormous amount of thought. But it seemed to us, it just seemed that Keith was like the clear, logical candidate. And maybe we were in our bubble, because then when it got announced and there was all this uproar, we were like, fucking hell, what have we done? But from where we were sitting, it just seemed that Keith was like a clear, outstanding candidate. And it is usually when a player or a staff member leaves, usually our first thought is there someone internally who already knows the club, who can come in.
Knows your ways, knows your culture, knows the structure, knows their place ultimately.
Yeah.
You told me you were not looking for an auteur. I mean, you're essentially running a major Hollywood film studio rather than the football club, because you talked about essentially you don't want an auteur.
Indeed. It's well. I said to Keith, I used the film director Paul Thomas Anderson. I said, that's someone who I absolutely love and who's probably going to win the Oscar. But that's someone who's like an auteur, who's like the director, but also the producer and the screenwriter, and will be heavily involved in the editing and the cinematography. And traditionally, an old-style football manager was like that. Sort of Fergie's and Cloughie's.
Ran everything.
Yeah, everything. Recruitment, medical department.
Philosophy.
Philosophy. You didn't have sports science in those days, but if you did, then Fergie or Cloughie would have run it. And for us, we talk about having a head coach, not a manager. And it was really important for us to have Keith as a fantastic leader, but also for the sort of technical director and head of performance to be able to have their input as well.
Need to ask you, Thomas Frank was so successful with you, 7 seasons. I think he had a 43% win percentage. Left for Tottenham Hotspur, traditional Big Six club. They're in the Champions League, and he struggled. Lasted just 26 league games there. What does his success say with you, and the struggles that he had there say about context and leadership in football?
That's a bit of a tricky question. I'm not entirely sure what's been going on internally at Tottenham, but I think potentially it was a really, really difficult job for anyone. Yeah, anyone could have come in and struggled. And it's not as if they've had like a huge bounce and improvement since he's left as well.
But it is about culture, like the right human being in the right culture, and just...
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it appears from the outside that maybe there are sort of cultural issues inside Tottenham, but yeah, I could be wrong.
I mean, Keith Andrews is rare. We don't have many set pieces who make the jump to being head coach. But you found immediately set pieces were a part of football that were woefully unexplored. I think 30% of goals come from there, but footballers didn't train. Football teams rarely train them. And I know you became really, at Midtjylland, really obsessed, really involved. You broke it down. Can you talk about, Brentford, that was an amazing moment. I think you got 3 goals straight from kickoff within 60 seconds in 2024, almost set plays that put the ball into a danger zone that you identified. What data are you using? What vulnerabilities did you uncover?
Well, first of all, that's a bit of a sore point you've just uncovered, because they are on a set piece bonus, which drives them quite a lot. And they did say the 3 goals straight from kickoff, they are set pieces. And we had a bit of a debate about whether they qualify as set pieces.
That's why they stopped.
Yeah, I guess so. No, we did have to pay out the bonus. And I should say, Keith last year was our set piece coach. He wouldn't want to be identified as a set piece coach. I mean, he saw himself, as an all-round coach. He made it clear that, when he spent, last season with us, as a set piece coach, that wasn't his, ultimate calling. But he wanted to find a way, to join the club, and that was what was available at the time. But I think he's not like Gianni Vio. He wouldn't see himself as a sort of specialist set-piece coach.
What did he lead you to see in terms of the vote? Let's talk about corners specifically then, because it is a game state that Brentford were one of the first clubs to take really seriously. You built a lot of set plays, very much like an NFL playbook. And other clubs are catching up. We're looking at Arsenal leading the league with perhaps one of the most ruthless set of corner routines that the Premier League's seen. Can you talk about how you understood that moment in football, the corner, the data that you used that built your approach? Because Brentford initially, you'd either go short or you'd drop it in right around the penalty area. What were you seeing? What was the numbers? What were you thinking?
Sure. And obviously Arsenal have got their set-piece coaches, Nicolas Jover, who was with us previously. Quite a lot of people have worked for us as set-piece coaches and then gone off to sort of bigger clubs. It wasn't so much driven by any stats. It was more, I'd always been a big NFL fan, and I realised that...
Who's your team?
Jets. Yeah.
The Everton of the NFL.
Yeah. Are they that bad? Yeah, maybe.
Go on. You've been in NFL.
At least Everton have won stuff, haven't they?
The Everton are the Chicago Bears. We won in the same year, and I don't know where my sadness ends with one and begins with the other. But NFL, you're looking at the Jets, you're thinking about set pieces.
Yeah, or probably looking at better teams than the Jets. But whenever I'd raised it in football and said, why can't they have a playbook and sort of have signals and things like that, it was always, oh no, that's way too complicated. And I'd say, well, you get players who barely have a high school education, but they can still memorize, 100-page playbook, in the NFL. And it seemed that the main resistance to set pieces was that players don't like it. Players don't like boring training. That traditionally in English football, players absolutely love someone like Kevin Keegan because training's just fun. It's five-a-side and head tennis. It's just fun. There's no sort of boring learning or repetition or slow walkthroughs. And the thing about if you're going to be good at set pieces or sort of tactical play for that matter, there is quite a lot of boring stuff. Rote learning, repetition, slow walkthroughs, and a lot of teams weren't doing it just because players didn't like that, and
they wouldn't stand for it.
Yeah, and traditionally, if the players didn't like it and the manager tried to push it, then the manager might lose the dressing room, as they say. So that was really why we tried to push, and for whatever reason, it worked a lot better in Midtjylland. It sort of clicked into place really quickly.
But it wasn't data. It was essentially the mindset of the player being willing to go through the levels.
Yeah. And obviously, what would you rather do? Have a fun five-a-side kickabout or sort of,
So that's really it, the English mindset, the English culture that you inherited. I interviewed a player in the Premier League in the last year who's known for incredible corners. And I said to him, is it like NFL? Like, do you call plays? Do you have And he's like, it's not really that complicated. I just hit it into dangerous area.
But I think he was underplaying it a bit.
I thought he was underplaying it.
Yeah, no, I think...
I believe it. I found out he was not underplaying it. Are you underplaying it?
No, I'm not underplaying it. No, but I think... I think their routines are quite choreographed, as are ours. As are a lot of clubs now these days.
So you build this structure, you build this culture, you're propelling Brentford up the football pyramid. You do this while you are, turning profit on transfers in the most intelligent way. It is like hit after hit, success after success. Goalkeeper David Raya, brought for $4 million, safeguarded the road to the Premier League, eventually sold to Arsenal for $37 million 4 years later. He came in for $4 million, right, originally?
I think we sold him for $30 million. Yeah.
Dollars.
Oh, sorry.
I love you.
Okay.
I love you. I'm doing the exchange rate on my
you're
head
right.
here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Football scouting, recruitment. That's another area that's kind of like a backwater. There's a lot of consensus. There's a lot of old wisdom. Resist innovation to a large degree. What inefficiencies were you looking at? What under-scouted markets to really uncover and drive this growth?
Yeah. Well, Ray is a good example because I come back to the thing about the collective because for me that's so important. The fact that everyone goes away, looks at it independently and then comes back and then we have a sort of free, open exchange of views. I like to use the phrase exchange of views rather than a debate because debate when you're debating someone, it's all about winning and not backing down and sort of not losing face. Whereas a free exchange of views, that's more about can we get to the sort of right answer or sort of a less wrong answer. So Rhea, we all go away, and I personally sort of came back and I was like, no, we shouldn't sign this guy. And obviously now I'd say he's potentially the best keeper in the world, but I was. At the time, I was fixated about having a keeper who could absolutely dominate, like aerially dominate, because we were pretty weak on crosses. And the person who was pushing that most of all was our goalkeeping coach at the time, Iñaki Kanya, who's now at Arsenal. And he was like adamant about Rhea, who was at Blackburn at the time, I think in League One. He was absolutely adamant, this is going to be a world-class keeper.
So what data are you using? What underserved markets? Is it about underserved markets that you identify, or is it more, or do you just have a different analytic?
For keepers, data is pretty tricky. I think for keepers, it's much more about old-style scouting, whereas outfield players, it's a combination of old-style scouting and the data. In terms of what data is important, well, am I going to tell you?
No one's listening.
Okay. I'll tell you after. Yeah.
Genuinely, no one here.
Okay. I mean, obviously,
give us a tiny detail.
I mean, for
what are you looking at?
For a striker, for example, receiving, getting in position is way more informative than finishing. There's an awful lot. There's an awful amount of randomness in actual finishing. So for example, if you show me two players at a similar level and they both scored 15 goals last season, but one of them had twice the number of chances, I want the guy who's had twice the number of chances. Even though you might say, oh, but he was more efficient, he was less efficient. The fact that he was getting in position for the shot, that's really important for us.
I'm going to have to introduce you to the work of Beto.
So basically, if you're...
I love that man.
So I think when we played Everton at our place late last year, Beto missed 3 one-on-ones, wouldn't he?
And you thought that's our future guy?
Any decent model worth its salt would give Beto an upgrade. Any player who manages to make 3 one-on-ones for his in a single game, even if he actually happens to miss them, and typically a one-on-one, you're like 50-50 to score. The fact that he's got 3 one-on-ones, he's got to get an upgrade on any decent model. Obviously, he'll be the man in the street would slate him, but actually receiving is more important than
it really is. I mean, this is a man who, I mean, for strikers, it's been such an incredible part of your story, because the Brentford striking lineage in a game in which striking, being able to score goals is, I mean, it is the difference between average teams and doom teams, really, in the Premier League. I mean, you have an almost biblical lineage of unearthing strikers. And this list is insane. Neil Maupay, the great shithousing king. He was once an incredible striker. You bought him for $2 million, 25 goals in the championship season. You sold him for $26 million. Ollie Watkins, $2.3 million, 25 goals, sold to Villa for $37 million. Ivan Toney. This is like biblical. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Ivan Toney. It is 20 goals in the Premier League, sold for $40 million, more than he cost last season. I mean, this is insane. You sold Johan Wieser and Brian Mbumo for a combined $160 million. In stepped Igor Thiago, who'd come in before, overcame injury, arrived for $35 million. He's already scored 18 goals this season, second just to Erling Haaland in the Premier League. It really is about positional. There's not a data point you have about finishing efficiency, decision making that you're probing, because you're going to tell me this is luck that you keep doing this. But this is alchemy, or there's a genius that you can give us a little bit of light on now.
So if I go through them, so some of them are more scouting based and some are more maths based. So someone like Thiago, the scouts and the models, everything lined up. Ivan Toney, scouts and models, Whereas players like Mbumo and Maupay, the models were not that keen on them, but the scouts were so keen.
Tell me about Mbumo.
I think our models aren't great for young players because we don't have like data from sort of, it's not like US sport where you'd have data from high school and college. So Brian was like 19 playing in the French second division. So the model was like not so keen on him. But the fact that the scouts and especially Lee Dykes, our technical director, was so positive that sort of that sort of outweighed the model being sort of so on him. Whereas if you've got a player who's like mid-20s and he's played a couple of hundred games, then the model better like him or we're not going to sign him. But if he's like 19, we know the model's not going to be that informative.
Is there a move you didn't make that you regret?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be ones that you regret. I mean, I was saying before, we could have signed Eze for 4 million quid, I think, in 2019. We could have signed Marmouche on a free about 3 years ago.
You were watching the FA Cup final. And
and
one scored, the other didn't. You could have had them both.
Yeah, for 4 million quid combined, but we didn't. The summer that we got promoted to the Premier League, there's actually 2 players who scouted like amazingly well. One was Mudryk, which would have been maybe a bit complicated if we signed him, although we were very close to signing him for quite a low fee, I think for 20 million euros. And he eventually went, I think, for more like 80 million euros, although he's currently serving a drug ban. And then Michael Elise, his scouting was like unbelievable, just out of this world. But we just got promoted and we weren't used to the crazy agent fees in the Premier League at the time. And the agent fee for that one was just so insanely high that we stepped away, even though there was part of us thinking, well, if you combine the transfer fee and the agent fee, it's kind of not too bad. But the agent fee on its own was just so insane that we stepped away. But there's always going to be ones you miss out on.
Well, football right now, we're talking about this backstage, has been reduced to duels, Royal Rumbles in the penalty area around corners, Herculean throws, which are feats of strength. There's no doubt data is driving a lot of these changes. It's made football smarter. Football still lags, MLB, NBA, football still so much to do. Football has become smarter because of data. Has it made it better?
Yeah, I personally think so. I know there's all these people who say, oh, it was better in my day, etc. But I mean, there's been a lot of articles recently about how the Premier League is sterile. That you actually get goals per game. It's a lot higher than it was like 20, 30 years ago. And I think it's a better watch. I think people can just be nostalgic about the past.
So it is the game. I mean, what do you enjoy about football? What football makes you happiest to watch? Or are you just seeing numbers? You're just seeing numbers. You're seeing data points and dollar signs.
No, I actually like it personally for me when there's not something on the line so much because. Being a club owner, there's quite a lot of stress. And I was speaking to our mutual friend, Steve Parish from Crystal Palace before the Euro final in 2024. And we were both looking forward to that because we were like, we're like little boys. It's like, you wake up in the morning, like really looking forward to it, like really hoping England win, but basically looking forward to it. Whereas as club owners, like if we got a big game, you just wake up with dread. Like when we've had like playoff finals, you just wake up with dread.
You do?
Oh yeah, and you don't wake up thinking, God, it's going to be a great day. I hope we win. It's more like, I can't wait to get this game out of the way.
Why do you do it?
Yeah. Well, no. After the game's out of the way and you've won, then it feels pretty good. But in terms of watching for pure enjoyment, that'll be sort of watching internationals or other games. But when it's watching Brentford, it's enjoyment. It's a bit of a stretch to say I enjoy it while the games are going on. I mean, maybe when we're sort of 3 or 4-0 up and there's like a couple of minutes left.
Come on.
Yeah.
Playing Everton is what you enjoy, is what you're hinting at. Look, in 15 years, you put about $130 million into the club. Chelsea in that time have spent $4 billion with a B. They did take Mudryk eventually. I mean, it's just a different echelon of scale that you're working off. Data is now prevalent in every club. Every club has a stats department. Every club has a set-piece coach, proprietary research firm. After this interview, when they all watch it, they'll all have a philosophy coach, which it's probably my greatest contribution to football.
Yeah.
How do you keep evolving when the data edge has always been copycatted and eroded?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think just having everyone sort of super open-minded, and there's always a danger in football, and I've seen it so many times when you'll have people who'll be super open-minded until they get some success and praise, and then it's right. This is my way. Take it or leave it. I'm not going to change. I think you just have to always accept that everything you're doing is inefficient, and you have to. Your approach should be, we're never going to be perfect. We just try and be, a little bit less imperfect, every day. And it's really about everyone having that mindset constantly about, how can we improve? What can we be doing better?
What does Brentford need next step? Is there a next step for Brentford? Is there a ceiling at which point you see, that, we are not, this is our level? Or do you not believe in our level?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a fixed hard ceiling. We just want to keep improving. I mean, obviously, our big weakness is the commercial side, especially in terms of brand awareness, recognition. Our stadium is very small, so it's very important for us to try and sort of grow our supporter base outside England. So I think, that's the big next step for us.
So you've done what you can with the TV money. You've done what you can with the inefficiencies in the market. The next phase for the club is the commercial and almost the global brandification of Brentford.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say we're done with inefficiencies because there's still got to be other inefficiencies out there, but just probably not as big ones as there were like 10 years ago.
So when you do look forward 10 years, Matthew, what is the next frontier? What's the next part of the game? How will we look back now and say, I can't believe they didn't have that data point?
Well, I could imagine that sort of models and AI models will get better and better, and therefore they'll get sort of more and more prevalent. So even though a lot of people think our recruitment is like sort of 99% model driven, it's not. The model has an input, but there's still a huge human input as well. But I would presume, as models do get better, the human input will be, less and less. The possibly sort of interesting / controversial one would be in terms of coach decisions, in terms of lineups, strategy, when to make subs, when to change the formation. At the moment, that's barely model driven, whatsoever. But I'm sure gradually it'll be sort of more and more so. I mean, there's sort of something similar in NFL. For many years, all the geeks were saying you should be more aggressive on fourth down. All the coaches are sort of too conservative. And now these days, you watch an NFL game, and there'll be a sort of graphic saying, the model says here you should go for it. And so I think it's now more commonplace that, when making decisions on fourth downs, that coaches are sort of informed to greater or lesser extent by models. And I presume that will gradually happen more and more in soccer.
So you can see a future in which the model will be clear, the manager didn't make the substitution, and so the manager will be speaking to the owner about the model said this, you didn't make this decision.
Possibly at some point in the future, and it'll be a gradual thing. So I'm not saying that in sort of 5 years' time, I expect all the head coaches to be sort of slavishly following what the model says. But there could come a point where the model says very strongly, play player A and not player B. And if the manager does play player B, that someone not me, but someone will be saying to the manager, "Can you take me through your thinking?"
You'll just be hiring managers for press conferences.
What?
Like the future of manager is just being charismatic in the press conference.
No, I think that's the head coach will still have a really, really strong role, but possibly he'll be working more in conjunction with technology and less just based on his intuition.
I cannot wait for that future. By God, I'm telling you, the models I think is what I'd like to have as the next US men's national team manager. But I do want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been incredible watching you. It's been incredible watching this Brentford story. You do give hope to, I think, all fans of all teams, Matthew. Not you New York Jets fans. Let's hear it from Matthew Benham.
Hello, everyone. My name is Judy Zhu, and I'm a Master's of Business Analytics student at MIT Sloan. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce our panel, When the Model Meets Human, the Future of Basketball Decision-Making. Our panelists today are Monty McNair, Advisor at LA Clippers, Ariana Antonian, Vice President of Player Personnel at the Philadelphia 76ers and General Manager of the Delaware Blue Coats, Steven Adams, professional basketball player at NBA, athlete partner of Body Lever, founder of Sports Pathways Trust, Sonia Raymond, head coach of the Seattle Storm. Our panel will be moderated by Shane Battier, 2 times NBA champion, founder of the Take Charge Foundation executive. This panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Shane.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the Bill James room. All right, I lobbied to have this in the Shane Battier room, but I was overruled by Jessica and Daryl. So tells you where I stand at this conference. So very excited to have a deep discussion about the future of decision-making in basketball. We've assembled an amazing panel here of people on the front line, on the back line, and every line. They're going to give us some great insight. You know, they used to say that data was the new oil of sports, but in 2026, it's more like the oxygen, right? We can't survive a single possession without the data behind it. So let's talk about what the future is. And the first question is, data analytics used to be about what happened, right? Looking back at it. Now, it's about how it happens. And so we're moving into a new world with biometric data, sensors, AI. You know, the infrastructure of insight is rapidly improving day by day. So, Monty, I want to start with you. We've moved into this new 3D skeletal tracking era, right? When you're evaluating a player like Steven, who is, arguably the best offensive rebounder in the game, and a lot of the work he does is invisible, so to speak, taking space. How do you approach it with this new layer of 3D skeletal tracking?
Yeah, I mean, when I started out, we had the outcome of the play, so we knew that maybe Steven or somebody on his team got a rebound. And then we moved into things like the adjust plus minus world, where we could at least tell when Steven's on the court, the team rebounds better, so maybe he's doing other things, boxing out, but you don't know what it is. Now we can see Steven, probably throwing somebody off, carving out space, contested rebounds. We're just getting closer and closer to explaining the things that players and coaches already knew, but being able to now measure them in more and more specific ways. You mentioned the skeletal. We used to have just a dot about where you were for the first 7-8 years of the data, and now we know where you're looking, where your arms and limbs are, and so we can get finer tuned metrics to get closer and closer.
Sonia, when you look at a new advanced stat, all right, comes across your desk at Seattle, what is your personal due diligence? You have a background in analytics too. What's your personal process of saying, this is pretty good, or nah?
Yeah, great question. I think being able to, first of all, is this data point actionable? So I may have these numbers, but is it actionable for a player? Can Steven go out there and execute on this type of number? And also, what's the context behind it? So, if you can retroactively look at, all the teams in the league and, how would these teams have come out, with this new metric? And, does it have any correlation to winning? And obviously sometimes championship teams, championship players are analytical outliers to some degree, but within context, does it really make sense? And then of course you got to look at your own team and, my roster and my players and where are our strengths. So while the analytics and this advanced metric that just come out might say, we should send 5 to the glass, we might say, we don't want to do that because of who we have, or we only need to send 1 because of who we have. So it kind of, the context and who you have on your roster, I think, is a big part of how I approach things.
Nice. Young data scientists, remember, the most used phrase in NBA data rooms is all models are wrong, some are useful, right? So when you walk into your first day of the work, don't think you have all the answers, all right? You take everything with a grain of salt. Everything is contextual, right?
Absolutely.
Ariana, in the G League or the NBA, right? We have all these fancy metrics and devices to measure things. Is there anything that's still low tech that has value to a front office?
I mean, I think there's still a lot. I mean, Monty mentioned where we started and kind of where we're trending. I think in the G League in particular, we're just starting to get more and more data that's getting like closer to, you know, where the NBA is. And I still think we've got a pretty big gap there, especially just in terms of like analysts translating the data. I think in the NBA, that's, you know, everyone has multiple people doing that. In the G League, that's still new. And those are a lot of NBA players coming down and developing. So that's a big part of it. I think biomechanics-wise, we're still like making a lot of progress in what we were talking with some baseball people earlier on, what they're doing to develop their own players. And I think that we're still like pretty far behind of where baseball is on how we can use the data to say like, hey, like this is what a better shot looks like, because we don't exactly know what the right answer is, at least to your own body and what that's like. So I think we still got a pretty long way to go. And there's also all stuff that we might not even know is going to exist in a few years. Like when, you know, people came into the NBA 20 years ago, did they think that this is what the data was going to look like now? There's tons of stuff that I'm sure is going to come up in the next 5 to 10 to 15 years that we're not even anticipating at all.
How much leeway does Daryl give you to use the G League as a sandbox? Do you feel you have more opportunity to experiment and to, because maybe you are in Delaware and not downtown Philly?
Leeway might not even be the right term. Like the goal is to experiment. The goal is to use it and say like, okay, what can we try that might not work, whether it's with lineup stuff, like do we go really huge in the G in the way that we can't really do in the NBA just to see how it works? Do we, crash 5? Do we, like historically RGV was, I think, the first team taking 50 threes per game, or there was some amount of threes per game that had never been done at that point. So I think in Delaware, we're trying to do as much of that as we can, like think of ideas, try it 1 game, try it 2 games, try it a certain amount of time to get enough of a sample and like see how it goes. We've tried a bunch of different things to just see how it goes, and some of them work. And then what's great is if it works, then you can go hopefully take it to your NBA staff and say, hey, it worked. Let's try it in the NBA. Sometimes it doesn't work, and then you don't take it to the NBA coaching staff. So it's a good opportunity to get a chance to experiment for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Steven, the big Kiwi, the human anchor, AKA the human anchor. All right. In 2026, we measure force of impact, right, and screening gravity, things that didn't exist 10 years ago, right, of which you are in the top percentile every single year. You excel in the art of the dirty work, right? That's still something that the algorithm can't measure. So when people try to talk to you about your screening gravity and your force of impact, how do you accept that conversation?
It's I don't know. The screening one's pretty. I think it's overblown a little bit personally, because it's just like, I just go and set a screen, mate. You know what I mean? That's pretty much all it is. And then because look, if we're looking at the rules, I'm not allowed to move, mate.
Yeah.
They allowed it. Like the guard has to do all the movement. So people give me credit for it. It's like, okay, like it all comes down to the setup and then our communication. I talk to the ball handlers a lot in terms of setup. You know what I mean? And like what I'm seeing on my approach, because what the defenders are doing, what the defense is doing. So if I notice something, then the second time we're doing it, I'll say, hey, they're cheating on this. Or I notice something with the player, like, as soon as he's late switching his feet, he's late on the call. So we could take advantage of it that way. So it's more of like the communication than like, I'm just gonna fucking wipe this dude out. Now, I have wiped some dudes out. You know what I mean? I have wiped some dudes out. That one's a bit of a different tactic. That's more of a long-term investment. Similar to a leg kick in UFC, if you guys are MMA guys. You're gonna see this benefit in the fourth quarter. So yeah, there's some of those.
Have you changed anything about your game in this new data world? When someone comes to you about screening gravity, has it affected the way you played at all, or are you just trying to lay some wood on people?
Yeah, no, like I indulge in it a little bit. I'm like, yeah, man, like try and get some nuance about it. But I haven't changed anything. Mate. It's still the same approaches, same, again, because all of it just comes down to communication.
Yeah.
As long as me and the player, my player's on the same page, immediately we're proactive, the defense has to be reactive. So, technically they should be behind every play.
Yeah.
So, and obviously the good defense are the proactive defense, right? So that's all it is. Just make sure that my communication is like growing with the player. That's where the chemistry comes in. That's the only thing that changed, really.
That's a great point. Young data scientists out there, communication still matters. Okay, data is also very important, but it doesn't work if you don't have the communication. Anyone disagree with that statement? Yeah, very, very important, very important. I want to talk about throughput to the players. Okay, taking your models, taking your algorithms, and actually applying it on the hardwood. Right, that's one of the toughest things that we still struggle with in the front office as a coaching staff, and really as players. So. Monty, in your role as an advisor, 2023 Executive of the Year, when a player's eye test differs from the model score or the algorithm score in a meeting, how do you separate the two? How do you think about both of those things working together? The eye test versus what the data says.
Yeah, so if you're talking about evaluating, like, who are we going to acquire, draft, trade, free agency. A lot of it comes down to how confident can we be in those two things. Certain things where the data is almost, unimpeachable, and we'll go with that. Other times the data is suggestive at best, and we're going to have to rely on, the eye test much more. A lot of the things are converging, like we talked about. I think one thing we're finding more and more as we get better data is where can we add to that from our scouts or our coaches? What's something new that they can look for since they're freed up. We don't need to look at their shooting as much. We have that data.
How do you do that? How do you bring the scouts or the coaches into that conversation without all the context that you have?
So sometimes it's before the say college season, we know, hey, look, we don't need to do this as much, but we're looking for guys that their IQ, their different things that they're doing on the floor that we can't measure yet. That's one. The other is if we're sitting in a discussion in the draft room and there's a debate, say, why does this guy have such a low assist rate? Or a low steal rate. Let's go watch, what are some theories, and let's go watch that and try and figure it out, because we don't have the data to do it, and also you haven't been looking for that in particular. So sometimes on the front end, sometimes on the back end.
Nice.
So an example of that could be too is one thing I feel like that comes up a lot is what kind of defense do they run? Why is his rebounding this certain way or this? Is he getting pulled out from the rim a lot because they switch 1 through 5? Let's go watch more of do they run a really aggressive defensive scheme or not? Adding context would be another example like that.
Yeah. Sonia, let's talk about empathy.
Let's do it.
Is the role of empathy in analytics? One of the criticisms is analytics makes it a cold game, a heartless game. What is the role of using analytics to build empathy in your players? And I'm sure you've had tough conversations with some of your players at some point saying, hey, we love you, but you're killing us, right? So how do you think about empathy and building that trust amongst your players?
Yeah, I think that part of it is what are we measuring and how are we measuring it and how are we coaching them? Myself, my coaching staff, we're not analysts at the end of the day. We're out there to interact with them directly and coach them. But typically organizations are going to build out OKRs, right? Objective key results, and you're going to have a plan for that player. You're going to be measuring them on some things. And I think it's really important for coaches to really collaborate with your analysts and with your front office on how do we set those OKRs? So kind of getting to the point of what is actually important for this player to do. And for me, it's about our principles of play. And so how are they playing? What types of decisions are they making? How are they impacting those around them? And, at the end of the day, if they're having a shooting slump, how do you build empathy? I mean, are they doing the things that they need to do that we've asked them to do? And if they're doing that and they're really struggling with their shot, then of course you kind of use a lot of the standard tools that you have, right? And you're really looking to build confidence there. And if you're not, you're going back and you're trying to get back to those fundamentals of, you attack a closeout and you're taking them off the dribble and you see two and you want to kick it. You're maybe taking too many shots in the paint that are highly contested and you have a teammate open. So I think it starts a little bit with like, what are we measuring and how are we measuring it? And then always remembering like confidence is a really important thing, and I still haven't seen anywhere that we can measure confidence reliably. And I think that's important. I think that's where we come in as coaches, that you can over-index on the numbers to the point where a player second guesses everything they do. And this isn't a joystick, like this isn't a video game. They have to go out there and play. They have to be able to make these decisions, not get overly second guessed. And so I think that finding ways to, maybe their defensive rating isn't super high, but let's look at who are you guarding? You're guarding the best players on the opposing team. So you may not rank out as the #1 rated defensive player on our team or in the league, but here's where you're really impacting the game, and here's all the shots that player didn't take because you were guarding them, and those don't show up in a box score.
Yeah. We talked in the green room, just the value of having a coach that believes in you.
Yeah.
I played for one in Coach K, and he, never let us believe that we were nothing but the best shooters on the floor every single time. Right? And the coaches that just, Eric Spoelstra, he throws a guy fresh out of the G League on the floor and says, hey, go do your thing.
Right.
And that's something we just can't measure yet, right?
Right. Having that let it fly mentality and what it does for players, I think you kind of just know where you stand and that's what you're supposed to do, and you don't have to overthink that.
Yeah. Ariana, is there anything that you just have to see to measure? Is there anything that, is just beyond our grasp right now that you need to lay eyes on, to fully understand and be able to articulate into winning basketball games?
Athleticism for me, like the way someone moves. Like obviously you can watch them on film, but especially I think the premium on athleticism has changed, especially because there are many people who aren't traditionally athletic who continue to do well in the NBA. So being able to see that kind of change of pace, see the movement in person, I think that's the one that there are obviously there's metrics we can get from the combine and having them in our own gym for a draft workout and testing them that you can get some semblance of that. But there's something about watching a player live and watching how they move. And especially when you're trying to work on the draft and see how a guy's going to develop and project out into the NBA, seeing truly what you think their movement profile is like and how they move laterally and how they stay in front, and how they use their physicality and stop. Synergy, any kind of thing, anything online, you can watch those things, but you don't see it in the same way. And I don't think the data really gives you an accurate example of what that's going to look like. So that would be the most important one for me.
Yeah, I like that. Steven, you are one of the great mentors in our league, allegedly. Talking, doing the research, a lot of young, big guys seek your counsel. Yeah. In this world of data analytics, is there something that you can teach them that goes beyond the metrics, that maybe they are judged on, that they're learning, that they're hearing, hey, I got to do these things? What are, like you talked about the footwork earlier, what are some other things that you can teach a young player that is not picked up in the skeletal tracking or the metrics?
Yeah, I mean, my general advice to bigs, especially one coming to the NBA, it's a pretty, you should just aim for more of the defensive and kind of the dirty work, because I just think that's more stable. Yeah. If you're the high scoring one, it really depends. If you're a mid-low post scorer as opposed to a 3-point scorer, it depends on the market. It's very volatile. Some teams want this, okay, you're hot shit. Sorry. And then when you're the other one, we're adults. And then, next couple of years it might be low. But everyone still values defense and impact on all the stuff off the ball. So just aim there, dude. And then if wherever your talents lead you from there, okay, you'll probably get a bit more opportunity, maybe go show whatever you want to do and whatnot. So, and whatever that is, again, it's okay, does your team, the best, I think the best way to check this is try and hear, do your teammates even like playing with you on the floor? You know what I mean? Because they won't tell you to your face probably, but you may hear some whispers like, oh, I don't like playing with this guy. Okay, so why? You know, oh, because you're in the way, you don't roll, you don't, you know, it's quite frustrating for players, especially offensive ones. Like, you guys get caught, like, paid to score the ball. If I'm not helping you in order to get, like, a shot that you have worked on all the freaking time, dude, then come on, mate. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to shoot the ball more than you. It's like, no. You're getting it all wrong, mate. You know what I mean? Go the other way. And then you could figure out whatever path. You don't try and, like, isolate yourself right away, like, I'm only this particular thing. No, just try and help the team in all those sorts of ways. I know it's like, that's generic to say, but it is. You could notice the holes, and then you just plug those holes. Even if it's not attractive, people may overlook it, but it will be seen, especially with all the data they're gathering now. You know what I mean? They'll just notice, oh, when he's on the floor, good things happen. Okay, that's a good start, mate.
Are young players open to that message?
Probably not, bro, especially this new generation, mate. You guys are, fuck, mate. You say a couple sentences and they just give you this blank stare. And then you're like, especially these basketballers, mate. Lost cause, mate. Lost cause.
I'm interested, is there discussions in the front office of measuring a player's likability? Has that ever come across your radar? Hey, is this a player that, a lady or a guy that I just don't know if people like playing with?
Well, we do obviously a lot of intel, and I think at different stops I've been at, we've tried to quantify that intel at some level of, are we rating their, maybe not as much likability, but we talk about coachability a lot. It's not the same thing, but I think there's some overlap between that. And you know, how a coach can connect with that player can kind of overlap with a little bit of what Steven's saying. So yeah, I don't know if it's exactly a likability score, but you're trying to gather a bunch of information on their coachability from all the places that they've been. And then at times you can say, okay, this is our scale for that, and we try to quantify it a little bit within that. I would say pretty rough all around, but we do try to gain as much information as we can, especially if it's someone currently in the NBA on, you know, what do people at other stops say about them? How are they being spoken about from their teammates, from their coaches, from the front office? And, you know, if you're getting a consistent, if he's been on 7 teams and 6 of them have said he's really hard for the other players to be around, there's probably something to that. Yeah.
So great paper topic for next year, next year's Sloan Conference, all right? Bring a white paper on likability and being able to measure it in the NBA. We'll get you in the Bill James room. Let's talk about when the data fails, right? When it's tested under stress, pressure. Sonia, your models say we need more shooting, all right? And this lineup is failing because we just don't have enough shot makers out there. But you know that you're winning the rebounding battle or the physicality battle. Like, how do you separate the two? How do you take those 2 points of data and make a decision as to what the optimal lineup for your Storm team is?
Both. I mean, we want both, right? So it starts with that and trying to find as many players we can put on the floor that are going to give us both. But then I think it's the classic, it depends, right? Like, what part of the game are we in? Is this a late game situation where we can lean into some specialization, where throw more shooting out there? You know, what is actually causing the problem with our offense? Is it, you know, presumably in this hypothetical? So obviously everybody wants space, right? And in theory, better shooters are going to create more space. And so I'm always going to lean towards being able to have more space, but again, the physicality and what that does in different parts of the game is so important. And if you can marry the two, right? And that's kind of on us coaches. You have that roster and you have these different players who have different strengths and weaknesses. You know, how can we sort of hide the weaknesses of a really good shooter if they're not able to get out there and be a little bit more physical, and vice versa with those physical players. But I think it really just kind of depends on what point in the game we're at. Like, you know, we've had these conversations going into the game, so it's not like we're just getting an AI report in the middle of the game that says, you know, get the shooter in. So and then also, like, you're looking at, you know, who you're playing against and what are some optimal times that you can lean into a little bit more shooting. So do they have points in the game where their sub patterns say that they kind of have less physical players on the floor, or this is a great time to throw that shooter in the game per the sub pattern. So you can do a lot of lineup analysis and look at the other team's lineups as well to identify when you can optimize. But when it comes to, like, it's game time, there's no guarantee that that coach is going to follow the plan that they've been doing either. So you got to go with your gut at that point.
I think I think sometimes people think that when we're looking, like saying we're using data, sometimes I think people sometimes imagine you click a model and the model will say like, your problem is, shooting in the third quarter. So just fix that. Where it's like, oftentimes it'll be like, your shooting is, slightly below average, your rebounding is this, and there's all of these things. And it's like, okay, well, we can probably trade for this person or do that, but like we can't, what's our identity? How do we fix this one thing? How does that affect the other thing? And it might make the other thing worse. And I think we think sometimes the data is going to just give us this answer when really it's just giving us a lot of information, and then you still have to like make a choice from it. You still have to say, this is the time to do this, or as Sonia said, like the timeline within the game. You still have to take all of that and be like, most teams have 8 different problems. So which one are we able to fix in game, and which one are we going to say like this might hurt this a little bit, but we think upping our shooting, even though it might hurt our defense, is the right answer. And so it's not always as binary as I think it's presented.
Yeah. Steven, so we have this brand new model. We have some great information for you. So you have a young, eager analyst running up to you with the laptop saying, Steven, I have something for you. What is the best way to get that person through to you? What can that person say to you that you'll listen to? And that is not how NBA teams work, but this is hypothetical.
I would listen to him. Yeah. I'd listen to what he has to say. But it really just depends. I don't know. Like I'm more of like I enjoy like the data side of things personally. But I just do know for like athletes, it's actually like for players, this stuff gets like, you kind of ignore it in a sense. You should use it as like a guideline. So say for instance, like, okay, this guy passes 60% more if you force him left. All right, so you take that into account. But a lot of the players, they really don't want to think about this stuff because they don't, I mean, when you're standing in front of someone, mate, there's so much information that you're trying to like register. People yelling coverages, you're looking at any sort of twitches that might go left, right. So like, I don't know. And then a lot of the players, they're just like, I don't want to know about the data. I mean, I just want to, that doesn't mean anything. I'm going to freaking beat this dude. I mean, that's pretty much all they think about. So for a young guy running up with a laptop, just be ready. Just be ready. Just be ready for some, have patience. Have patience.
Monty, Ariana, can you give us an example? There was a time in the front office, you spent time on a project, you said, this is it, let's implement it, take it to your coaches, and it absolutely failed when it reached the court?
Never.
Never, okay, good.
No.
There you go.
Yeah, of course. Well, I think this kind of exemplifies both parts of this, but we were playing OKC in the playoffs, and
who won?
We won. Shut up. And we were talking with our coaches about how can we help off, to obviously guard Russ, who was the focal point at the time, and how much can we stay off of Roberson? And I'm like, okay, I think we can kind of leave him. He hits his first 3 threes of the series.
Yeah.
And come in at halftime, and I'm like panicked. And Jeff Bzdelik, Mike D'Antoni, great job. They're like, no, we're going to stick with it. Like, this is what we think is going to work. And we were able to, he didn't shoot 100% the rest of the time. But that's, I think, number one about, trying to make the best decision, but number two, sticking with it, and the trust that, the coaches have built up over time, that, a small sample size outcome's not gonna change their mind. But it's a trust system, and you got to build that up over time. I've talked with people over the years that when you first start out, you don't go for the 51-49s with your players or your coaches. You go for the 90-10s, and then they'll come to you for the 80-20s and the 70-30s, and then all of a sudden it's like, it's time to, we're cutting edges here, like we're nitpicking, but we got to choose the best one. What do we think? So, that trust is built up over the years and months of the season.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. That's always a big topic. I'm curious, what is the best way, going forward, because we have so much data to create that trust in the front office? between coaches, players? Is there a magic formula outside of just sitting down and talking to folks, which is
It's
old school?
Right. You can't replace relationship building. That's really got to be the most important thing. You sit down together, you work together, and you just kind of focus on what's your North Star, and you agree on these pillars, and then you know that that's going to guide you going forward. I mean, that's a great example, right? Like, they come out, of course, it's your worst nightmare. Like, they make those 3 threes, and everyone panics, right? But, regression to the mean is a thing, right? Like, that person is probably not going to go 3 for 3 again. And but there has to be a really strong level of trust in we're doing this together, and we're all going to own the result together. I think, on the coaching side, you see it. Like, as an assistant coach, you might come up with an idea, and it may work or it may not work, but at the end of the day, like, you all own it together, right? Whatever your head coach does. So I think that there's really not a substitution for that. And just remembering, like, you're on a team, like, we're playing a sport, we're trying to win a game. Like, that's the ultimate thing. So we're all trying to do the same exact thing together, which is, like, win the game. And we're all just trying to find that way to do it. But you have to collaborate. It probably doesn't work very well if the front office and the analytics department and then the coaching staff are all on different pages. You kind of have to bring that together.
So that trust point too of, like, you gave the example of someone like coming up with the laptop. I think to give like Monty and Sonia credit, having worked with both of them, well, I worked with Steven as well, so I worked with all of you. But like, Monty was with the team full time when we were in Houston, and so they were able to build up that trust over time. It wasn't just one day you're coming up and they're like, I've never seen this guy before. What's this idea you're bringing up? Like, you build up that trust. Sonia has an analytics background and was fully on our coaching staff and was able to work with our coaches all year and like have those kinds of conversations. Like, a bunch of different teams of people entrenched in, and I think that difference of, it's someone you don't see a whole lot and just comes in with an idea versus someone who's like in the trenches with you, fully there and a part of your coaching staff and a part of your team, and sees the ups and the downs and what sometimes things don't work, sometimes things are bad ideas, and realistically being able to have that trust in that conversation, be like, we tried that one, didn't work, or we tried this one, it did work, so now we're going to keep working on these ideas, I think makes a big difference.
And I think, like, not to diminish the player role, I think that's a huge part of it too. Like, I've talked to Steven about, the night before I'm going to present a scout, like, I'll talk to him about, all right, this is your matchup. Like, what do you think about this? And, being such a good screener himself, he's understanding what the other team's doing and their screening actions. And, we've done that quite a bit where you involve maybe the key defenders and you ask them, like, do you want to go over or under on this guy? Do you want to send him to his left because he passes more? And there's a feel that players have that is, I think, really important in the process, because at the end of the day, they have to execute and there has to be buy-in. And the same way that, like, the coaches kind of have to be on the same page with the front office, I think the players are a huge part of this. You keep educating them on the analytics and how it can be a tool to optimize their performance. And then I think that you can get a lot out of them from a player perspective that you just are never going to see from our vantage point.
I think we are seeing that more and more. I don't know how you feel about that, Steven, but involving like hey, this is what the scout is looking like, but what do you guys think as players? Or can this is probably what we're trending towards presenting, but what do you think of this player and how would you defend him? And involving, having the process be as collaborative as possible. It feels like you're seeing more and more of.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Especially with the players, well, you said, like, even if you just involve them, the players may not even know, they may not even have an idea, but like, you kind of guide them and then you immediately get the buy-in for like whatever the defense is. They say defensive coverage. Because you could have any plan, it could be great. It just needs to be executed really well. You could have this great scheme, but if it's executed poorly, that's going to be way worse than just like a poor plan executed really, really well, Yep. So as long as the players buy in on that, pretty good chance.
And to your point, if you're involved early, you're going to think of, even if you haven't thought about it, you're going to then think about it more and say, well, what would I do if I had the option to choose all of these different options?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Monty, you have something to add?
Just with any of these things, we're trying to do two things. One is we need to get the model as good as possible. That's our job, is to put Steven, you, Shane, the players in the best position to succeed. We're all trying to win. But we also have to apply that on the floor. And so how do you get the buy-in? How do you convince? And that's a two-way street, right? Our job, Shane, you famously wanted the big booklet, like give it all to me. Steven's saying, don't run up to me with a laptop. You got to find out how to bridge from that model to the players to get it onto the court. And that communication, here's I think a good story. we're in Houston. We're pushing Crashing the Glass more. And I actually ended up at a dinner with PJ Tucker. And, PJ was asking, like, why are you guys all on this, Crash the Glass? I'm, explaining to him. He's like, oh, that makes sense. I'm like, what's the pushback? He said, well, you guys want me to go every single time. He's like, then you want me to go down to the other end of the floor and guard KD, and you want me to play 38 minutes at a high level. He's like, players have a finite level of energy, right? And so that was really, I think eye-opening that, yes, the best thing PJ could do in that instant is to crash the glass. But maybe I should save it for the higher leverage moments so he can have some more energy to guard KD on the other end. And so you can refine how that looks. But now he understands how important it is. So some players want more, some want less. How do you get it to them? But also getting the feedback from them so you can refine your model.
Now, Stephen, like, how do you feel? You've lived in kind of the two different eras. When you came into the league as a young rookie, offensive rebounding wasn't as valued. But now there's been a revolution to say, we're all playing the same. The differentiator is offensive rebounding.
Yeah.
So is that weird for you to live in two different eras of the thing that you do the best?
Yeah, it is.
It's like you're sexier now,
changing nothing. Yeah, changing nothing. Yeah, no, but it is. It was just weird because again, I just do my job and within the team, I think teams knew about this for a long time, by the way. But within the team, it was valued. Trench work or whatever. And then I don't know. I guess it just became public recently, and so everyone's like, it's buzz now. It's like, yeah, but internally, within the NBA realm, it's the same stuff.
Yeah.
It's no one's like, oh wow, or anything. I don't think they're, in that sense. So.
Shane, on that though, I think one cool thing about as our models get better and better is we just continue to find ways that players already know, coaches already know a lot of times. Sometimes, we're able to quantify it better, but these are things that Steven's doing, these things that are winning games, and we're able to find that out earlier and with more certainty and the correct magnitude. Baseball's gone through this, over the years, like, oh man, this guy's, an underrated player because of all these things, but he was just doing those to help his team win. And we're obviously not even all the way there, but we're finding out these things that, Steven, there's mic'd up Steven, like, I got this guy, where he's saying, like, he's not going to get the rebound. Steven didn't get it. His team did. Yep. They ran out. That now shows up even though Steven didn't grab the rebound.
Yep. Well, I hope you enjoyed the questions. We have some time now to open up the mic for your questions. What's on top of mind? We have runners in the. No. We don't have runners. All right. Well, if you have a question, just stand up and yell. Very low tech.
Are they on the iPad?
Huh? What's that?
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate the panel. My name is Mokal Niwe. I'm currently a junior at the University of Michigan IT, so AI. There's a lot of greatness in this panel. I have a question for, I guess anyone can answer this. I would say, what is one thing that inspired the road that you're pursuing right now? What inspired you to work in this position? And also, what is one thing that maybe it was a mentor, maybe it was a person that you wanted in your career that you studied?
Well, the question was, what inspired you to go down this track, and what is the role of mentorship in leading you to this good-looking panel today?
I think you guys have the best story, not me.
Yeah, you guys have the
Sonia,
best story.
Ariana.
Yeah, you guys have the best.
I love basketball, so I'll start there. And I thought I was going to work in a world where it was, people and problem solving. I didn't think it was going to be coaching basketball. But those are the things that I lean into. And being a basketball coach, I kind of get to do all of it. I get to be in the world of the sport that I love and that I've been, obsessed with for my whole life. But I also get to be, working in a job where people is the most important thing, and we're constantly problem solving and finding ways to solve these unique challenges. So for me, it was just, it was a long process to get to that point. I had a lot of mentors, and I'm really fortunate that I did. Mentors that kind of saw this path for me, this career path, before I saw it for myself. I'm a child of immigrants, and the different professions that my parents thought of for me were certainly not like a basketball coach as a career. So it just wasn't on my radar, and I had mentors that kind of put it on my radar, and that's really where it took off. So I feel really fortunate to sort of be sitting here.
I'll add on to that. As a fellow child of immigrants, basketball scout was definitely not something my parents had ever heard of before or understood at all. But on the mentorship piece, something I think about a lot is how lucky I am to have had a bunch of people who've, similar to what Shane said earlier about Coach K, I've just had people, have my back at a lot of different stops and kind of believe in me and also tell me what I was doing wrong and tell me what I could work on and be better at. And I think so much of that growth has come from having awesome mentors like my current boss, Daryl, who obviously is, runs this conference, but having different people like that who have believed in me, but give you honest feedback and tell you along the way, these are the areas you probably need to work on too. And it's not just all, flowers and roses. So mentorship has been very important for me.
Evidently, the questions to the audience were on my laptop the entire time. So it's on me, folks.
You need a person to run up to you with the laptop.
Exactly. So Ariana, this is for you. You mentioned that to gauge athleticism, you need to see it live. So how do you balance not double counting athletic traits with the statistical impact those traits might produce? For example, a player who traditionally is hyper athletic will probably have a high rim rate, dunk rate, etc. What is your approach to thinking through this?
So I think, if I'm understanding the question correctly, I think sometimes before we see someone live, or if it's someone that you're at a decision point on that you don't have the opportunity to see live, you will often look at a lot of those stats, like the dunk rate in particular, and say, why have they taken so few, or why, if they're taking a lot, is it kind of a proxy for athleticism? I don't think that those things work totally separately from each other, if that makes sense. I think they have, to the extent that you can, I think they have to work in some tandem, and also figure out if there's a discrepancy there, why. If I saw them live and I thought they were really athletic and they look like they move well, but they've taken 2 dunks all year, what's going on there? What's causing that difference? And then, if you can't see them live and you just have to go off of that, I think the reality is that sometimes you have to just take the information you have and do your best with it. And does it mean maybe watching a little bit more film to see if you can learn more from that? Probably. But trying to find what's causing the discrepancies and learning what we could be missing there that's making that happen.
Monty, we've come a long way with large language models. How should front offices think about the use of large language models in their workflow and in what they're trying to do?
Yeah, my sabbatical year this year, I've spent a lot of time trying to catch up on AI, and I think it's a very new technology with very different capabilities than we've had in the past, and so it's almost like a new way of thinking. Number one is just becoming, for me, familiar with it. There's some talk of the jagged intelligence, so there's certain things it's really, really good at, and some things it's really not good at right now. Becoming familiar with those things so you can apply different problems to it. And then just being willing to adapt very, very quickly. Obviously the NBA is all about adapting and adjustments. In the front office, just in the 8 months that I've been doing this, you pick it up 2 months later and it's got all these new capabilities. At the same time, not just waiting for it to get better until you can use it, because you got to use it now. It's like in-game adjustments. You got to be ready to go, whenever you see something. And this is, I think, unlike anything else that we've had in how fast it's moving.
Last question before we get out of here. What's one thing that you know today about the data, about the modeling, that you wish you would have known on your first day in the NBA? Or the W?
You going first, Steven?
Sure, I ain't going first, mate.
No?
It could be anything. A metric. Oh, yes. Of course, this is obvious. I wish I knew this on my first day.
I'll say the crash in the glass is one. It was, there's a natural tension between transition defense and crashing the glass on offense. And, until we had the tracking data to actually tease it out, we didn't know how important crashing was, relatively speaking. Would have had you crash in the glass and 2008.
That would have been an error's folly, a fool's folly. Well, I hope you enjoyed our discussion on the future of basketball decision making. We really want to thank our panelists for their insights. This is rare. You're going to find this much basketball capital on one stage. So I want to say thank you for your insights. We hope you enjoyed it.
Thanks, Scott.
welcome to the MIT Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Adam Beisman. I'm a second year here at MIT Sloan, and I am thrilled to be presenting our next panel, The Future of Hockey, Engineering the Next Era of Growth. Today we have a really great set of panelists. We have Marty Walsh, who's the Executive Director of the NHL Players Association, Megan Chayka, who is a co-founder and CEO at Stathletes, Bill Daly, the Deputy Commissioner of the NHL, and it will be moderated by Warren Zola from Boston College. So like all other panels, we'll do 40 minutes of discussion, followed by around 5 minutes of Q&A. Please continue to submit your questions via the Cadence app, and we'll get to them then. And all yours, Warren.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you, everybody, for joining us on what I hope is a informative, exciting topic and discussion on the future of hockey. It is a sport that has garnered international interest, global attention, a lot of pride in this country of late through the efforts of a lot of folks, and we're thrilled with the success of the sport. We're looking forward to the future, and I'm honored to have these three speakers here to share their insight, their wisdom, their experience in a candid conversation that we're going to have. The one that I want to start off with is the foundation of at least the NHL. The business of that industry has a stable foundation, thank you in part to Bill and Marty and the new CBA that was reached. It has provided stability in ways that many other leagues don't have. That's a testament to these two men and the folks that they represent. And I'm going to start off with a question for Bill, just along those lines in terms of how important was it to you, the league, the owners, to provide that stability, and how excited are you in terms of looking at the future with the framework that you've now developed in conjunction with the NHLPA?
Well, it's nice to be here. Actually, I think we had a good foundation in place. But from the time Marty came on as the executive director, he made it clear that he would like to kind of build on what we had. And I was very appreciative of the way that happened, the way we undertook that task. We did it quietly, for the most part, behind the scenes. I've often said that the thing that distinguished that collective bargaining negotiation from any other, really, that I've been part of, and I've been at the league 29 years now, so I've been part of a number of them, was I didn't feel like we had a single session where, the puck moved backwards. It was, we made steady progress throughout. I think both sides made the compromises they need to make. And we did it for the good of the sport. It's really not an extension to our current CBA. It's a new CBA, and we're going to publish that to our clubs this summer. And it's something I think, at least at the league office and our ownership, we're very appreciative of.
And Marty, I mean, you clearly have dedicated your life to service. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the service to others as part of the Jesuit background from a wonderful institution down in Chestnut Hill that'll be named as Boston College, so thank you. But when you took over to represent the players, what was it about the imperative to get this done quickly and fairly, and that drove you to ensure that you would have this foundation to look forward to for the success of the players?
I think when I was being interviewed for the job, the players were talking about getting back into the Olympics, international hockey. They were saying that they wanted somebody that understood business and collective bargaining at the same time. The history of the NHLPA is a strong one, but can be difficult and challenging at times. So I wasn't part of that history. So when I took over the PA, I've been in the labor movement for my entire life. I've been in fights my entire life. I've seen the good and bad ways of doing things. And as you get older, and when I was mayor of Boston and labor secretary, you learn how to negotiate. You learn how to get things done. And when I got this job, one of the first meetings I had was with Bill and Gary, myself and Ron Hainsey, and we went in the room. And I think I came out and said, listen, I want to work together. We want to grow the game of hockey. We want to do things. And soon after that, Gary asked me about collective bargaining agreement. I said, we can do that. Let me have some time under my belt. So as Bill mentioned, the puck didn't go backwards. It went forwards from the first day. And we're going to continue to move the puck forward. I think we had a good negotiation. We've had some tremendous success in international hockey with the Four Nations and the Olympics and the World Cup coming up soon in a couple of years. It really is about growing the game of hockey. And so it's about keeping the goal in front of you and not putting it behind you, and try not to let personalities or arguments get in the way. I've always said that. You know, when I was mayor of Boston, if I had an argument with the union and I was on the other side, I would say to them, the argument's in the room. When we walk out the room, leave the argument in the room and try and move on, because it doesn't help anyone if you hold that forever.
And Megan, I'm going to come to you in a second, and I'm going to ask you about competitive balance and the result of the CBA, because I know that's your milieu. But I'll come back to Bill and Marty for one more question in the sense of, look, those of us who follow professional sports, we are sort of constantly aware of collective bargaining and this friction and tension. We could point to another sport whose CBA will be ending in December, and we're sort of anticipating what that may look like. How important was for the two of you was the transparency and the level of respect? You both have done tons of collective bargaining agreements, and at least as an outsider, but someone who's paying attention, the manner of respect and sort of professionalism that was behind the scenes clearly had a benefit to those that you represent and to those of us who are just fans of the sport and want to see it continue to succeed. How did you enter that? Was it anything different, or was it just, hey, they were honest and transparent and it got along fine?
I'd say, well, obviously Marty had different people at the table than we had dealt with in the past. I think there was respect from day one. And they obviously, the players had done their homework. Players Association had done its homework with the players in terms of what was important and what were priorities for the players. We obviously communicated what was important, what were priorities for our clubs. As I said, we were able to move that forward in a way that we had steady progress. And it was clear we were going to ultimately get to a result that worked for both sides.
Marty, you want to say anything nice about Bill before I go to Megan?
No, I mean, Bill's great to work with. I mean, Bill and Ron Hainsey do a lot of conversations behind the scenes. And, a lot of the more difficult, challenging issues that might have been there, it was myself and Gary and Bill and Ron and our attorneys. But Ron and Bill would talk about these very technical things behind the scenes a lot of times and get a lot of it done. I think overall, you just referenced potentially the end of the baseball season coming up. Coming into this not from the sport of hockey, who loved watching hockey growing up, I'm from Boston, love sports in general. I think that it's important for us that our fans that support us, both the teams and the players and all of us together collectively, it's important for them to understand that we also got to do it for them. And I think, when you think about baseball this year moving forward, it's looming. There's going to be a lockout at the end of the season. They're in the World Baseball Classic right now. They're going to start the season. And then at the end of the season, they potentially have a lockout. They need to have conversations before that. And I think that I wasn't here in the past for the negotiations, but I think you have to be fair to the fans as well. And what we want to do collectively, I think, is grow the game of hockey, having a brand new collective bargaining agreement behind us, having good momentum behind us. I think that that's important for us. And always with the eye on the next collective bargaining agreement, which is going to be 4.5 years from now. I mean, we want to make sure that when that time comes, we're in a good place, that we want to continue this moving forward.
And that kind of stability really helps the overall business too, right? So we're dealing with not only our fans, but also with sponsors and business partners, media rights holders and the like, that know we have this stability, and we now are starting to establish a track record of having a kind of a stable, growing business. And that's good for everybody.
All right. We're now going to put a pin in the love fest, and I'm now going to come to Megan in the sense of you are someone steeped in this industry. From your assessment, we've got an industry, hockey-related revenue surpassed $7 billion. Cap is projected to exceed $110 million. The interest of both parties and the individuals was to generate revenue, and one way to do that for the industry is competitive balance. As someone taking a look at this as a fan, but also someone who's deeply connected to the sport, what are your thoughts on how this has helped either set that foundation or continue the growth of this sport?
Hugely, and I think kudos to both of them, not to continue this compliments, but you can't really impact from an innovation perspective without that framework of a well-run league. You have to have the PA, you have to have the league working in lockstep to then be able to build and scale in meaningful ways, because just to do one-off projects here and there is not impactful. You need 32 arenas, 32 teams, feeder teams, a whole ecosystem to evolve around support. So without not only parity, there might be actually 8 new NHL teams in the playoffs this season. So you're getting all the fan bases involved in different times. And you're also like supercharging your league where like valuations go up, right? So if you have parity, people are a lot more interested in your 32 franchises. They inject more capital, which is great for technology, and you can just do more in general. So it's the health of the league, and then taking it a step further of what now can we build now that we have, cash flow and that fan base that wants to not only reinvest in that league, but they want different and new exciting media and sportsbook products.
So let me shift gears then and turn to sort of, we're at Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, taking the sort of analytics, performance, safety. What are some of the technology advances that you think are coming to the sport of hockey now that we've got this base of a CBA, an extension? Whether it's equipment, what are the things that are coming that we think are going to benefit the players and the fans that we should be paying attention to that we're not?
Well, the game has never been faster and better. The equipment is more protective. They can shoot harder, they can skate faster, and we can measure it in so many different ways. So whether that's hardware, they have chips on the player, computer vision, we can even track the puck now without having anything in a puck. So understanding even how a prospect skates in Finland, that's no problem. So that's seamless integration to find the best talent around the world and create the best league you can, both as an on-ice product, but to be able to communicate with fans. It's like, if you like that player, how good are they actually? So that like cross-channel, not just linear media, but this like digital like shoulder content that we can like automate through technology and data collection, I think will change a lot of how fans interface with the NHL.
So in general, when a union and a league are talking about collecting player data,
yes,
right? There's the benefit in terms of health and performance and safety, and then there's the privacy concerns. So Bill or Marty, when you guys were sort of talking about what the future holds, how much of that did you engage in terms of to what extent is this information that we want to collect, who holds it, who owns it, how do we share it? Did you get into the weeds of that you're willing to speak publicly in front of 1,000 of your closest friends?
We definitely get into the weeds on those issues, and you rightly pointed out what the countervailing balancing is that's involved in it. So everything that we do technologically where it tracks player performance, we negotiate with the Players Association with respect to how that data can be used, who has access to that data, and the like. I will say that probably going back to collective bargaining negotiations now, we have aligned pretty closely with the Players Association on the importance of player health and safety and making it the highest priority that we have. We have a committee, a joint health and safety committee. We have a concussion subcommittee. We have a protective equipment subcommittee, and we have a plane environment subcommittee. And we look at all the data we can collect to try to make the game as safe as it can be. And that's an area where we're necessarily aligned with the Players Association and the players, making the game safe.
I mean, the analytics too is not just, people generally think of data is collected on the ice. It goes so far beyond that.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's about fan experience, it's about fan involvement, it's about sponsorships, it's about all these different things. And I think that, when I became mayor of Boston, surprisingly enough, we didn't do a lot of data collection, analytic collection. We did year-to-year reports. And we did something called City Score in City Hall. that we were literally collecting data on a daily basis. And we're able to see the way our ambulance response times was, our fire response times were, our trash pickup was, our school buses, MBTA, all of that. When I came to the Players Association, we didn't have any of that either. And we're still not there yet, but we're looking at how do we use data analytics to really think about the growth of the game, the growth of what we do for players, what Bill just talked about, the health and safety of our players is key, number one probably for us inside the PA. But number two, it's also about business development, growth development. The league does a lot of great analytics. They have a whole department over there. We meet with them by once or twice a year to talk about the analytics they collect. It's so important for the growth of industry today. So I know there's a lot of people in this room that's probably, Megan knows better than I do, that's your thing, but you can measure sports, you can measure business, biotech, life sciences, whatever it might be. It's vital to the future of society, quite honestly.
So Megan, let me ask you this question then. Part of, as Marty absolutely appropriately pointed out, it's not just the on ice, it's how we consume the sport, how we enjoy it, both in person and at home or on our phone or wherever it may be. What would your vision of a new stadium include if you could build one and you had the funding to appropriately fit it out in ways that either the existing buildings don't have the arenas or that they're just missing because they're not thinking 5-10 years down the road or 2 years down the road?
And I think North America does a really good job of making it an entertainment product. And historically, hockey has been a bit difficult for new fans. It's very continuous. There's, white jerseys, white ice, there's boards. But it is the best in-arena, in my opinion, in-person product. So just bringing more layers where you have more experiences, whether that's putting on, Meta Ray-Ban glasses and you can see where all the shots were, or like where David Pasternak has scored with a heat map. There's a power play, you get an alert in your glasses of like, hey, get out of the concessions, get back to your seat. Like there's so many interactive ways that I think you can like seamlessly integrate with like the new world of how, 10 to 15-year-olds already operate now. That TikTok-y, 30-second, a minute clips of their favorite players. Serving up that content in like a push format, not just like asking like, how do I get a ticket? They already know, hey, there's discounted tickets, my favorite players in town, there's a special event. Making it more seamless too with like culture and music and just like everything that, that group would like. I think from a player's perspective, there's an element always of like fear, like where's my data going? How's it being used? But I think, making bigger salaries, having a better sports science department, all of that has way more to gain than any of the downfall risks of data protection and privacy, because there's layers of security, there's government, surveillance as we speak, I'm sure in this room. We're not gonna get away from the wave of AI. So it's how to manage, how to embrace, and how to make that, put your league in the best potential for the growth of the whole game.
Bill, you've been around the sport a couple of years.
Yeah.
What would be the sort of an in-stadium experience that you've seen recently that you would say absolutely sort of unique, something that you just couldn't have envisioned a couple of years ago that you think is really bringing, that's enhancing that in-game experience that has sort of come across your desk?
Well, a lot of what Megan just talked about are things that are new to our game, but they are things that like our fan demographic now demand. Right? It's how they consume the game. It's a lot different than how they consumed the game back in the 70s or 80s. And so all that extra data, all that extra information is something that's in great demand from our fans. And I think our clubs are doing we have this edge technology now with respect to player and puck tracking and all the data we can collect and share with our fans. And our clubs are incorporating that into their game presentations on an increasing basis. Some clubs do it a lot better and more comprehensively than others, but everybody's learning, and we do share best practices, and so I think it's been well received by our fans, and it's going to continue to proliferate for sure.
What would the advances be that you think are going to be part of the in-home experience that's going to enhance that engagement in terms of viewing or experiencing? You know, I won't get into the gambling component of it, but I want to watch a game. I'm a Boston guy, so I'm going to watch a Bruins game or a Boston College Beanpot game. What is it that the consumer is going to demand that you think is going to be changing? You, Marty, any of you? In terms
I think if you think back to what Bill just said, I was the kid that watched the Bruins and hockey in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and it was a very different experience on TV. You look at it today, the explanation of the game, the analytics they're showing to explain what things are, they're teaching fans as well about the game more. And even like the longtime hockey fan that might not have played but thinks they know it all, they're learning by listening to what the commentators are saying. I think that's key as well. Just to go back real quick on the analytics side, the only thing that I get concerned about in analytics is the players' information. I feel that's their information, and that's the agreement with the league. We work closely on that. So on the privacy piece of it, it's not so much privacy. It is privacy, but it's also some of the gambling companies want to take advantage of it. This is their statistics. So that's the stuff I get worried about a little bit. But when you watch it on a game, they're showing how fast. They'll show you that Connor McDavid is skating 3 miles in the game, and he's averaging 27 miles an hour skating. Think about that for a minute. And there's a lot of those information that they don't understand, that Connor McDavid or David Pastrnak skated 2 miles in the game today. Yeah. And he was going at a rate of X amount. It just shows you the magnitude of how fast the game is.
The speed is absolutely remarkable. And you mentioned sort of the bio data, right? That is out there, and there's always been that tension. And I'm happy if you'll comment on it, but that tension between the teams, and I've had a ton of teams in a variety of sports say, we want to collect that data because we can help offset injuries if we're getting heart rate and blood and all of this information. And I understand the player side with, either I don't want to know that, or I sure as heck don't trust you to protect that. And so there's always that sort of that tension where there's value and risk associated with that information and where it's going.
That was a concern I had a lot when I first started this job. I think a little of it is eased off a bit. Because I think you take a player like Sidney Crosby, I think he's 35 years old, and if you look at analytics, you might find another player with Sidney Crosby's same signs, everything else that's younger, but you can't get rid of the experience. You can't transform the experience from a 35-year-old Sidney Crosby to a 23-year-old young player that's playing in the NHL. You just can't do that. That's probably a terrible example I just gave, but it's one of those things that we watch it, but again, it's the overall package of analytics. You look at the whole package together.
One of the intentional growth streams and areas of interest has been this globalization of hockey, right? We are all coming off, at least here in this country, actually I think around the world, the high of the Olympics. We had the Four Nations. Clearly that is intended to grow the sport and build new audiences, but it also seems to be providing a enhanced level of excitement for existing and current fans. Megan, if you're crafting a strategy for international growth for hockey, what is it that you think has been done well, and what do you think is the next frontier that you say, man, if I could decide something, this is where I think there's really some cool opportunity to do it?
Well, when I pitch against the NFL, MLB, and NBA, that's always what I bring up, is we track in 24 leagues in so many different countries, hotbed in Europe, Russia. There's so many people that it's their number one sport, and you just don't see that with other sports. So trying to figure out how to draw that direct line when the Swedish want to watch Nylander, the Czechs want to watch David Pastrnak, whether that's an easy way to communicate, like a WhatsApp or something that is like internationally recognized. I think there's a way to thread the needle where you can actually bring in that international fan base into an NHL sphere and kind of transcend time zones, because that's always been the problem. I'm a Roman Josi fan, I'm from Switzerland, but how do I actually see his games beyond the global series? So I think conceptually, just like a strategy to use this new digital innovation layer to bring that into their living rooms, to have them experience, whether that's a VR, they can sit with Roman Yossi in a penalty box and watch the game. You know, there should be ways to like personalize that, especially for this European that's like, they're just ferocious for hockey and they understand it and they love it and the tournaments go over there and, you know, there's a lot that goes on. So I think the potential is really exponential to like get that revenue. I know like the NFL, there's always those rumors of how much of that NBA, you know, European League is going to happen. What does that look like? But certainly the NHL could, you know, do more, even just digitally in Europe, and make it make sense.
Bill, are there areas that you would?
Well, I agree with everything she said, right? And I think that has been certainly a focus of ours in recent years in terms of just creating more connections between our league and our players and Europe. Generally, 30% of our players are European born, and creating a connection with their homeland, I think is so important to the overall business and lifting the business in Europe. But there are other things we can do too. As a matter of fact, we experimented with something this week, which we're going to experiment with and pilot more next year, where Nashville Predators volunteered essentially to host a weekday matinee game that we were able to telecast in Europe, broadly in Europe, against Detroit Red Wings. I think it was Monday afternoon. And, you know, it takes a lot of cooperation, right? Because the NHL clubs who are scheduling matinees, you're not necessarily getting the same concessions, and people are working during the days, right? So we got to see how it works. But we think we can create kind of a product that will appeal to a European hockey fan base by having it in prime time on weekdays and not necessarily head-to-head with their football competition. So that's just one example of the many things we're doing to try to take advantage of the international opportunity, which we think is a real growth area for us.
I don't know if these numbers are accurate, Marty, but you'll certainly know better than I. At one point, reasonably recently, the league was about 50% Canada, 50% Europe, 50% Canada, 25% Europe, 25% US. I don't know if that's sort of an appropriate pie or if anyone would know, but clearly the growth globally has got to be drawing more talent for the leagues and for the union.
No, there's no question about it. And when I started, you know, international hockey, international inside the PA was a couple people working on it, and it was another thing in the issue in the PA that worked on. When I got there, I had looked around. I talked to Bill and Gary about Olympics, and Rob Zepp, who was in the office doing some work on international and some other things. I made him in charge of international hockey, and it's been a game changer. He works with the league. It's like the league and the PA are together talking international hockey, whether it's with the IOC, IIHF, and that's changed tremendously. And having that person and his office is growing now inside the Players Association, focused on international hockey. That's their role, international hockey. You know, working with players, working with opportunities for sponsorship, growing the game. So I think that's probably changed a lot as well. Helping the relationships as far as moving forward, as far as the business side of it. And you know, I depend on, Rob Zepp is in charge of the office. I depend on him. He does it. He fills me in on what's going on, but him and Bill are in constant communication, the NHL and him are in communication. So I think that's a different change. And the players know that. When we go around and talk to the teams, the players know that Rob Zepp's in charge of international hockey, and that's a big deal for the players.
When I first had a hockey panel here at Sloan, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago, we were talking about the future of hockey, and I'm not sure we discussed women's ice hockey. And now we've got a league that has had success, supported by the national team. I believe we have the coach of the USA national team here with us. I know he's at the conference, probably in this room. Congratulations again on behalf of all of us who enjoyed Megan Keller scoring that clinching goal.
Most of us enjoyed it.
Where'd she go? I can't remember. Where'd she go to school?
I forget.
Yeah, right.
In Boston somewhere?
So
no, MIT. Do you have a hockey team? I don't know if they have a hockey team.
You thought this was going to be civil. It turned ugly. Bill, how important to you, because the women's ice hockey started outside of the NHL to some extent, and now we got the PWHL. It's a brand. It is a business model. There has been success in the sense of attention. How critical has that been to the success of the business of hockey overall?
We think it's very important, obviously, to the business of hockey overall and being able to lift the whole. And as you know, the start of professional women's hockey, had its fits and starts, so to speak, in both the United States and Canada. And now with the PWHL, I think women's hockey is in really good hands. Obviously, the governing bodies in both Canada and the United States value women's hockey and has been important to those programs. Now going on probably 30 years or so. So it's hockey, and it's another version of hockey. And so anytime the women can be successful, both professionally but also in the international stage, it's good for the National Hockey League.
Marty, has there been talk about unionization or?
It's unionized. There's a player association. We work closely.
That's right, with Brian.
We work closely with them.
Right.
Malik Underwood is the head of it, head of the union, and before her was Brian Burke. So we support them. We help them with everything, and I think the beauty for both the women's union and our union is that we can learn from each other. Number one, and number two, they don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's already done, so we can help them with that as far as marketing. And I think Megan's probably the most important person here for this conversation because I think the data is going to show women's hockey is growing tremendously fast as women's soccer does, and that's really where you're going to see data, where data analytics is going to help the growth of that game.
Absolutely. And when you look at the multiples of growth, the NHL has so many fans now that to get that same delta change is just probably not going to happen. But they have so many step functions now. So those franchises are going for, well over what people were acquiring them from even like 2-3 years ago when you look at the, WNBA teams and NWSL. So see similar momentum in hockey. And I do think from a technology perspective, you don't have to build for men's hockey. It's not a men's product. You can build tracking technology for everyone, and women's game is just as important for that growth structure. You really have new entrants, you have new touch points, and anything you can do to superpower that fan connection, I think just brings more people into that hockey whole sphere. And they're going to go to NHL games, and they're going to go to PWHL games, and there's maybe shared arenas or whatever that looks like. I think it could be a far more seamless fan experience through hockey.
I think USA Hockey issued a press release yesterday saying that we had in this country more than 100,000 registered girls and women's hockey players for the first time ever. So we are growing.
We're going to open up to some questions from the audience in a couple of minutes, so submit them and they will magically appear on my iPad with luck. But I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative and do a quick lightning round with you guys with a couple of questions. And I'll start here, Bill, with you. But the other two should be thinking of an answer to this, but you can't have the same answer. What single country would represent the biggest untapped growth for your league?
So this one's easy for us because we've studied it. We're focused on Germany. Having said that, you don't lose focus on other hockey countries in Europe, but Germany has a very high, one, a very strong economy, but two, high familiarity with hockey. It's the largest, I think, sports sponsorship market in all of Europe. It's the second largest sports media rights country in all of Europe, and they have their own existing league, which is one of the most successful leagues in Europe. So, plus we have a couple of star players who are German-born and trained. So, it is going to be a focus for us starting immediately. Actually, I have a trip to Germany planned for next week, but it's that's the answer.
All right, Megan, you get the second pick. You can't choose North America or Germany. What's your next target? And Bill's taking notes because they're ready to invest in your
I'm going to go Switzerland, but I know they already put an office there, so they were kind of ahead of the curve of me. But the major data distributor in the NHL, NBA is out of there, Sportradar.
I'd say the UK after that, after Germany, it's the United Kingdom. I think that you see the success NFL's had over there. They had no footprint there at all, and it's turned into pretty successful for them. Basketball has some games over there, but I think the UK would would be a great place. And I have to throw a shout out for Ireland as well. I know Bill, I'd love to see the first outdoor game in Ireland.
Stunned.
We want Ireland.
Stunned. All right, so here's a curveball or a Wakefield knuckleball. If I take North America and Europe off the table, is there any country that any of you see as here's some opportunity? We know that the NBA is focused on India and China. Are there other areas that you guys think, well, here's some untapped potential?
Well, we played 2 preseason games in Australia. Australia is a hot sports market. It's a developed economy. It just happens to be a really long way away, and they don't.
I've read about
that. They have yet to kind of break through on player development there. Having said that, I think there's an opportunity there.
You don't want to add another.
I just think what Megan talked about analytics and trying to through social media see where you can find those hotbeds. India is a place that ball hockey is supposed to be, from what I heard, the largest ball hockey in the world. So there's opportunities for fans there, maybe not NHL players, but fans and growing the game. So I just think with today's world, the world isn't as big today because of social media. We can really explore and see where a good market's potentially to be.
And also, ice hockey is a lot like soccer in terms of like continuous flow plays. So looking at some of those, even South America, you have a large density of population. You know, you're not asking them to buy high ticket prices. You're asking them just to engage with whatever you're giving them through digital. So I think there's a lot of markets that could grow exponentially through just like figuring out how to do smart content.
All right. Let's go to, this is an easy one. Favorite team, but I'll say growing up because I know at least 2 of you are not allowed to have a favorite team today. But growing up, favorite team, just to give us some personal background on this.
So where are we starting? I grew up a New York Ranger fan. Grew up in northwestern New Jersey. My father's company had season tickets to the Rangers. I went all the time. I lived and died with the Rangers. Hockey became my passion. Very early on, I wasn't as good a hockey player as I was at other sports because we didn't have as much ice, but that was it.
I've got in part 2, this is a 2-part, again, faculty prerogative. Favorite team growing up, and then my second part of that question is, when was the last time you skated on ice?
Within the year. I don't do it regularly anymore.
No injuries?
Well, you know, Hammy's always a little
fair enough. Megan, favorite team growing up and last time you're on the
I
ice?
grew up in between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Buffalo Sabres, and I now do some MSG broadcasts at the Sabres, so I will give them a shout out because they might make the playoffs. 96% chance.
Might win the division.
I said one team growing up, not your 8 favorites.
They might win the cup.
It's one, yep.
And when was the last time you were on ice skating?
So they got me to go on ice over Christmas. I did the team skate, so it's great.
Growing up, Bruins, I got season tickets in 1987. I was 20 years old, so I got a chance to see the Stanley Cup twice, but not in the Bruins hands as a kid. You know, just Bruins fan my whole life, and about 20 years ago, last time I was on ice.
All right. Last question, and then I'll go to some of the audience questions. And I want like a sentence. This isn't a 4-paragraph essay. What is one thing that the average hockey fan doesn't know about the sport or the business that you wish they did know? Is there anything that you say, I didn't know, but as an insider, here's something that I wanted to convey to just appreciate the sport, the business, something that is different?
I'd say the intensity. Like when you even look at the data sets, like the difference between elite athletes versus like a baseline, it's far closer in the NHL than people would perceive.
I think the inclusivity. I think a lot of people think there are a lot of barriers around our sport that cause them caution in approaching it, and we want to break down those barriers. And I think we are doing a decent job of doing that.
The humility of these players. You know, there's very, very few egos in this game of hockey. When you talk to these players, they're just young men that just love the sport of hockey, and they just do a lot of great things. It's just, to me, when I meet them, the humbleness that they have is just amazing. And when you ask them to if somebody asks them to do something, go visit a hospital, something like that, I mean, they just do it. And it really, I mean, we saw it with the Hughes brothers over the last couple of weeks here. The way that they carry themselves is just amazing.
And if you want to talk, I mean, it's a fraternity. And
I would even say it's less than a fraternity because they don't act like a fraternity. They act more like it's like a.
I meant the close knit.
No, I hear what you mean. You know, it's just.
I mean, seeing the team skate around with Johnny Gaudreau's jersey, like that's something that, to some extent, you wouldn't see in other sports, and it's just part of the fabric of this sport.
But even watching like the gold medal game, the women's gold medal game, a lot of the Canadian hockey team and the American hockey team, men's, were there watching them and cheering them on. It was just amazing to see. They were just fans watching a hockey game, and they blended into the crowd. It was great to see that.
So one of the questions from the audience talks about we've built up new fans, and we continue to do so, or you as the sport. How do you balance the innovation and the new fans that are coming in with the sort of the fans that have always loved the sport as it is and that have been that foundation of here's how hockey is, and we want to maintain that tradition and that stability? Has there been any sort of discussion about the tension between there, or is it just the more fans the better?
I think there's constant debate about the tension that's there. You obviously try to cater to both to the extent you can, but sometimes you can't, and then you make the decisions that are in the best interest ultimately of the business and the sport.
And I mean, the sport changes. I mean, it changed from the first time I went to a hockey game. I don't know what year it was. There was the Bruins versus the Flyers till today. It's a different game. It's faster. They move faster. There's not as many fights as there was, but it's just a different game. And I think as a fan, long-term fan, you watch the evolution of the game. The rules haven't changed. The game has changed a bit. The players have changed. Their abilities have changed in a big way. So I think that the old-time hockey fan that we'll talk about, the old days, I mean, they can't say these days aren't incredible. If they watch a gold medal game or if they watched the game last night between the Avalanche and the Dallas Stars, I mean, that was an unbelievable hockey game.
All right, I'm going to combine what you just said in terms of fighting with one of the questions. Fighting has been part of the sport forever, and certainly there's value in it and it builds teamwork. But I'm going to throw it into a lightning round question and say, fighting, good or bad for the league?
I'll let Marty start.
I'm not digging that.
Veteran move, well done, Bill.
I don't think you can answer good or bad. I think it's the tension is there and the emotion is there in the game, and I think that I think the refs are quicker to get in and break it up now. I mean, there's some fights that you see clearly, but I think that I don't focus on the fighting in the game. I think there's less and less fighting because what happens last night, there was a fight in the Minnesota Wild game. Brock Faber got a 2-minute instigation, 5-minute fighting, 10-minute misconduct. He's a top defenseman, so that's a long time, 17 minutes to be off the ice. So I think you're seeing less and less of that happening.
Megan, you want to respond to this one? Or are you going
It's
to
a
take
differentiator, so there's an element of good. And there is that push and pull of aggression that just comes out of the game too. So I think I actually was at the Australian games, and the one thing the crowds really liked were the hits and the fights. They weren't sure about the goals. They were like, okay. But they understood like that element of like, that presence. So whether you like fighting or not, there's a level of aggression that I think people, and that speed of the game, that's really like conceptually interesting. And I don't think you want to lose that. Wherever fighting goes, I don't really care. I don't really have a horse in the race, but there's that aggression that I think has to stay.
Is it safer because of fighting?
It can be. What I was going to say is I think fighting still has a role in the game. I'll also differentiate or really distinguish us versus the IIHF. Obviously, in the IIHF, international hockey, you get if you fight, you're thrown out of the game and got in the game misconduct, which is unlike what we have. Having said that, having watched more than 20 hockey games in the Olympics, it didn't stop the players from fighting. They just didn't throw their gloves off, right? They were punching each other, just like they'd punch each other in our games, and they didn't get game misconducts for doing that. So the fighting still happens.
Look, I hope you will join me in being excited about the future of hockey because of the fact that these three people, among others and those they represent, have brought their talents to this industry. The future of the sport is in great hands, both for the players, the league, and for the fans. I thank Marty, Megan, and Bill for joining us. I thank all of you. Have a fantastic conference, and go hockey. Thank you. Well done.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Derek Thompson. This is Nate Silver, and we're going to talk about.
I was going to introduce you. I could just do that quickly.
Sorry.
No, all good, all good.
And this is Kat. Round of
Hi,
applause for
everyone.
Kat.
Yes, hi, everyone. I'm Kat Chang. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. I'm also an MPA, an International Development student at the Harvard Kennedy School. It is my pleasure to introduce to you, again, the dark side of Moneyball for Everything with Nate Silver and Derek Thompson. Our panelists are Nate Silver, statistician, author, and founder at Silver Bulletin, as well as Derek Thompson, author of Abundance and writer at The Atlantic. This panel will run for 45 minutes, and unfortunately, we will not have time at the end for questions. And with that, I'll properly turn it over to you, Derek.
That was so much better than mine, so thank you. I'm glad we got to it. In a nutshell, this is a panel about have analytics ruined the world? And we're going to start in very familiar territory. And I think we're going to broaden this conversation to pull in more and more unfamiliar domains that might apply to this question of analytics. So let's start with like the most cliche example, which is baseball, right? This is where the Moneyball revolution was born. Before Moneyball became Moriball, became analytics. Some statistics about how baseball's changed in the last few years before I turn this over to you, Nate. In the 1990s, in any given year, there were typically 50% more hits than strikeouts in the average game. Today, there are consistently more strikeouts than hits. Singles per game are at all-time lows. Hits per game have plunged to 1910s levels. And in the century and a half of Major League Baseball history covered by the database Baseball Reference, which I adore, the 10 years with the most strikeouts per game are the last 10 years. Nate, have analytics ruined baseball?
Yes. No, I'm just kidding. Partly, maybe. Well, I mean, there are a lot of qualifications. Every word in that sentence I could parse. What are analytics, for example? Look, analytics are a tool to make people more efficient about finding winning strategies. If it's correct that the winning strategy involves lots of walks and strikeouts and home runs, then analytics will help reveal that. Look, I think the downstream aesthetic effects on baseball have been primarily negative. I mean, it's called baseball. The bases are supposed to be heavily involved in baseball. A home run is exciting. What's really exciting? Because if you're at a game and you feel the crowd buzzing, first and third with nobody out. That's really fucking exciting. Action on the base paths, I do like the new pickup rules that encourage more stolen bases, but you know, I like it when there are some guys in the league who hit 326. Not just Aaron Judge, right? I like it when there's some guys who hit 326 with 4 home runs. I mean, I guess Trey Turner doesn't really do that anymore either. And so, like, but that's not an analytics thing per se, as much as like a rules thing and maybe a sameness thing where you don't have as many types of baseball players. You know, you don't have starting pitchers going deeper into games anymore. So that is, in effect, we have downstream negative aesthetic effects, I feel like.
There's a concept that I love that I think applies to this subject, which is a religion scholar named James Carse wrote a famous book about 2 ideas that he called finite and infinite games. And the difference between a finite and infinite game, according to Carse, is that finite games are played to win and infinite games are played to keep playing. So a debate within a relationship, say a marriage, is a finite game. There's a winner and there's a loser. Typically the winner is my wife. The infinite game is a marriage. You want to find some way to play the finite game such that one remains married. In sports, the finite game is the outcome of the game. There's nothing more final than a box score. It exists. The infinite game, I would say in sports, is whether the sport remains interesting to people. And I think maybe one way to frame the way that analytics can sometimes become too perfect is that we focus so much on the finite game of perfecting winning strategies that we lose sight on the infinite game of making sure that the league is exciting to people. So one way that I think is interesting that in baseball, they've responded at the level of infinite games because they've seen the negative reaction that people have to the rise of 3 true outcomes in baseball, and they've said, let's add maybe larger bases, let's add maybe pitch clocks. I mean, how would you describe the way that baseball has sort of recognized the phenomenon that we're talking about and sort of changed itself to sort of respond at that level of infinite game?
Oh, look, I think they have gotten their religion, and I think the pitch clock is a tremendous innovation, and you see like a lot of new enthusiasm for baseball. We had a great World Series last year. We have great players. I don't dispute any of that. I do think that like part of the revival in baseball is that people feel very unmoored and the tradition that baseball represents, but there's no activity, maybe literally, where like statistics are so woven into the tradition of baseball. I think you do lose a little bit when you don't have 330 guys hitting 330, when you don't have 20 game winners, right? When you don't have these things that are comparable to the past. Whereas the NFL is this weird, I love the NFL too, it's this weird Frankensteinian concoction, mostly made for television. And the NFL is very aggressive about constantly changing the rules, right? And usually they're smart. I kind of like-ish the new kickoff now. It looked pretty weird at first. But baseball, I think, was a little slow to act. Again, things like, I don't know, reducing loft angles and things like that might be pretty hard to do. Maybe you just have to make the fields, I mean, that's one obvious thing. Make the fields bigger, right? Humans are bigger now and stronger. Make the fields bigger. That might be like one way to do it.
So, I mean, like, a theme that I'm picking up on from that answer is that it is almost inevitable in an age where we are getting smarter and smarter about mathematics and analytics and winning strategies, that what's going to happen is the league sets the rules of a game. And then different teams perfect those rules. And they perfect them so much that the league actually has to change the rules in order to scramble strategies and sustain the interestingness of the game. This is maybe a good place, before we go to football, which I definitely want to touch, to do a drive-by on basketball. Because I've definitely heard people make an extension of the argument I made for baseball about basketball. That because lots of teams recognize as 3 points are 50% more valuable than 2 points, the number of three-pointers per game, as everyone knows in this audience, is basically rising linearly year after year. And so some people have essentially said, look, the same phenomenon that happened to baseball, where every team is employing the same strategy, now that's come to basketball, and here again, you have the finite game being perfected at the cost of the infinite game, of the interestingness of basketball being put in jeopardy. How do you feel about the idea that the same disease that infected baseball sort of has come for basketball and created similar levels of crisis?
Look, Derek, it's the same phenomenon. We are in a highly competitive society. Metrics help us achieve the competitive equilibrium more quickly, but it is an equilibrium for the competitors in the sport and not for the fans necessarily, right? But look, I think basketball is very aesthetically pleasing these days, for the most part. Like, go back and watch basketball footage from like the 1980s. It looks like a bunch of fucking like plumbers standing around, running up and down the court with lots of like squeaking shoes, and like, it was not a better game. It's like not even the same game. That's why like a player like Jason Tatum, who had a very good return last night, but like, that's why these guys, despite innovations in sports science, are getting hurt, because it was not this 360-degree high-velocity game. And now the playoffs last year were terrific. And like, no, I think there's not as much sameness in basketball. I mean, you look at how the Nuggets play, you look at how the Rockets play, you look at how Wemby plays, the Celtics play, the Thunder. It seems a pretty healthy dynamic to me. If there are a few too many three-pointers, again, just make the court bigger. Not that hard.
Within sports, there's really nothing that comes even close to football. And when you look at ratings in particular, and I'm not going to dwell on the issue of ratings, but when you look at ratings in particular, it's like there's football and then there's everything else, especially on a regular game ratings basis. One thing that I think can be said about football, and maybe you were gesturing toward this, and I'm just sort of creaking open the door that you opened, is that football is almost too complicated for any one strategy to become seen as the perfect strategy, right? Even the concept of which quarterback is going to be good is such a complicated question, because it's so hard to isolate the quality of a quarterback, the same way you can isolate the quality of, say, a three-point shooter. If someone's good at shooting a three-point shot, they're good at shooting a three-point shot, they're good at shooting a three-point shot. But being a great quarterback is so contextual. You're behind an offensive line you don't control. You're throwing to people that you don't control. You're executing an offensive strategy by a coordinator who is not you. And I wonder if, in a way, the imperfectibility of football, the fact that it's almost too complicated to be solved by analytics, might help to explain why it remains so dynamic and popular in the US. Do you buy that idea?
Look, I have a few different thoughts here. Let me make one narrow point about quarterbacks, which is this is not just a myth. I built a quarterback rating system called
Elway?
Qbert.
Qbert, sorry.
Elway and Qbert are friends, right?
Okay.
Elway is like the overall model, Qbert's the quarterback model. And so we're trying to say, can you predict NFL performance from college stats? And the answer is, you can maybe get like a 10% signal. What if you add in where a guy was drafted? Doesn't help at all. It helps predict playing time, but the efficiency conditional on playing, basically no signal at all, which is kind of shocking.
I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, the selection effects and the collider effects are quite complicated, right?
Can you just make sure, I want to make sure that this inability to find a signal on good quarterbacks is compared to other positions. Like, how does this compare to, say, like trying to identify a good center in basketball or a good pitcher, say, in baseball?
Well, even within football, every other position, because we have like little, basically war projections that we run for Elway, every other position, even several years into a player's career, draft position is predictive. A linebacker will get better if he was the #1 overall pick at age 26 versus age 25, noticeable signal. With quarterbacks, not really. I mean, I could go on for hours about like both the statistical and practical problems of why that's the case. But look,
let's go on for 5 minutes, because I like this. This is interesting.
Like, part of it is that if you are a Ryan Leaf or a Zach Wilson, then you might get 2 or 3 chances. Whereas if you're Tony Romo, you have to impress immediately. Second thing is, like, the learning curve is extremely, I never know if it's just steeper, but like it's extremely steep in the NFL. Even if you're like the best, the quarterback with the best college stats in history, your projected rating for the first half of the year is well below average, right? By the way, here's like a little angle. Quarterbacks improve noticeably from year 1 to year 2, and in fact, even in year 1. Drake May would be a great example of this. Doesn't always work out, but there is no substitute for the experience of being a quarterback in an NFL game. There are only 32 of these positions, and if you're not Zach Wilson, teams have a pretty short leash. To commit to a guy who's going to be bad for the first year to year and a half usually, and guarantee your entire $800 billion franchise or $1 million franchise is going to be that's outmoded. Your $5 billion franchise is going to be outmoded and play like shit for a couple of years. It's a big commitment, so it's a very interesting problem. Yeah, it is true that like if you forced the 6th round pick to play, most of them would not be Tom Brady
or Brock Purdy. Yeah.
Yeah, but college football is not a good proxy for the pressure that you face in the NFL and the psychological part. People ask, like, is there a clutch skill among quarterbacks? Well, there probably is, but the guys who don't have it kind of become the Ben Simmonses and like don't survive for very long intact. You have to be clutch in every NFL start when there are only 17 games per year.
Yeah, and just because I think quarterbacks might be just the most important position in sports, I think it's worth just drilling down a little bit more into this really interesting, I think, sophisticated point that you're putting your finger on, which is that overall, the highest signal you have found, and I think other people who have studied this, like Dave Barry in Utah, have found, is that opportunity breeds quality, right? The more pass opportunities, the more games started that a quarterback has, that tends to be somewhat predictive of how good they will get, because you need a lot of practice. But the huge confounder is that if you're a first-round draft pick, if you're, Sam Darnold, let's say, or Baker Mayfield, if you flame out on your first team, you might get a second opportunity to start. You might get a third opportunity to start. You might win the Super Bowl for your 3rd or 4th team. Yep. That's never going to happen to someone who's drafted like Tony Romo in whatever 4th round. I don't remember what round Tony Romo was drafted in. But basically, quarterbacks that aren't drafted in the 1st round don't have that many opportunities. So the signal that you're getting, if you innocently study this picture, might say, oh, 1st-round quarterbacks are better, but what's really happening is that 1st-round quarterbacks just get more opportunities, and quarterbacks with more opportunities have a chance to sort of ride up that hill, that steep learning curve that you were describing.
Even into a player's 250th start in the NFL, there is still additional benefit from making more starts, right? Like, guys who play in the playoffs actually tend to get better a little bit because they just get like more high leverage, high pressure starts if they don't get hurt. And that's important. You can disaggregate over large data the impact of age versus the impact of experience. That's why you can have guys who are 36, 38, 42, 45, right? Tom Brady is like 12 days older than me or something, I think, right? He used to be the only athlete that was like, good, and I was still younger then, and now there's nobody, basically. But yeah.
Right. I do think there's really something interesting in this idea that, like, we are at a conference that is interested in analytics, and we live in a world that is becoming more interested in analytics. And this is before we even get into artificial intelligence, which we might touch toward the end. And there's something to me that's kind of like culturally profound about the idea that the most popular, maybe cultural product in America, and certainly the most popular sport, is the one that's most unsolvable, the one that's hardest to perfect, because 11-on-11 action is much harder to find the optimal strategy for than a 5-on-5 game in the NBA, or than baseball, which is basically just a series of one-on-one duels that last 9 innings.
And the
have,
NFL...
8 people behind the pitcher. And so I think there's an interesting idea there that the imperfectibility of the sport might be a critical ingredient for its popularity.
The NFL, if you look at how often, if you're betting the NFL, how often do you have a sweat late into the game? And it's like far more often than other sports, right? Most games are within a touchdown heading in the third quarter, or at least a touchdown and a field goal. If not, then it's probably within a touchdown of the point spread. I mean, I watched a lot more of the NFL this year than I had in like 20 years. And like, you can see why it's a compelling TV product. And by the way, the NFL League Office optimizes for the TV fan experience more so than other sports, right? They're like, we're going to proactively go after this and change it. And you realize kind of like what a brilliant product the NFL is. They think a lot about their inventory, having, I guess, now 18 regular season weeks, kind of in the middle of winter. Football's bigger in the Northeast and the Midwest. It's a discernible effect. That's kind of brilliant, right? That cluster of fun you have on a Sunday, it's all very brilliant. And they've been smart, I think, not to over-inventory too much.
Yet. I mean, who knows how many games Goodell's going to pitch for in the next few years. But I agree with you. A part of the value is the scarcity. One last question on sports before we broaden this concept into other domains. For a while, it felt like the strategic advantage, the alpha that was available to various front offices, was analytics. How much smarter can you get about evaluating a player's worth in certain contexts, or generally speaking, if you're going to draft them from college and put them on your team? Now, every single baseball, basketball, football, et cetera, organization has a large analytics department. And some might have a larger budget for the analytics department. Some might have the perfect formula this year that's going to be figured out and it's going to spread next year. But for the most part, analytics is a universal strategy. And I wonder where you think alpha is headed in a world where analytics have become relatively universal. Like, what is the idea that in 2026 is similar to the world of, say, 2005, where people were just beginning to whisper this concept of Moneyball to each other? What's the next domain that's like the analytics revolution of the future, the alpha of the future?
I think some of it is literally the game theory type stuff, where, so as brilliant as AI models are, they're not so great at like dynamic equilibria, where the correct strategy changes in response to what the consensus strategy might be. So that kind of dynamic programming stuff, I think, is probably further away from being solved. There are still some things that are systematically inefficient in the NFL. Teams actually do not run enough on like third and long, believe it or not. There are little things like that if you kind of poke around, you'll find. So that's one area. The other, look, gathering original data that other people don't have is still going to be valuable. LLMs are very smart, and nerds are very smart at like squeezing all the juice you can out of the data that you have. But if you have better data or more data, that data doesn't have to be statistical, it can be visual data, for example, things like that. Maybe for draft picks, you're scanning people's writing samples, and I don't know, a lot of it's probably bad science and like overfit models and things like that. But collecting original data, by the way, it's one reason why journalism might not be as much in the AI apocalypse, like actual reporting. Like, that's still very valuable. AI can't go on the ground and create facts that aren't in the training set.
Yeah, I mean, one quality that seems like so unbelievably important, where we don't yet have the ideal optimal formula for predicting it, seems to be something like one's capacity to improve. Right? And I don't know like the perfect word for that, but I mean, compare, say, I mean, this is cliche, but it's a useful cliche. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, right? At 21 years old, who's the better quarterback? Is there a question?
Yeah.
Like, is there any question in the world who the better quarterback at 21 years old is? So there's a true answer to the question, who's the better quarterback, Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, when you look at their playing record between 18 and 21. But the answer by the time they're both 37 or 38 turns out to be very different. Now, they're going into different organizations, they have different weapons, they're playing for different coaching. But there also seems to be this quality that maybe you look at a player like Josh Allen too. Like, his completion rating is like 52% when he's a rookie, and now he's one of the more accurate passers in the league. There's something to this idea of improvability, where I feel like analytics isn't anywhere close to being able to solve that problem. And I wonder if maybe you're right, that like it's not about the quality of the large language model. It's about the quality of the pre-training data. We don't know yet the right questions to ask that could possibly yield the correct answer to what kind of person is the sort of person who will commit themselves or will have the right habits or has the right mindset or the right genes or whatever to have the sort of improvability that will allow this third-round pick to act like a first-round pick.
I'm maybe not quite putting this the right way, but maybe it's kind of intrinsically not that systematizable.
Yeah, right. No, it might not be
try to
measurable.
imitate it. Like this comes up in politics. I should probably talk a little bit about politics, for example, right? The first time you come up with a new pitch. So here's what comes to mind. It's a slightly spicy example, but you probably all saw, if you are a sports fan in particular, in 2024, Trump ran a lot of the Kamala is for they, them ad about transgender politics. And by most measures, it was effective. People debate whether it's very effective or somewhat effective, but effective. The GOP has tried using that same script repeatedly in other campaigns, and it hasn't really worked at all because like it loses like the novelty effect a little bit. Like similar, like when you try to like, okay, you're going to have a lot of players who are trying to be like the next Nikola Jokic. Probably not going to work, right? Because he is kind of one of one, and he's a creature of his moment and a creature that's adapting to this kind of new world that you live in. And so, you know, usually the first instance is the best instance. The first imitator is pretty good, and then you encounter diminishing to negative returns. So some of this may be hard to replicate. And I think, you know, look, when you build like a model, like a regression model, you build a toy version, minimum viable product that kind of gets you, you know, you predict 70% of games right. You get some better data, better modeling, 73%. You slave away to add in some new variable, 74%, but you're asymptoting pretty quickly, right? The world, I think, is intrinsically not all that predictable. In some ways, AI and technology intersecting with politics makes the world less predictable in some ways, and like you're going to max out predictability. That will make sports fun, I think, until the end of eternity.
Yeah. The last point there that you reminded me of that I think is really important is this idea of like analytics making contact with a world in which teams are responding with dynamic strategies, such that the strategy you're coming into the game with can be responded to. And it reminds me, I remember who it was. It might have been Yuval Harari who said there's two different kinds of predictions in the world. He said prediction type 1 is a world where the prediction you make has no effect on the outcome. Right. So I think the weather is, I mean, in your first book, The Signal and the Noise, you talked about meteorology, right? And so if I predict that it's going to be 55 degrees next Tuesday in Boston, that prediction makes no contact with the weather systems that will determine what the temperature is going to be in Boston. But if I am a research analyst for Goldman Sachs, and I say that NVIDIA stock is going to decline by 25% in the next 6 months, my prediction makes fundamental contact with the world of investors and therefore can either drive the stock down or create a news cycle that responds to my prediction and drives the stock up. And what you're saying is that there's a lot of intelligence from analytics that is a type 2 prediction, that if you're responding to the history of like going forward on like 4th and 2 from the 38-yard line, well, historically, that might have worked. But now, if teams are expecting everyone to go for it on 4th and 2 from the 38-yard line, well, now the defensive schemes you're going up against have nothing to do with the defensive schemes that built the information used in the pre-training data that gave you that sort of predictive result. And that maybe is like an area where analytics might still need to mature.
And I think that's becoming more and more true. I mean, you look at like prediction markets. We had a great panel on prediction markets this morning. On the one hand, if you think the consensus is wrong, now it's a way to make money with the markets. There are times, though, where these things can become kind of like a snake eating its own tail, where you don't have a good a priori way to model things, and so you're like, well, this is what other people think, therefore it must be right. If you look at what happens in those cases where you have a self-reinforcing consensus, is that it is very good 95% of the time. The 5% you get these kind of like fat-tailed risks. Now I sound like Taleb or something, but it becomes this thing that can become very fragile when focal points shift very quickly sometimes, and kind of knowing when the consensus is wrong is probably still going to be very important. AI, by the way, too. AI may actually be consensus reinforcing, right? You were telling a story backstage about how you are like having it do economic research, and it will actually kind of sound like an economic expert, probably somewhat mid now, but less and less mid over time. But it kind of actually drives people toward consensus and expertise, unlike the previous technology, social media, which kind of makes people fucking objectively crazy, right?
Yeah.
And that might be better, but it might mean that, understanding what are these market dynamics where when is everybody wrong? It's very hard to know that, but if you're used to playing poker, you're used to games of dynamic equilibria, then you think it that way more naturally.
Yeah. No, I don't think this is, I wasn't planning on talking about this aspect of AI, but I think you're absolutely right that it's fair to say social media is a divergent technology in a way that AI is a bit more of a convergent technology, in that like if AI is, at least in this iteration of it, right, discouraged from producing evidence-light conspiracy theories for the broad prompting public. Social media is not embarrassed about offering evidence-light conspiracy theories for the broad scrolling public. And so that's a way in which I think you're right, that there's some subtle ways that the age of social media and the age of AI might lead to different outcomes. Let's turn the page from sports strategy into another passion of yours, which is gambling. This is supposed to be a capacious question. What should the amateur sports gambler know that he or she probably doesn't know?
So if you're in an adversarial betting partner, so anyone who profits from you losing, and when I guess accept the prediction markets or peer-to-peer systems, the very fact that they're allowing you to make a bet means they think that you're going to lose, right? This is, to me, it's rigged is not a term. It's not like the term I'd use very precisely here, but back in the daily fantasy DFS era, which was peer-to-peer and they take a rake, the ads would say, okay, you are an office drone. Literally, these were the ads. You're an office drone. But if you start playing on DraftKings and draft your team, you're really smart, right? You'll be sleeping with supermodels in a year. Like, literally, that's what the ads were. They don't make those claims anymore. They never actually claim that it's a skill game, because if it were, then you get banned or limited, I guess. And so, like, to me, that's one thing that you need to know. Number two, the average bettor is actually worse than random. Like if you just randomly go and pick some NFL point spreads and go sweat the games, there are worse ways to spend a Sunday for sure, but the very bets that might seem most alluring to you are probably bad bets. In general, there's not enough edge to beat the market, but in general, fading the public will reduce the house rate from 4.5%.
Why is the average bet worse than random?
Well, because let's say the average bet, not weighted by capital, like it's a little more complicated. Right?
Because the bets that the public is most likely to use are more heavily advertised, or like what's the mechanism that makes the average bet worse than random?
Because sometimes the bets that are often good to make in football, for example, are not very fun bets to make, right? It's like betting on the fucking Browns +8 or something, because the Browns are bad, but they have to be quite bad to lose at home by more than a touchdown to the Steelers, and the weather is shitty, and they're playing in Cleveland, and the Steelers have a long injury report, right? That's not a fun bet to make. The Browns are objectively suck, right? And you won't get a lot of action on that bet, but things like that tend to be better bets potentially. Things that are aesthetically displeasing, that defy different narratives, right? The fact that it's not a great example because they're a small college team. The fact that Miami of Ohio is 31-0 now in college basketball. And like at Ken Palm, they're like the 68th best team. And I ran our little model that we'll have up soon. They're like the 81st best team or something, right? Like that's going to be a hard bet to make, right? People will yell at you. You're like, yo, these guys are undefeated. It's probably the smart bet to make, though.
And so, like, is the takeaway here that amateur bettors should just spend their time doing other things, or is there like, are you saying there's a way to do this? Like, here's how you can be smarter at sports gambling if you're still going to be the office drone who bets occasionally on basketball and football?
Well, look, the one thing you have to line shop. If you have 3 or 4 different sports books and pick the best, look, if you get half a point in the NFL or basketball relative to consensus, then you eat away at most of the house edge. For some point totals in the NFL, all but in the NBA, you eat up now you're losing by 1%. Instead of 4% over the long run with good line selections. So yeah, that's also why it's kind of a flawed business, is because they want customer loyalty, DraftKings, FanDuel, Caesars, MGM, etc. As a customer, you have to be stupid to only bet at one site, when literally, it's like literally you won't walk across the street where a can of Coke costs, $1.20 here and 99 cents across the street. You have to walk across the street and you'll save money, and bad sports bettors don't do that.
Yeah. Turning the page, potentially in a risky way, to politics. A question that I've had, a curiosity that I've had about electoral politics in the last 25, 30 years is that presidential elections, since certainly 2000, have been unusually close cycle after cycle after cycle. And this might initially seem like something that's not that interesting, like, yeah, elections are close. But if you look back over the last not just 26 years, but 50 years, 80 years, most presidential elections are not as close as they've been for the entirety of the 21st century. Like, this is actually a quite unusual period of political history. And my question is, why? Like, why are elections so close? So here's one prompt. What would you imagine from a world in which both parties, which are currently deeply disrespected, like I think according to Gallup polling, both parties have an approval rating that is basically as low as they've ever been in the history of the poll. What would you expect from 2 parties that actually knew what they were doing? I'm not saying the Republican and Democratic parties know what they are doing. I'm saying in this hypothetical world, what would you expect in a world where both parties were really good at their job? What you would expect, I think, is a world where basically every single election had both parties getting at least 48.5% of the electorate, because both parties were incredibly talented at manipulating the perfect candidate and the perfect messaging and the perfect advertising to make sure that 48.5% of the electorate arrived on their side of the table. And then the last 3% is like basically, who knows? It's macroeconomics, it's the charisma of the candidates, it's something that can't be controlled by the incredible quality of the party. It's like kind of weird that that's the world that we live in, and I'm not myself persuaded that like the parties are like so unbelievably talented at marshaling their side of the electorate. But this is the world we live in. Like, is it the case that both political parties are actually fantastic at using some form of analytical intelligence to like arrive at something like median voter theorem and like getting everybody at 48% of the electorate?
I mean, this might get me canceled on Blue Sky, but you can make a case for Trump having kind of moneyballed the 2016 election, where he recognized that one of the slightly nuances about the equilibrium that we're in, which is remarkable in lots of ways, is that the GOP gets more bang for the buck out of its votes in the Electoral College, particularly in the Senate. Rural, big states like, the Dakotas combined have twice as many senators as California. Just like 3 points more than 2 points, should have a really profound effect on your strategy. And Trump intuited or backed into or knew, or his team knew, that all you gotta do is, if you improve your standing by 20 points, 10 points, whatever it is, among the white, non-college, white working class, so-called, then you don't have to win the popular vote anymore. You can sweep Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and it's game over. And he kind of saw, like, actually this, like, Romney Bush Republican message has become like a losing message, and we have to, like, pivot and innovate. And now you see, one thing that, so look, part of the problem about politics is it's conducted in these kind of squadrons or groups of candidates that may not actually attract remarkable individuals anymore if you are a remarkable individual, but like the kind of herd behavior might be reasonably efficient, right? You see a lot of changes now in how both parties are reacting to Iran. That has, they're about the Middle East and things like that. That has changed quite a bit. I think you're going to see a lot more maneuvering around AI, where you might have a Ro Khanna who is skeptical of Silicon Valley, but also you've had Ron DeSantis with some AI skeptical messaging too, right? And so you do actually have this kind of trial in the marketplace of ideas. It's very high stakes. And so, no, I think, as dismal as politics are, they're probably being practiced in a very efficient way right now. We need Theo Epstein to come in and change the rules or something like that, right? But it does. I think it 100% reflects efficiency. And in fact, this equilibrium was predicted by a lot of academic game theory, Kenneth Arrow, all that kind of stuff going back many years. That's been manifested.
Just go a little bit deeper on that final point, because I want to make sure, I'm not even sure I believe that the parties are analytically sophisticated. I think an alternative interpretation is that the frequency of polling allows candidates to adjust their messaging in relatively real time, such that when they see that polls are headed some way for some politician doing something, they can adjust, and the next micro generation of that party moves in the opposite direction. I mean, there's lots of examples of policy being not just reactive, but almost hyper-reactive to polling. Like immigration would be a great example, where Trump 1.0 was one very specific immigration policy. Biden was the exact opposite immigration policy, and now Trump 2.0 is an incredibly dramatic swing against Biden, and even more dramatic maybe than Trump 1.0. So that's a way in which that's sort of thermostatic public opinion or thermostatic policy. But why exactly do you think, just to be really specific, in what way do you think politicians and political parties are using information in order to react the way that they're reacting in a way that makes these presidential elections so close?
Look, I do want to be careful about one-shotting this too much, right? In the sense that in the UK, you've somehow had the exact opposite equilibrium where things gyrate extremely, insanely wildly from election to election.
We said Germany, I think, just had the ruling party there a year and a half ago just had its largest blowout election in something like 200 years. The UK Conservative Party had the same. So you're right. I think an important caveat to this theory that I'm half-bakedly cooking up here is that the UK and Germany also have numbers. They also have computers. They also have access to polling. And so the fact that what we're describing as an American phenomenon should perhaps caution us to look for American-specific
So the fact that it's a two-party system is very important. Right. Trump, in many ways, in 2016, ran as, in a different country, he would have a third party, a third, nationalist party, and challenge the two main parties. You don't have that, you do have that choice in the US. I actually would kind of take some bets on, the party system being disrupted within the next 20 years, not at 50-50, not at 30-70, but a 25% chance that we will see a radical break, perhaps tied to AI or technological change in the two major parties. But that kind of, a lot of the dynamics that would take place between parties now take place within parties instead.
Because it's so interesting, we have 5 minutes left. I know what my last question is going to be for you. It's more on a more personal note, but maybe just go one level deeper here, because this is something that I would love to write about, and it's always nice to be able to use this opportunity to do reporting. What would have to happen to increase your confidence in the viability of a third party in the next few election cycles? What would move 25 to 40?
Continued younger voter dissatisfaction with the two major parties. But part of it is if you have these equilibriums that are are superficially stable, right? That they are a local maxima and not a global maxima, then the change can happen quite quickly, potentially. And look, some of the world's top AI scientists, a lot of people think Silicon Valley, think that like, well, the entire world's going to be organized in a profoundly different way. We may have even a singularity within, let's call it 1 to 20 years. I don't see how fucking American politics survives that intact without severe changes. That might be a reason, by the way, why there will be slower AI diffusion timelines. The world kind of all getting along happily when all of a sudden we're building like Dyson spheres or something like, it doesn't really compute. So it may be a reason to be skeptical that we'll have diffusion as rapidly as we can. But like, yeah, look, I also think this could maybe be a test of, there are scenarios where the Trump second term turns into a total lame duck disaster, right? It's not the base case. The base case is that he muddles through and you have a close election again in 2028. But like second terms historically, the bottoms can fall out in a way that they don't necessarily do in first terms.
To end on a brighter note, and I don't want to make fun with that comment. I think I led you to the darkness with my question. You are in journalism, in media. You're Mr. Quant. Most of that quant energy is aimed externally. You're analyzing politics. You're analyzing football. You're analyzing baseball. I want to know about Nate Silver. How do you use metrics to make your life better?
I do it less than you'd think. There are a couple of things I'm doing now. When I go to a menu, I have some particular health objectives. Believe me, I do not always follow them. It's all incremental stuff, right? But like, I will snap a picture of the menu and feed it to Claude and say, rank these dishes from like a heart health standpoint, for example, right? Because everyone has like different things. Like I don't have the sugar issues, I have some weight issues, but like but like that's quite good, right? Like that lets me make choices that, because I wouldn't know that like scallops are lower in bad cholesterol than shrimp, right? But they are, according to Claude. Hopefully it's not wrong. Sometimes I have the shrimp anyway. I like shrimp. But making those marginal choices, also, I just keep like a simple Google sheet of did I work out today? Describe very briefly the workout, and then was it like a maintenance workout or was it a good hearty workout? And I've had to make some adaptations, right? So last year, just like, can I work out 300 days? And that was helpful, I did. But it led to me sometimes having like these more perfunctory workouts, right? Also, if you already got your workout in for the day, you met your objective, you wouldn't think about like going for a run later or something. So now like you can accumulate points, right? 1 point for a perfunctory workout, 2 points for a better workout. Multiple points a day, and the goal is now 500 points for the year instead of 300 workouts. And so, yeah, but like I think there is kind of a tyranny of over-optimization. It's time-consuming to some extent. Most people, things that they do like repeatedly, right? Like to me, that's why like the Claude menu thing is helpful. I might be literally indifferent between the scallops and the shrimp anyway. Yeah. So to me, it seems like almost cost-free to have that information, which I don't always act on. I have a burger craving now that I'm talking about this, right? But to have that information, I think is helpful.
Yeah, to me, metrics in one's personal life are bad when your intrinsic values are replaced by the value of the metric.
Right.
So there's a philosopher named C.T. Nguyen who just wrote a book called The Score. And a classic example from this first chapter of that book is he wanted to be a philosopher. He wanted to spend his life answering the biggest questions in the world. What is beauty? What is truth? He becomes a philosopher, and immediately academics have H scores, and journals are also scored based on their rigor or their level of prestige. And where he initially went into this job in order to answer deep questions about the human condition, he found himself living and acting in order to drive up the citations of his work and only get published in journals that he might not have cared about, but just happened to have the highest numbers associated with them. So that's an example of someone who begins to be led by their own values and then finds that the external metric takes over their lives. What I like about the idea of taking a photo of a of a menu and saying, optimize this for heart health, optimize this for liver health, optimize this for cholesterol, provided, of course, that Claude and ChatGPT are giving you the correct answers there, which I have no idea how to begin to assess that. Your values are driving the car the whole time. Like, you might look at its recommendations, then decide, you know what, I still really want the burger, or I still really want the banana split. But at least in an ideal sense, your value of heart health and your value of enjoying what you eat are in control of the situation rather than outsourcing to some metric that becomes God.
No, and like knowing what you're optimizing for, that goes without saying, but like, you know, what does it mean to be quote unquote healthy? Well, some people means protein, some people means weight loss, some people means like different things. And so like to optimize that for you is helpful. And by the way, restaurants kind of play, you know, it's not that uncommon that like something which is listed as a salad is like one of the less healthy dishes on the menu for my particular objectives sometimes. It depends.
Worst day of my life is when I figured out that the sherry shallot vinaigrette on the cozy salad that I had all of the time was the same number of calories as 2 scoops of chocolate Haagen-Dazs ice cream. It was a devastating day for me. And rather than continue to talk about this dark moment from my past, I will end this panel now. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew Zingoni, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce this panel, Hot Takes, celebrating 20 years of the Sloan Sports and Analytics Conference, and debate what comes next. Our panelists for today are Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations at the Philadelphia 76ers, Nate Silver, statistician, author, and founder of Silver Bulletin, Jessica Gelman, CEO of the Kraft Analytics Group, Mike Zarin, VP of Basketball Operations and Team Counsel of the Boston Celtics, and our panel will be moderated by Randy Scott of ESPN. The panel will run for 40 minutes and will leave 5 minutes of questions at the end, which can be submitted through the Cadence app. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Randy.
All right. Nope, I'm mic'd up already. Strike one. We had a spirited discussion on the walk over. That might be the deleted scenes on the DVD. But in the interest of sort of celebrating.
Daryl still thinks there are too many threes.
It's because there are. We're not starting there, okay?
He's the moderator, Mike.
Yeah,
He's the moderator. Go ahead.
I said we were going to have to sprain our shoulders, patting ourselves on the back, specifically with Jessica to start.
Me?
Yes, because you're rounding into this third decade of this brainchild that you and Daryl were so formative in developing and creating and getting off the ground, to say the least. If there was a piece of history, if there was a story and a side that might surprise people in the sort of nascent stage of getting this going, what is a story that you feel comfortable sharing?
I'm not sure if we've shared this before.
Oh, no.
So originally, if you all don't know, I didn't go to MIT Sloan.
Oh, yeah.
It was that we actually had HBS students and MIT Sloan students who were involved in the conference the first year. And so it was at MIT Sloan the first year. It was supposed to go to HBS the second year. But HBS, in all their wisdom, said, no, thank you.
They did, actually, yeah. We have never shared that.
And the other interesting piece of information is that the original conference was named the MIT Sloan Sports Business Conference.
Yeah, that was Jessica's fault.
Having the extra letter?
No, saying business.
I would say similar. About year 5 or 6, the MIT students came to us and said, we've looked at a lot of the panels and they're not really analytics. Maybe we should just drop
They did say
analytics.
That. And no, we both were like, no.
Well, they had a point. I mean, obviously we have different panels. We're a little like most conferences as they get bigger. But we were like, no, that's what makes it unique, so we'll keep it. So, yeah. They They came very close one year to moving the conference to Florida, too, we right? know, yes. That almost happened. That was a large sponsor's idea that maybe someone up here works for. So,
Wait, Orlando?
Yes. Yeah. Orlando.
Daryl and I, we went down to Disney World.
Yes.
The questions are not supposed to be directed at me, so we're just going to keep it going. We're just going to throw it on back.
No, but I will say they brought us down and they were like, we have this new center, the Milk Center at the time, and they said we want to, showcase this to the world, and obviously ESPN's been an important partner for a long time for many reasons, and we did consider it, and I think actually that's where the MIT students run the conferences. Hopefully, folks know, and do an amazing job. And Jessica and I try to, just keep ourselves at the chairman level when we can, and
chairwoman,
chairperson, and I would say the students there really helped us. They were like, that's a really bad idea. And we were like,
I actually want to give ESPN credit. Your revisionist history is interesting.
Okay.
But
that happens a lot.
I mean, you pointed it out, not me, on the second time. But Marie Donahue came up with Adam Silver, with John Skipper and John Walsh, and they saw the energy of the BCEC with the students, and I mean the Northeast in particular in terms of the accessibility, the number of students in this part of the country, the ease of getting to Boston versus Florida. They ultimately said, no, it's got to stay. So I give a lot of credit to ESPN to say, while it would have maybe been more interesting for them to have it at the ESPN Wide World of Sports, it made more sense to keep it here in Boston.
Mike, do you find that to be the case?
I mean, I love that it's here. It's really
You seem to
easy
be
get to the conference for me.
in agreement.
We ended up getting stuck at the Disney Wild World of Sports for 3 months in 2020. And
We
so,
did, yeah.
I spent enough time there.
Has there ever been, in the 20 years of the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, above average weather?
No, that was the logic of moving to Florida, actually.
No, I'm looking at the weather. We have to be in like the bottom 0.2 percentile of like, it's not that fucking cold all the time in March, except when the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference happens every year.
For the NBA free agents out there, it always is this bad of weather in Boston. Just so folks know.
Just see what happens inside the arena. It's fine.
I mean, this is tropical compared to a month ago, though. I mean, I think, Nate, where's home for you? I say the Tigers.
New York.
New York. Okay, so you guys have been drilled as well. But Daryl, before we move on to game theory and how tic-tac-toe impacts the perfect game, just an insight into what we were talking about walking up. But no, going from a handful of classrooms in its first year to the Thomas Menino Center and anywhere that Aramark seems to service with food, where was a time or a moment, Daryl, where you had an aha, like this is catching on. This is establishing a foothold in a broader conversation?
Wow, I think it was probably when any of the speakers, I'll try and say, couldn't make it through the lobby. Like to get from one side of the lobby to the other was an impossibility, basically, for any of the speakers here. I'd say that was, I'd say that the first year that would have been the first year we moved. Were we in the Heinz or BC?
No, we were here. We were on the west side hallway only, and the main panel room was what is now the Shane Battier room. And
Shane Battier is very proud of his room, by the way.
he should be proud. He's earned it.
Yeah,
No stats also.
He was making us pick up things, make sure his room is clean. So I would probably say that it's just it's a great thing. The energy is so high that and generally by one side of the lobby to the next, I've learned like 5 things because the attendees are so strong and ask such good questions. Yeah.
There are people in different walks of media. Just as a consumer myself, I have Jessica and I were talking about this, an hour 45 commute each way down to work. So podcasts are my caffeine, almost literally. And Nate, in some of the ways that you have taken your foothold here and in your businesses and extrapolated it out to different aspects of American life. I mean, specifically as it pertains to sports, in this evolution over 2 decades, with regard to this conference, what has been the biggest hit in terms of something that this community has gotten right and maybe the biggest miss that the community perhaps has gotten wrong?
I mean, the fact that Barack Obama came to the conference one year is indicative of how people in this room have gone from being the underdogs to the incumbents and the hegemons, right? Where now, this is not like a ragtag group of outsiders. These are the people that run everything. On the panel with Derek Thompson a moment ago, we talked about some of the downsides to that potentially, but like that's very different. Kind of being like a center of power has been interesting. Look, I think the conference has been through a lot of great phases, and it has to do with like Daryl and Jessica. I think actually we're in a good phase right now. I thought kind of there was like a little bit of an adolescent phase where you would get people who are bigger names on panels, and they wouldn't necessarily speak all that candidly, right? They were a little bit guarded, and now I think that's evolved to where you have more of a mix of different people and things like that. So, look, it's the only fun conference in the world, probably.
So it's still I think.
Put a bow on that.
Yeah, I did see some folks in furry costumes earlier in Boston. They're probably having fun, I think. I would hope.
Well, you hope, but like sometimes you look and they seem very sad inside those costumes.
Dead eyes.
Just, the NBA shares their G League showcase with a furry conference.
That's true, actually. Like the G League teams are playing upstairs and there's a furry.
And there's literally 6'10", very athletic players walking through with these little short, furry, like cosplay. Yeah, we did like this is if we had moved to Orlando, this is what we would get.
I don't know. I don't think people move to Florida to get less weird. That hasn't been my experience moving through anybody from Florida here. I apologize. I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna get it back. Mike, you have the responsibility to get it back. Topic-wise, you have seen everything and been a part of the Nerds Are Ruining Basketball to how are teams possibly impacting public education, public policy. What does that growth or at least breadth of topic say to you about how this conference has evolved?
Yeah, I mean, even just listening to Nate's last panel, the revolution sort of embodied by this conference has stretched far beyond just like what strategy should we have on the court or the field. And, there's plenty of people who, and Nate's one of them, sort of got publicly started in this field and have moved on to many others. And so it was neat to present that paper a few years ago with David Sparks from our group about how, showing statistically significant evidence that a sports team can impact attendance in school. And all of these techniques that people have been spending 20 years now and this whole weekend talking about are useful in fields other than just the games that we talk about. And so I think one of the neat things that's happened from this conference, and I don't know if it would have, somehow it would have happened anyways, but not in the sort of culturally significant way that maybe this conference has allowed to have happen, is that people in other fields who wouldn't have been exposed to this but for their interest in sports now see, oh wait, you can do that? Mm-hmm. Right, and then they go do it somewhere else, wherever else they are. And so that's been really fun to watch. The number of people who've come to me, and I'm sure Daryl gets way more of this, and you two guys do too, and said, oh yeah, we want to do something like that back where I work, and it's construction or whatever else, is big. And that's a total surprise. When we were dragging desk chairs up to the front of the room at the first conference, nobody thought that was going to happen. It was just like, holy shit, Bill James is here, right?
Yeah.
So that's been really fun.
I would even say the conference, the roots of the conference were obviously on the performance side, the sporting side. And as I was learning what was happening again, it was really with a small number of sports, how to take and create data and build metrics on the business side to help understand the fan. And so, realistically, you're welcome. We're making a lot of money to support all of the people that you have working on the performance side.
Yes, we spend all the money, yes.
Yeah, we spend.
But the sophistication of what's happening on the business side and the fan growth, obviously there's technology and streaming and all of those different components of it, but it's about understanding the fan better and what is happening, and that is information that was definitely not known 20 years ago. But a lot of the concepts, they're applicable, obviously, to business, but much more than that. Like, my wife, Corbin, is sitting right here, and she's been doing the same things in healthcare. We had a whole panel yesterday where we brought in folks who are experts in politics and affordable housing. And I think to the extent that the work that is being done in sports can be done for the greater good of society, those are also important lessons. For anyone who has kids, I think we all know that this is a lexicon that is important and helps us learn.
Daryl, I don't mean to make you answer for the NBA or its teams or its front offices or every single one of them, but I'm curious as someone who holds that role, and I could go to you as well, Mike. But if the goal is to understand the fan and give the fan what the fan wants, or to even tell the fan what it wants,
Sure.
How does a team sell tanking? A fan wants to win. It seems like the most binary thing possible for a fan.
That is probably a better question for Mike, since he designed the most dominant discussed alternative to tank. Yeah, obviously, the commissioner talked about this, so I will carefully talk about this as well. I would say, look, it's the NBA. It's unique of how big of the issue is because our top players are orders of magnitude more valuable relative to the remaining pool of players than any other major sport on earth. And as long as you, as Commissioner Silver said, I thought eloquently, as long as you want to use some version of how much you've won recently, no matter how you measure it, over multiple years, 1 year, recently, playoffs, whatever, to then allocate these extraordinarily valuable resources to teams, there's really no fair way to do that. There's just choices. Every choice you make will be a trade-off. And that's why you get to solutions like Mike proposed, the wheel, which decouples that. And I think the NBA knows that problem will always exist as long as the commissioner said, you couple your recent success to how we allocate these very important scarce resources. A long way of saying I don't think there's a solution that doesn't have a trade-off that teams will exploit.
You have not read my forthcoming article about how to solve tanking, Daryl.
Are you coming up? Did I?
No,
you've solved it.
It is hard because people have to decide.
You heard it here first.
No.
Is it under your chair?
No.
Pablo
It's
here?
way too convoluted. You switch to an auction system as part of it. You get draft.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So one of the key components, if you cannot make the playoff game, or can't make the playoff game more than 3 years in a row, play-in game, then you get deducted your auction dollars.
Are you proposing some crazy solution right now? We've heard so many.
No, but like you just want to build the incentives. It's totally fine for a team to stink for a year or two and have a chance at a great player,
Injuries
right?
happen. Yeah.
If you stink for more than 3 years, sorry, time's up. Right.
Well, there are better and worse solutions, but they all have loopholes. That's what I'm saying.
Also,
your proposal will definitely be better than what we're currently doing.
Okay, why not just explicitly, if it's the thing about having draft bucks is they're more incremental, right? You can find teams say Utah Jazz, yeah, we're going to take away 10 of the 60 draft bucks you were supposed to earn for the slot this year. It's not the death penalty, right? But one too many Lowry Markin and DNPs this year. And you just directly punish teams with a draft penalty for the tanking that we all know that they're doing.
You
right?
come up with a solution, I'll find the loophole.
Okay.
Jessica has a point. Yeah. I thought Mike.
That's fine. I do think that there are some market-based solutions that might help with this, and people are working on some interesting ones, and we'll see them over the next short period of time. But it's hard. It's hard to solve this problem when we're both trying to allocate players to worse performing, or to some set of teams that aren't the best teams, and also not have teams want to be in that set, right? That's really hard. So, I think the wheel solution was one. There's that requires teams to wait a while between good picks, which might not be optimal. But it does totally decouple winning. I think there's other ways to do it too, and we should talk after Nate.
I can solve tanking now. It's Monty McNair's idea. It literally makes every game one where every team is trying to win. And that is that after you win the game, you get to choose the win or the loss. That will instantly solve tanking. It has its other issues.
There are other issues with that.
There are other issues, but it will make sure that winning is always something you want. So it solves it instantly. And I'm annoyed that people don't talk about it more.
That is the first time I've heard that proposal. I did not mean for this to turn into sort of a...
Monty McNair needs better marketing.
All right. Let's go back to paying
We need to
ourselves.
call it the wheel, maybe.
Winning helps everyone equally league-wide. Anyway, whatever.
Let's go. All right, Jessica, I want to ask you specifically about a past, because we've seen everything from wearables to dynamic ticket pricing become real life existing things in our sports fandom, sports watching experience, attending experience, coming from this conference. Was there something that you thought would take off? And I'm asking you to catalog 20 years here quickly, but was there something that you thought would take off and just never really got going? You're surprised?
Yeah, well, no, not that I. Why are we phrasing it as a negative? I will just say there's a lot, especially in the early years, there was a lot of doing what people didn't think, everyone else didn't think that we thought would. So I'll give Daryl credit for this one. He was really talking about esports, and
Don't bring that up.
why?
I was going to bring that up later as my worst take ever. I thought esports would be bigger, and it's just not.
Okay, that was it then.
That was it? That was the one?
I thought Randy would ask, what's of our worst take ever? That
was later. Yeah.
Okay,
The worst one. I mean, not something that didn't take off. I would say your EOS talks, the TED Talks.
What about my drone racing?
I love the drone racing. It was the BCEC that didn't like it.
That's true, they did.
We had drone racing at the conference one year.
We did. That did not do well either.
No, that did not do well.
So,
couple
I have a
misses.
question for Jessica on
Oh,
ticketing.
geez. Oh, okay.
What is something that has been come up by either you, Kager, or someone at the conference that has really screwed the fans? You know, because they're we're like soaking the rich. Yeah. What is?
I actually really appreciate this question because I feel like I'm fighting for the everyday fan, really, and making sure.
You're the Lorax. You fight for the fans.
Yeah, Robin Hood.
While you're advising teams on pricing, how is that possible?
Because we're encouraging them to keep there needs to be access still, and thinking about the different products that you need within a venue. So yes, of course, we've become more premium and what people are willing to pay more for a certain experience. And then there's other folks who will go to the game without a seat at all and just want access in, and then you assign them a seat at the game that happens to be available. That's those different products based on who the fan or the consumer is. I mean, that we're taking from a lot of different environments that are already doing that type of work. So I think the point is to ensure, yes, we could continue to raise ticket prices. But I would say at this point, we're equally doing price increases and price decreases, and we're looking at what's happening in the market. And there's a lot more information about the fans that we didn't even have 5 years ago. I mean, most specifically pre-COVID, the mobile ticketing, you only knew maybe like 30% of the people that were coming in the venue, and now it's, close to 100%. And so you have a better feel of not only who's coming to the game, but who they're coming with. So for example, for me, when we go to a game as a family, I'm scanning all of the tickets for the family. And then, of course, as AI comes, we'll be able to know more. But if you have scanned rapid tickets in succession on one phone, then you can assume that person's coming with the family. And what will happen is to be able to cater better experiences. So I think the point is more personalization of what it is that you want, whatever it is that you want. You're just trying to fill the building to create the good experience for the players. They want to play in sold out venues.
In front of their fans, though, right? I mean, isn't there? We see efforts like geofencing. We see just pleas from teams to say, hey, don't sell your season tickets. Don't sell this playoff game to this fan base. If we see a certain zip code in some of these ticket order forms, we can try to block it.
A lot of very annoying Knicks fans who come down to Philadelphia, I just have to say. So, and we try very hard to keep those people out, yes.
I think that's only going to increase. And we've done work with the NFL specifically, and over 15% of fans go, and it varies up to 22 in like a Vegas or something like that, of the fans who are coming are not fans of that home team.
Right.
And I think that's okay too. Again, you can create different experiences, and if the home team chooses to, they could monetize on it. So like you can do visiting team sideline passes or get the travel package, things like that. If we were really trying to just take money from people, they should take advantage of the away game fans.
Aren't you trying to separate the rich people from their wallets? For sure, right? That's absolutely what you should be doing.
Nate, you look like you're champion.
No, I mean, first of all, a lot of corporations didn't realize how much rich people are willing to pay for things, right? I love the U.S. Open. It's one of the best run sporting events, I think, anywhere. When I first moved to New York in 2009, the early days of the Open, you kind of get a grounds pass for it felt like maybe $50 or something, and spend all day there. And now that's $200, and it's worth every penny. But a lot of this kind of consumer surplus has become producer surplus. The idea, maybe we need more hooliganism though in the U.S., right? In British soccer, you'll have one little cordoned off ghetto for the visiting fans.
Yes.
And then the rest of the stadium
with plexiglass and security.
Many police officers. The flares can't get through, so you can't shoot.
The entrances are different, so they never have to cross.
No. So, I'm involved with this Italian soccer team. The fans show up at a parking lot outside the city and get secured buses with police in the stadium.
Buses. Yes,
it's true.
We need more violence, apparently. is what we're arguing.
We haven't had a panel about that yet.
When we were talking about what makes the perfect game, we didn't factor violence into the equation. Mike, specifically with regard to
So you're saying we should treat Knicks fans in Philly like this?
No, I will come. I'll be with Chalamet in the cordoned off secure Knicks section. Yeah.
Oh, you're in the Chalamet section. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think anybody wants to be right now in the Chalamet section. It's sort of a delicate ballet
You can
for
get
him.
into the Knicks home games, which you might be prohibited from doing for whatever reason. Right?
Mike, specifically, I'm going to take
You're maybe the Spike Lee section.
recency bias with last night. Cooper Flagg comes back. Half the state of Maine is trying to exchange lobster claws and flannel for tickets and try to get down. And then you've got Jason Tatum coming.
Shots
I'm just
fired
saying
at
what you
Maine.
said. And then Jason Tatum comes
didn't
back.
say that.
Jason Tatum comes back from injury. And I saw your eyes light up. You said it was a finals adjacent level of intensity for a regular season game.
Well, no, for ticket
ticket
demand, it was a finals level ticket demand last night. Last night was already, prior to the Jason Tatum thing, the highest demand ticket of the year, more than the Lakers game, specifically because of Cooper and Maine. And so, then suddenly Jason's coming back and everybody's asking for tickets. And
If only both teams were trying to win yesterday. Could have just even been bigger.
have to ask Dallas about that.
How much study would the Celtics
there are people
invest into a game like that to try to recreate this perfect storm, or is it just not?
Oh, you mean
easily
to recreate the
replicated?
atmosphere?
Yeah.
The good news for us is we have just really, really crazy fans. I think back. This is a retrospective panel. I sort of don't love the self-congratulatory nature of it, but we're thinking back. So I think back to 06, 07. We lost 18 games in a row that year. Team wasn't very good. I won't sort of say what the incentives were in the draft that year. But we sold out the last 18 games of that season because Celtics fans are just nuts. And, there was this excitement about Delonte West and Al Jefferson and Rondo and that crowd. So we're really lucky that, we're selling tickets all the time. Mm-hmm. And, whether the team's been good or bad over my time with the team. So that's not a huge concern generally here. Really, we just want the team to be really good. And so you got to go through the cycles. But last night was particularly fun just because it was a good game. Jason was back. Yeah. Atmosphere with Garden was rocking. So I don't know. I think the study that we do is how can we make sure, because Jess is right, all the fans want different things. Like my dad's had season tickets longer than I've been alive, and he wants organ music and good basketball. Anything that happens during the timeout, he's not excited about that.
Yeah, Lil Funk.
Other people, Lil Funk he's not excited about Lil Funk. Other people are like really excited about these little kids dancing on the court during the timeouts.
Did you get Gino last night, Mike?
I don't think there was Gino last night.
Oh, Gino.
Unfortunately, it should have been Gino. We're all so lucky to work in this business. And it's really fun when things go really well. And last night was just a great example of that. Yeah. Hopefully the work that all the people in this room are doing is helping with that. And I don't get this nerds have ruined sports things. Our game's never been at a better place than it is right now.
What I think now with the amount of data that's coming, especially the prediction markets discussion this morning was really enlightening for me, but we're getting closer to being able to, I think, really define like fan demand and who has the best fans. Just there's more information that's available than ever. I mean, we get to see, obviously, we work across almost 30 different teams and organizations, and we're touching like 75 million sports fans. So, and across different leagues. So we see what is happening on the secondary market, on attendance, and in different markets all around the country, and now outside of the U.S. too. But there's increasingly, especially in the United States, more data sets that can inform. This was a very interesting year, obviously here in Boston, in particular for the Patriots, where the expectations were very low, and the team far exceeded the expectations. And I think for a long time, it was always if the team is really good and wins, of course that helps, but it is more this how much they're exceeding their expectations.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
And so then when something like what happened this year with the Patriots, we were helping them this year thinking through what the next few years will look like. And the question we kept saying or talking with them about is, well, this type of event is not going to happen because your expectations will be higher for several years. So what does that mean for how you're thinking about the pricing, and what the fan demand will be very high next year, but that will not be sustained. And so I think it's a very interesting time to think about the stuff that's happening on the performance side, of course, but also these net new data sets of the fan and how we can influence the experience at the games.
So that is enough looking back.
Yeah.
Let's spin it forward. And Nate, I want to start with you. I want to start this AI discussion with a hypothetical. And I know we're going to take $1. Okay, if you have $1 to spend on either predicting which season ticket holder is about to walk away or identifying the next franchise player, where are you spending that $1 investment?
Oh, the franchise player, for sure. By the way, one thing I've discovered in business, the person who's already halfway out the door, let them go. No, seriously, it's a waste of resources to have somebody who is going to probably leave eventually. I feel the same way in like politics, right? Someone who is like naturally not going to be in the wheelhouse for your type of commentary, and they get snippy and pissed off. I don't fucking care, right? They're not going to renew the subscription anyway, right? They're going to become annoying at some point anyway. And if I'm tiptoeing around them, I'm wasting my time and not making good content for other people. So yeah. Now, if someone just wants, if they like the experience and they feel like they're being neglected, that's a totally different thing, right? But like, yeah, I think you want to kind of bring people in and kind of hug the people who are kind of in the middle of the venue a little bit closer. But the people who are kind of wandering out, then yeah.
So a franchise player naturally drives interest and keeps the diehards
Look,
dying harder.
You need hope or winning, right? Or you need a spectacular experience. It's hard not to have like one of those three, I guess, as a New York Rangers fan, with Igor still. And Adam Fox, but like that's been challenged a little bit by the recent trajectory of the Rangers. But in general, either of those ways work, and you have to be aware of like, look, one thing I do think about like dynamic pricing and optimization is like you have to make sure you're optimizing for the long run. I am sure that in the short run you can charge people. A Knicks regular season game, the get-in price can be like $300 for 400 level seats, and they are a good team. It's a good product. I think Dolan, in some respects, does a good job with that franchise. However, the next generation of Knicks fans is not going to have the experience of going to MSG for a big game.
Just they're priced out of that experience, or interest level.
Even in New York, $300 even a day.
I was going to say
it's still a lot of money, and that's a starting. Let's get in price for a lot of games these days.
Daryl, true or false for you on this next aspect? True or false? We're heading into a new era of inequality where AI makes rich teams richer and small market teams obsolete.
Mm-hmm.
True or false?
Well, I think the direction of really everything, network effects, AI, everything. I'll get to the specific answer.
They just want true or false.
You were bringing your legal background. You're like, Judge, please instruct the person. No, I'm just saying the general direction of almost every major effect in the world, network effects, AI, it becomes a force multiplier and, enhances inequality, however you define that. So true, I think I'm just basically saying true is probably the answer to that question in almost any form.
Okay, Mike, as you viscerally reacted to
he just wanted me to say true or
opting
false.
out of true or false, correct. If we have
just say the truth first.
AI powerful enough now to run 10,000 simulations of a game, and it tells you one course of action gives you a 62% chance, a better chance to win, but your coach's gut says otherwise. Who do you side with?
I want to know why.
This is where you can roll your eyes.
No, you roll your eyes. Like like my answer to the question you asked Nate would be we gotta ask our best model where to spend the dollar, because probably the gut alone isn't the right answer if we have enough data. And so every team now has done a lot of work on what wins games. And so if your coach is saying something else, you're going to want to know why. And if they have a really good reason, it might be the coach. But we've all been asked this question in various ways every year of the 20 years of this conference. Like, what should you listen to? And the answer is, how reliable is the thing you're listening to? And you can't know that until you look at the reasons. So we have an awesome coach, and he's not afraid to tell me his reasoning, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So he would engage with that conversation. The trouble is when you have people who won't engage with that. That's when we all get in trouble and don't end up making the most optimal decisions. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not picking one or the other after I just motioned to Daryl, but that's the right answer.
No, it sounds like a marriage of both, and it sounds like what keeps scouting departments both awake at night and employed. Because if you could fire up a model, if AI can say, hey, 40 times mean this, vertical leap means this, shuttle cone, I'm taking NBA out of it, I'm just taking the NFL side.
It's important to note that gut is just data too. It's just that coach
might be really, really right.
Yeah, many years of experience, anecdotal, but over time it becomes a data set for them of things that have worked and haven't based on what I'm seeing on the floor. So it's basically just another piece of data. Yeah.
Nate, you said on your last panel, and it was right. There's new data that is being created, and that will share and provide new information. So that's more like the key in this case. If it was a big market team that was going and creating that new information and could get an advantage, then sure, their model would be better.
No, if you have a model that doesn't capture important facets, like the one I'm interested in, I do like the Zillow scrolling porn, right?
You do?
There are some things that like Zillow doesn't capture about home values. They don't capture a view very well. They don't capture the architecture, the aesthetics, some of the more precise dynamics of like, is it a good block in a neighborhood, right? And and could you quantify that? Yeah, probably. If you went around and had somebody rate the view at different houses and apartments, you probably find that you had a much better predictor of like what the actual sales price is when there are actual transactions in the market, right? So something where like the coach is accounting for things that you have not been able to measure or quantify, I would defer to the coach a lot, right? Things where like we know all the parameters, all the variables, and he has a different opinion on it, less often, right?
That was a better answer than mine.
Thank you.
Almost like you do this for a living, Nate. Write blogs.
Professional blogger.
For 50, 60 years, when it comes to a broadcast for a game, we had the same broadcast. It was one of 5, 6, 7, even 8, 9 regional channels, let's say. But now with personalization, you might have kids who see CGI. I mean, ESPN does this with Disney properties. We're going to do an Inside Out branded NHL broadcast, whereas other adults might see a more gambling-focused broadcast. What risk do we run losing the mass culture appeal of not only sports, but sports on television moving forward in this continued pursuit of personalization for the consumer?
Well, I think the heart of sports and why we're all so passionate about it is because we each have different views and will bring the perspective of what we feel and what we believe in and what we're seeing. And so I think the more personalized views, if it is of the same game, if it's different sports and different events, then that's different. But if it's of the same game, it should help us be more informed in specific areas. I mean, some of the stuff that Amazon has added from a data and stats perspective, they were ahead of the NFL in terms of recognizing, the likelihood of rushing. And that information for someone who is really into the stats side of sports is really compelling. For others who wanted to listen to female broadcasters who were going to bring a different angle and wanted to hear it from that view, like they did those different types of components. Yesterday, Commissioner Silver and Sue Bird were talking about the point of view lens that was unveiled at NBA All-Star Game as a concept. I think each of those bring really cool and interesting dynamics that make the game become more alive in the things that we have interest in. Like, so for me, like I would really love the point of view visual because I'd like to see, again, provided I wasn't getting sick from seeing it, I'd like to see how one player views it and what they see differently from, I was a point guard, but to be able to see it from how a forward and how they conceptualize it, that would be interesting to me, but that might not be at all of interest to a bunch of people, but we're going to then take different pieces of information. So my perspective, we're only moving towards more personalization, and I think it will inform and provide a lot more debate a lot more water cooler, and it's gonna make sports even more enjoyable. That's my lens.
Do you find that to be the sort of connective tissue is the FOMO aspect, where it's like, hey, if we all root for the Celtics, it doesn't matter that you had a POV broadcast, you were second screening it at your kid's game, you just were part of the larger conversation. That's what sort of ties us. We're no longer rooting for laundry, we're rooting for this team just in various platforms.
I think it's just all context setting, and that's what the data that we have brought in and created over the last 20 years here is bringing to bear, which is giving us the context of what is happening in the game. And so now we're just providing additional views and additional lenses to see the game in just a slightly different way, which is effectively what analytics has done and will continue to do.
This next question is for the panel. I want to start with you, though, Nate. You're going to be the first up. It's about gambling, and it's specifically about player prop bets. And we've seen suspensions. Different leagues have had to dole out suspensions. Certainly the NCAA is paying attention to it. Should leagues draw a hard line and just ban player props on these betting websites and apps? Is that the only way to protect players and preserve competitive integrity, or is that an overreaction that would do more harm than good?
Look, if you're betting $200,000 on the Terry Rozier rebounds line, you've got a problem. It might not be a problem the FBI would care about. It might just be extreme degenerate gambling, right? But like yeah, look, I think the entire sports betting community and the leagues maybe still underestimate the degree of political backlash. Now, they may also overestimate how hard it is to get anything done in politics, right? So it's hard to actualize that. But like, yeah, I would be out in front of that and preempting that and saying, if you want to have player props, they're limited to $500 a bet or something like that. By the way, there are college player props, right? Will Boise State backup running back? I mean, they cut off as a slightly higher threshold, but like, yeah, to me, look, the desire to like expand the menu to more and more exotic types of bets. By the way, if you are good at those bets, you'll be limited from being able to bet them anyway. I like the classic stuff. I like point spreads, money lines, and totals, right? Then you can have like a broadcast where it's like, you've got Alabama minus 34 against Charleston Southern or something, right? And the entire broadcast is like, there's a thrilling finish right here. It's only 28 to nothing. If they get an onside kick recovery, they can still, but sorry.
With the Alabama announcer.
I didn't.
That was good. Yeah, that was good.
But like the commissioner said this yesterday. Your question is like, should the leagues ban these things? The leagues
like how? Yeah.
There's 80 jurisdictions where sports betting is legal around the world, not counting the 50 states. He said something like this yesterday. How is the league going to tell all those jurisdictions to regulate the betting on various, who knows where they're located internet sites in their country? Like, this is a really, really difficult problem to do.
Feels like maybe a magic wand question.
Yeah, and so that's the if we were controlling all of the sports betting, that would be it would be easier to deal with some of this stuff. So instead, we're working really hard on detection, I think, at the league level, and that's sort of the best I think we can do, because otherwise, and sort of the marketplace, the arbitrage marketplace sort of takes care of it once you have good detection, presumably, because nobody can wager huge amounts on something in an area where it's not detectable.
There is a difference, though, Mike.
But it's hard. It's just really hard.
Obviously, it's pretty much impossible to ban. But there's a difference between saying it's impossible to ban and also taking large amounts of money from the people who are doing these player prop bets. There are lots of choices that leagues make on the kinds of money they take all the time, and they could say we're not going to take money from places that hold whatever lines that we want to ban. I didn't expect you to be the old man shakes fist at cloud guy, Nate. I like my money lines. I was like, what?
Well, if you were as successful as him, you might also.
No, but like
that introduces facts, not an evidence that Mike would say. So.
But friction does matter. A lot of people are kind of at the brink between being
that's true.
Totally rational and totally irrational, right? if you make it harder to buy cigarettes because they're more expensive and they're behind some counter with some warning label on it, like, it doesn't reduce all of it. It reduces some, though, right?
It's probably worth noting the league actually does do some of this. Like, they're trying to get the betting companies, including the ones that they work with on various sponsorship deals, to limit the prop bets that are available, and have been successful in limiting some. So there's some marketplace give and take there.
I do wish the sports betting sites would have that disclaimer on literally every wager. Before you click, it would say, do you realize if you place this bet, it means that they think you will lose and it's a bad bet. Like, if you are placing a good bet, they will not take it. That would be a nice disclaimer.
That'd be interesting.
I've gotten a 5-minute warning on the iPad. So I do want to get to specific past takes because we spent time on that earlier. So Daryl, I'm going to start with you. In 2023, you said you thought the MLS would overtake the NHL in popularity over the next 10 years. Given the success of NHL players,
I still have years.
You do, but given the success of the NHL players, specifically in the Olympics, and then the upcoming 2026 World Cup for soccer, both sports are having their moments. How do you feel?
I still feel very good about that take. Yeah. How far off am I though? I don't even know. How do we measure
I'm sure
it?
we can find a metric that supports.
I'll just invent a measure that makes me right.
But you said you gave it a time frame. You gave it a time frame.
I did say 10
and we're still well within it.
I feel good about that take. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do you wish you had said the WNBA? Throw that in there.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Over MLS? Sorry, I didn't mean to go definitely, but no. I would take the MLS over hockey. Yeah.
Okay. Jess, in 2020, you identified ultimate frisbee as a sport that could take off. It may have been a pun.
This is like my esports take.
Definitely a pun.
It may have been a pun. Are you still as
meant
bullish?
the frisbees take off
on
was
ultimate.
that was during COVID. I was sick.
Why did we have that conversation?
Stop. Well, first, I guess I would say look at what has happened with flag football, which is in some cases, but now it's an Olympic sport. And so I would say ultimate frisbee, it is growing, especially here in Massachusetts, but not at the rate of what flag football and how flag football is growing, especially once it became an Olympic sport. And then now that flag football is a recognized collegiate sport.
Yeah.
So how flag football is played, there's a lot of similarities to ultimate in terms of stretching the field and plays and things like that. I think what I like about ultimate is that it can be co-ed, and what I like about flag football is that it's going to be bringing women into football, meaning one of the reasons in a very positive way for the NBA is that there's been women have been playing basketball, and so you see a lot more women on the basketball side. Not so many, but more. And so as flag football and as the athletes are playing, I think will translate in time to more women on the sporting side for football too. So was it a bad take? I mean, yes, but I didn't see flag football coming.
Mike, in 2014, you predicted the state of Maine would produce the #1 overall draft pick. 12 years later. No. Was there a prediction?
I actually heard about Cooper Flag back then, so offended there. But
in 2014?
I didn't predict.
In 2014? All right. What prediction? Because you were not specifically called out in this.
Why not?
I think they were worried that Daryl was going to just bulldoze you. I don't know. With regard to a prediction, no. Nate, I'm going to get to yours as well. But was there a prediction in 2014 that you feel particularly proud of that you made here? That you shared backstage even, as I continue to guide you
we're just back to the same topic from before. I said eventually the league's going to have a significant tanking problem, and we're going to have to change the rules. Which
is that an applause?
But they actually sort of did right then, and they continue to. And so that's a thing, I guess.
That's a good one. Nate, in 2020.
I think you predicted ranked choice voting would be more.
I certainly predicted we would. I'm a part of a groups of people who are working on election reform, and we did not win in most of the states where we were trying to get ranked choice voting and open primaries at the last election, and I still feel like we'd be way better off if we.
Please help Mike push ranked choice voting. It would be better for
open primaries
everywhere.
and ranked choice voting. Change the incentives, and people will govern differently.
Yes.
Please. The world will be better. Trust me.
There was applause there.
Yes.
There was applause there.
You can be. you can be a moderate that Nate wants us to be, and I agree.
You're with this?
RCV.
Nate, in 2020, you said that you were bearish on American football in the long term. And quote unquote, unlike baseball, they wouldn't make wholesale changes. Your suggestion was they should cut back on content inventory and get rid of the Thursday games. I think even Al Michaels may support that. Looking at it in 2026, how do you feel now?
I mean, this was from the Sloan Sports Super Spreader Conference in 2020.
You were also sick.
I think that take was.
No,
I think I had to quarantine for 14 days. Literally. No, look, I think that was a bad take on my part. It wouldn't be my first, I'll tell you that much. I built this NFL model called Elway this year, and I found myself watching more football than I have in a long time, in 20 years. And I'm like, this is a brilliantly designed product, the NFL. There's, in fact, I think like almost exactly the right amount of inventory. It might be lurching up against like a little bit too much now, but like they actually put kind of the fan experience first in a way that the other sports are a little slower to recognize, right? Like I don't think it would have taken the NFL to take 20 years if it had a tanking problem this bad, for example.
Okay.
Nate, can I ask, do you think, since you like the NFL's design, do you think it would be better with 82 games?
I do not, Daryl. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently that's what most league offices think, so.
Yeah.
That we would be way better off if the NFL had 82 games. They'd make so much more money.
Jessica and Daryl, after 20 years, now it's an open canvas. What is your goal for this conference over the next 20 years?
I'm hoping to still be here. I do think the advances in health from AI are going to help me. Jessica would have been fine no matter what, but I'll let Jessica answer. Sorry.
I mean, I'm really excited. I'll just say, like, we've been talking a lot about AI over the past few days, and I went to a conference that was looking 25 years into the future a little while ago, and I think the main thing that AI is going to enable is giving us more time to enjoy sports, to maybe analyze sports. I think one of the great legacies of the conference is not only that, I mean, obviously, it really, because of you, Daryl, was so basketball-oriented at the beginning, but how it's extended to so many other sports and women's sports now through some of the work that we've done to help create data in that space. And I think, like, to me, it will be more extended into other sports and Olympic sports, hopefully, which is really important with everything that's happening in college and youth sports today. So
I would say my P-doom is fairly high, as people have heard over the last couple of days. And I'd say the biggest legacy for me for the conference is that people who come, and Nate referenced it, have a lot of fun. It's an environment where people are actively learning and enjoying like what we all enjoy, which is the original reality TV sports. And I hope we get to keep doing that for as long as we do it, seriously. So.
At which conference will the panel be? Do we still need humans? Like how many conferences will we need to have?
You literally designed a panel. We're gonna have a panel with just AI talking.
Okay.
Just like my Moltbook bot that pitches the Sixers right now. Currently pitching the Sixers on Moltbook right now.
Yeah,
so
just hologram.
We'll have them talk.
Can I just say though, like, it is. I didn't want to do this panel because of the self-congratulatory nature of it, but I have to say. It's really freaking cool, the community of people around this conference that's been created. And a lot of us see each other once a year. And we got to thank Daryl and Jess for that. It's just been so neat to be a part of this for this amount of time. Yeah. I'm inordinately thankful for it. So I'm serious. Like that's a big deal for so many people in this room. They did not pay me to say that. It's like really heartfelt. It's really, really cool what this thing has created.
We need some audience questions, Randy. That's part of the essence of the conference.
No, I'm going to buy a little bit more time. You're right. And driving interest, people like their questions to be both read and answered. So I have 3 of them. Will the Super Bowl be the most watched U.S. broadcast in the year 2035?
Any of us? Yeah.
Any of us. Could be anybody. Could all. Any or all.
I think.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
I think, yeah. Like, look, when AI unemploys all white-collar workers, right? But we have universal basic income and or NVIDIA stock that's worth a lot, right? We'll have lots of time to watch sports.
I go no. I want the field because I do gamble, and the field is a great place to be. And maybe it'll be Taylor Swift will be on the divorcing and doing something else. There'll be some reality TV show.
There's a hot take.
On a Sunday night.
I'm just trying to invent the show that could be bigger. That's all. Yeah.
I'm going to go no because of globalization. Well, I just think that globally, I mean, right now, people are watching.
I think you said the U.S.
U.S. podcast.
Okay,
yeah.
well,
You try to cheat the answer.
Yeah, I was making new rules like you do. In the U.S., yes.
It would be smart to take the field, but I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Will the three-point line still be at its current distance in 20 years?
No.
Daryl thinks it's a poorly designed game. He's been saying this since last year's panel.
That one aspect is poorly designed.
I think it will be.
Okay. Nate?
Exactly. We got the exact right distance, 24-9.
I didn't say it was right or not. I just said it will be.
We did it.
When Andre Drummond is suddenly an effective three-point shooter, you got to move the line back. Sorry, Daryl.
He has worked so hard on that, Nate. That is rough, man.
It's no. And I think it's because the athletes are continuing to evolve in their strength, and I played in my alumni basketball game a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I can't even believe how far this three-point line is, and the people who are younger, and it's easy for them.
I just disagreed with myself on a previous panel because I said that the kids who grew up watching Steph Curry are just starting to get to the NBA now, and we probably will need to move it. So that was one of my two takes is bad. Clearly, I don't know which one.
Yeah. Well, you.
But so I don't actually know what the right.
You make yourself though. We should do like the videos where Stephen A. Smith debates Stephen A. Smith.
As someone who watches a lot of 13-year-old basketball, the next question is from Randy up on stage. Will Steph Curry be brought up on his war crimes for making us watch that? All right, last question. I'm getting wrap up now. Please just one very quickly. Nate and Jess only. Who wins their next NBA championship first, the Sixers or the Celtics?
Oh, man, that's rough.
The Sixers, because of my friend Daryl. Oh, shit.
Jessica?
Well, he's on my side of the fucking...
Jessica?
You have to say...
Wow.
I'm going with Daryl, too.
Well, now I'm switching.
Can't wait for next year's bad takes.
My real answer is right.
Let's go.
All right. I appreciate everyone's patience with us. I do need to wrap up now. So Daryl Morey, Jessica Gelman, Nate Silver, Mike Zarin, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Round of applause for our panel.
We're going to stay here.
Yeah.
Got such a hard
you guys, we're
going to
staying.
have the Alpha Awards here in a few minutes.
Yes,
so.
no, we're going. We're just going.
Oh, we're just rolling.
Yeah, right now.
Okay.
You and I are moving over here.
Why do I need a mic?
Because we're going to hand it to people.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Okay.
Maybe move this over.
This is the part where we don't get insulted. Everyone.
Should we move that over? Yeah, you can take the waters off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, put me wherever. Oh, over.
Well,
it upsets my sensibility.
Can we move this over? No, I think you're right here.
No, the middle's got to be there.
Well, no, I don't. I'm looking. No, but here. So it's a screen.
You're right. As usual. Okay.
Is that?
This comes apart.
Yeah, that's how I was
Be careful.
Okay. All right. I think they wanted to show it like this, though.
How? It's like, well, you know what we can do is this, we lift
Take
the
this
glass.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't lift up?
No.
Oh.
Can you put your phone on it?
My phone, yeah. There we go.
Okay.
I think that did it.
Yeah, perfect. Does that look good? Should we get rid of it?
It's all right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Very.
What, yes?
Very handsome guy in front.
I know.
So it's good. No, I'm kidding.
You know your mic is hot.
I know I'm hot. Hot mic. Hot mic.
Okay. Woo!
Woo! All right.
That was very efficient.
Yeah.
Thank you to the Sloanies.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have my glasses.
I have the.
trouble.
You can't read it.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Make it bigger.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the 20th anniversary. Maybe we can close the. That was fun. Did you have fun?
Oh yeah. Actually, for me it was the most fun ever.
Why is
Seriously.
that? Because you lost to me in all the sporting events?
I did lose.
We played Pop-A-Shot. I kicked his
You
ass.
carefully did my strategy. Avoided chess and table tennis.
I know.
Smart.
I did your move.
Smart work.
Yes. Thanks for picking the ones I wanted to do.
Yes. Well,
All right.
we're gonna get rematches on those.
Yeah, we will. We'll have. We love sports. We love competing, and so this was great. So I think we're supposed to talk about.
You're supposed to advance the slides.
I did it. 20 years of.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, these are photos of us.
there's
Yeah,
photos.
great.
There you go.
So
None
we
of
were
us,
supposed to
that's
talk
the
about where we were 20 years ago.
I mean, weren't we here on stage? Or no, we were at the classroom at MIT.
We were in a classroom.
Oh,
It wasn't
yes.
really a stage.
Right. Well, they should have. They don't have. Oh, they don't.
There
have
it is, the
picture.
photo of us with the jerseys. Do you guys see
Oh
that?
yeah, that was the first. No, was that the first year? That was the first year.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I know. You look great. Yeah.
You look great too.
Yeah.
That's when you wore a tie.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I haven't had a tie in a long time. Thank God. So.
This one over here was at the 10.
Okay. Let's not torture people with
Okay.
This. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay, so.
Oh yeah. So all right. At the 10th anniversary of the conference, do we have a picture of this? Might be the next slide. Maybe. If you click.
Oh.
No. Okay. Go back. Go back.
Okay,
go
back.
Okay.
I don't know.
At the 10th anniversary, there's 10 people at the 10th anniversary, and now we're down to 5 people at the 20th anniversary. And we like to.
I mean, the other people are still alive. They just. Not here.
Sorry. Yeah, we have not had any pass, thankfully.
There's
a
6?
6th?
Okay.
Wow.
Are we bringing them up here?
Oh, we're going to get all 6. Okay, all 6.
Are they coming up?
Yeah, they're coming up. Yeah.
All right, come on up.
All right. Here we go. I guess in a surprise
6 for 20.
Wait, how is it possible?
What is this?
Yeah, you gotta know we're gonna hold them up like we did last time. Okay, well you get one.
You get one?
And you get a shirt.
You get a card.
You get
Dave Lewin.
Oh, Dave Lewin. Well, then we forgot him at 10. Okay. So I know.
Come on up to the front.
I know math set theory, and it's impossible to be at 20 if you weren't at the first 10. We don't even.
You and I will share one.
We'll share a shirt. Let's come to the
Come on
front.
up front,
Yeah. So we. Well, we're just holding them up, so okay.
Come on up. Come to the front.
Forward.
You hold that side.
Okay. Eli, am I allowed to tell a story about you earlier or no? Eli came under a pseudonym, so it was harder to track to make sure he was here for the first couple.
We put the 20 in 80-20.
Oh, yeah, you held it up. Yeah. Yes, we put the 20 in 80-20, so amazing. All right, well, yeah.
Are you going to say the name, or are you just going to tease everyone?
What's the name?
What you said.
Oh, I will let Eli. I think I remember, though. John Quincy. Yeah. Mike would have used the pseudonym if he had thought of it at the first conference. But, that would have been hard, yeah. Shira, what is your favorite memory? There's a mic down there. Do you have a favorite memory, Shira?
There's Mike. Yeah. Shira and I were classmates at Harvard together.
Yes, we were. Say favorite memory. Let's go back to the very beginning, which was just when Jess called me up and was like, "I'm starting this thing. We're going to do this conference," and we were in like classrooms at MIT to begin, and it was so small. And I think the first panel, the panelists outnumbered the audience.
Oh, that's painful, but
it's true.
Probably
it's
true. Yeah.
There were 5 of us on the panel and 4 in the audience.
What was that?
Probably.
What was that panel?
It was on media.
Okay, yeah.
It was on,
So we were trying to do the business thing.
Yeah, we were trying to do the business thing. And we're trying to do sports media business. And so I think, that was a memory, but I think just how rapidly it grew over time.
Yeah.
And went from that, and it was very, very quick taking off. And then also the cover story.
Yeah,
the Boston Globe magazine.
Shira wrote a cover story on the Boston Globe magazine, which was
was fun.
amazing.
Yeah.
Basically calling Boston the epicenter of sports analytics.
For folks that know, Shira covered Jessica at Harvard women's basketball and also covered the Celtics later.
She was a beat reporter, yeah.
A beat reporter, so.
Now is a professor at MIT Sloan.
Oh, amazing. Excellent. I actually didn't know. I should have known. So,
Now you do. Now you know.
Now I know, yes. All right. I think that we've tortured them enough.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Dave. That's awesome. I feel terrible. How would we miss that? So thank you, Stu. Cool.
Nice to see you.
I'm going to give you these back. So you can... Uh-oh. It's turned off. I hope it doesn't have a password.
It doesn't. You haven't been a moderator
I know.
this
No,
weekend.
I don't
Okay.
moderate. Okay, here.
It just
You're up.
says that
You're
we
up.
kick. No, you said you have a special presentation.
Oh, yeah. I kicked Sheeran Zerniel off stage. Check. And now I have a special presentation.
Am I advancing this?
No. You not only beat me.
Oh, yes.
At
this is actually.
At every event, every year we have a fantasy football competition.
I'm in his league.
I just
his
wanted to
rules.
note that the last 5 years, I have won 3 of the 5, and she has won 2 of the 5.
I've actually won 2 of 4. So if we want to talk about.
But that you'd have to rotate to see the other years. But who has won the most overall?
We're talking about who won this past year, Daryl.
Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, yes.
It's my second championship in fantasy.
Was that your curtsy?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
Should I just put this back here?
You should put it wherever you feel comfortable.
I know who's not going to
All right.
touch it. It's my children because they broke it last
Okay.
night.
Oh, yeah. Jessica's children broke the trophy, and Ellen fixed it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Conference highlights. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We shared some of this in the opener, but we had over 2,500 people. Do we have? I know something that isn't on here, but maybe that's they're going to say later. We had over 6,000 people who watched live the Pablo Torre podcast yesterday. So that's not on here. So, and I think we were averaging, I don't know what today is, but 1,000 in each room watching from home over the past 2 days. So that's pretty great. It's the first time we streamed both rooms. So this is what we got there. Okay, some panel highlights here. And what were some things that were really interesting? So on the Adam Silver discussion led by Sue Bird, I think the big stuff that came out was the tanking component, and that they're planning substantial changes.
And the pressure players face with gambling. Yeah.
Yeah, the pressure. Yes, I mean I really like that he brought back the conversation that he initiated. I really think on mental health and highlighted that has become so significant in the sports ecosystem industry for athletes. That was really like the first time when he spoke about it here. I think in 2018. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Steven Adams was on a scooter. That is a highlight here. I agree. That was quite entertaining to watch, and appreciate Steven coming for the first time.
Well, I think the hockey analytics
It's
panel.
never good when you're at the MIT conference as a current player. It means you're injured.
That's right.
So.
Or you're playing the Celtics.
Oh yes, we've had some, or both sometimes.
Or both.
Actually, yeah.
Yes. But I loved the hockey analytics panel. We had the coach of the U.S. women's hockey team, John Wroblewski, and it was really.
He did not cry on the panel.
He did not cry on the panel, but we got to talk with him a little bit after, and we actually, this was my favorite new learning. We asked if he had ever seen, if you guys all saw it, Megan Kelleher make that move that she made to score the gold medal.
That was fascinating. And he said that she's never done anything like it at all.
He just stole my thunder.
Yeah. Well, you get the trophy. I get to steal your thunder.
Okay, but yeah. So, I mean, for all of you who don't know, she's a defender, and she actually received the pass from behind the blue line from a forward, and that he had never, ever seen her make that move, and that he figured that if she had made that move before, she hadn't made it in at least 10 years. So talk about performing under pressure. So then I think I'll also just say a conference highlight for me here was just getting into, I don't know if people heard it, but on the Clara Wu side, John Donahoe panel, at the very end, Clara spoke about the Venn diagram of information to help really move forward what is happening. And she talked about how she's basically bringing together the research side and the collegiate athletes from a beta perspective, and how could and would we ever be able to include the leagues and that from a Venn diagram. And I thought that was really fascinating.
Prediction markets were obviously on the front page of newspapers right now.
Well, that's ESPN and DraftKings had a major announcement, which is that they didn't. It's not really highlighted here, but they talked about that you'll basically be able to sign up directly for DraftKings or via ESPN's from a single sign-on perspective. That is a huge and pretty profound. The prediction markets.
Prediction markets. I was just obviously.
It was on the cover of Bloomberg,
and
an hour after it happened.
Nice job talking about insider trading on war questions. I thought we might skip that, but they addressed it head on, which is essentially insider trading. Doesn't really apply to prediction markets because they're not, financial markets are just different. So I thought they answered that well. And then I would say I liked my MLS prediction because, the FIFA World Cup is coming. It's time. It's been time for MLS every 5 years for the last 30 years, but it's going to be, it'll finally happen.
Don Garber, the discussion that he and I had, and then I think reinforced or earlier in the day with the chief business officer from FIFA, Paul Kane, and we got that premium story, and then Carolyn Tish-Blodgett, who has the perspective of both what's happening in New York at MetLife, where the finals will be, as well as on the Women's World Cup next year.
A lot of conference highlights we're going through.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can skip ahead,
we
though.
can skip, maybe.
I guess we already talked about it. And I think this was our first heated rivalry.
I'll let you talk about that.
Well, Daryl, it was really Karen, your daughter's idea.
Yeah, it was my daughter's idea. She's at the front here. She might have watched Heated Rivalry.
You didn't watch Heated Rivalry?
I have not yet.
Oh my God.
Well, when does people have time?
Well, it was really good, but it gave us an opportunity to talk and highlight. I know it says heated revelry, and I think they meant heated rivalry.
No, it was actually. I asked that question too. They wanted revelry because they were celebrating, I think.
Oh, I do love that.
Yeah.
But it's an important topic, and it's
such a big conference. We don't even know what's going on half the time. The MIT students, if you really want to know, they run everything because we often don't really know exactly what's going on.
The students this year were phenomenal, and they're just hanging out
We're
back
excited
there.
to call them up here in a minute. So yes.
Okay.
I heard some
couple
claps.
more.
I
The
agree.
6th annual mentorship program. Thank you to DraftKings for bringing them over, giving them a tour. We had the group reception. Sonia Rahman, who is now the head coach of the Seattle Storm, but has been a longtime supporter of the Sloan Conference. So to make that connection and see how her career has progressed by her adoption of analytics. I remember when she first went to be an assistant at the Memphis Grizzlies and then took on the role of analytics for them and then chartered her course back to women's basketball, which is a passion. And so she talked about that in her keynote at the at the mentorship luncheon.
Let's get to the winners.
All right, winners.
People want to hear the winners.
All right, let's get to the winners.
All right,
okay.
The first up is case competition.
Okay.
All right.
Now, and just to note, so after we announce the winner, is this the one where they get to come up? Yes.
Yeah, they're coming up. Yeah.
And say something, or?
Yeah, we're gonna have you say something ad hoc, randomly. You won't know, but just be ready.
Hopefully, you're comfortable with pressure.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think everyone here is comfortable. The finalists were from Boston University, Chicago Booth, and University of Washington. I'm disappointed that no Northwestern in there, or MIT, but that's all right. We got some quality schools up there. And the winner is.
Oh, I have to note that this case competition, hold on, was presented by Kager. in partnership with Tepper Sports and Entertainment.
I've heard of
Thank
Kager.
You've heard
They're
of
a
them?
good company.
Yeah, me too. I like them a lot. And it was focused on retention and growth of the Charlotte FC season ticket holders. And okay, so let's call up the winners from Boston University.
Congrats. Woo!
I like the picture.
I like it, yeah. Evan Airy, Akansh Gulati, and Sam Henkin. They always give me the attempt at reading the names.
Yes.
So,
Hi, guys.
come on up. Oh,
Yes. Hi.
All right. Hey.
Thank you.
Hey, congrats.
Congrats.
Really,
I heard-
really well done.
Come on up to the
I'm
front. We'll
quite
get a
certain if my
photo.
memory is good, this is the first time BU has won.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Let's come up to the front.
Yeah.
Congrats. We'll let you say what you guys did in a second, but let's get a photo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you guys approach the problem that was, what did you do that differentiated you?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, so we did a different case competition a year ago, traveled out to LA for that, and kind of got our butts kicked a little bit. And so what we learned was to be really focused and deliberate about kind of one direction. And so we kind of focused on the B2B market for club seat growth, and kind of thought about some examples from our real lives of people we knew who used premium tickets as a business development opportunity. And so, yeah.
Yeah, just being measured in both analytical and quantitative and qualitative
What
strategy.
was the key insight, if there was one, from your approach?
We found that only 0.4% of the non-premium season ticket members had upgraded to the Silver Club.
Oh,
wow.
And to us, that was kind of a key insight that, this is a percent that might grow over time. This is a brand new team. And so we thought, yes, this will grow. This will get better over time as people are more committed to the team. But to kind of key growth immediately, you have to kind of look for external customers.
Congrats.
Nice.
Amazing,
Congrats.
guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
Okay, all right. Go Wildcats. We got one here. All right, thanks. All right. That was awesome.
Congrats. All right.
We've had many case competition winners go on to do amazing things. so.
Well, one of the first, and I think I was still involved as a judge at this time, was when Booth won for the first time. There were two people who won who are now very involved in leading in sports. One of them is John Hay, who's over at the Boston Red Sox, and he has, or I guess it's Fenway Sports Group. Sorry, John. And the other is Moon Jahavid, who's, I think I said his name correctly at the end, but he's with the Baltimore Ravens, and I think he's the chief strategy officer. So that's pretty cool. I think that was probably 14 years ago or so. All right, next up. Okay.
Boy, we had
the hackathon.
So many folks fighting for the hackathon, and once again, tough competition out there. So.
All right, so this is the finalists. So there are two divisions: the open division the open division, and you can see the groups that were here, and then the student division.
So we'll go with the student division winner first.
Well, I wanted to just talk a little bit about what it was. So thank you to Team WAS for. It's actually not on here, but I happen to know. Oh, they did have it. It was really focused on the number of women who are attending events and how to better understand who they are and target them better. And there was some really great stats that they shared with me when I stopped by the hackathon. But yeah, so do I go to the next slide?
Yeah, the winners for the student division are?
Yes.
All right. Oh,
Frank
we got both winners.
Blue,
Yeah, Frank
come on
Blue,
up.
Yuning Yang, Jared Markowitz, and Jonas Dixon.
I think we'll take separate photos.
We'll take separate photos, but everyone come up, yeah.
And those are first-time winners for both divisions.
Yeah, first-time winners. Let's do the students first.
Frank, Frank and Yuning. No.
Oh, okay. Frank.
Yuning.
All right.
Hi. All right.
All right, congrats.
Congratulations.
Yeah, awesome job. Yeah.
Is
yeah.
that Yuning?
Oh. All right. I can tell she's the star of the team.
Hi. Congratulations.
All right. Nice
Okay,
job.
let's get a photo. All right, you want to share what you did with the data? Maybe a little bit more about what the question was.
Oh yeah. So that one is
basically after the FIFA World Cup 2026, and how we're gonna keep a lifelong female fandom with our 40 question survey. And we basically do some qualitative and quantitative data analysis and see how that mom and non-mom both are pretty valuable target markets, and how to segment, how to make the brand better understanding the female and in the other different and special perspective. And also as a female woman, I feel very important that we should really like keep working on that, because there are some small suggestion about the question survey that me and Frank talk about a lot while we are in the competition. Is those questions are basically how do I say, like they are designed for male but not female, like the way they act.
Leading questions.
Yeah, it's very like non-female thing. So yeah.
Oh, I like fixing the question.
Yeah,
That's
me
a
too.
good answer, yeah.
Yeah, so technically we basically try to focus on women fandom. So the keyword here is like female, and we try to focus on like the behavior patterns of the women based on the survey questions we have. And yeah, again, just we really enjoy the hackathon, and we think the question is really clearly stated. And thanks for organizing the hackathon. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Excellent
Let's have
work, yeah.
Jared and Jonas. You guys want to come on up? Thank you.
Jared.
Sorry about that. Come on up.
All right. Come
They're
on
very
up,
polite.
don't be shy. Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Hey, congrats.
Congratulations.
Excellent work. And we know you guys face tough competition, so.
Let's do a photo real quick.
Photo, yeah.
Congrats.
All right, yeah. Who wants to talk for the team? All right,
And you're in the open division, so where are you coming from?
I am coming from Nashville, Tennessee.
All right.
Nice.
I'm from outside of Philadelphia.
All right,
Big
excellent.
Sixers fan.
Yeah, awesome.
And yeah, I work for sportspredict.com, news up and coming startup.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Yeah, so basically our idea, I don't know how many of y'all have ever taken a personality test or anything. It's like the INTJ, all of those things. So our idea was essentially we want to get women into the sport by focusing instead of on like quantitative data. We rather wanted to give every fan a personality type. And then from there, we were going to match them with a player from a different World Cup country and then put them in a referral system so that they could also refer their friends to join. So yeah, that's a little bit of
What would be an example personality type?
the hero.
The hero, okay.
Yeah.
Jessica's the hero.
Yeah, or we had the hero, the protector, the advocate, a lot of stuff.
And then
I love
so
that
you found an athlete who was relatable, that they could aspire to be like.
Yes,
That was
exactly.
kind of okay, cool.
And we kind of just give like a 1 to 2 sentence kind of explanation of why they fit that archetype based on
I
their
see
past.
why you won. Great
Thank
answer.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I also just want to note we met literally 30 seconds before the hackathon.
I was about to say, how did you guys get together?
Yeah, Jonas came up to me literally 30 seconds before and said, I see you don't have a partner. Do you want to work together?
Oh, that's
I love
great
it.
story.
Of course.
Great.
And,
yeah.
worked out well. So
Great
Amazing.
chemistry. I love it.
Hey, nice
All right.
job.
Thanks,
Hey,
guys.
Hey, congrats. Yeah.
Congrats. Congrats. Thank you. I love
That's an
that.
incredible story that they just met
it
right
seems like
before.
a version of segmentation. Maybe. Okay, startup competition. This was one of the positive, really positive additions to the conference. And we had an unbelievable slate. I think we were only able to accept maybe like 10% of the applicants to even be in the competition. It was very, there's a lot of interest. So this year, this included sport-specific computer vision insights for amateurs, peak performance hardware, fan engagement platforms, and data insights on everything from roster management to in-game analysis. So we have 2 different divisions. Oh, thanks. They are moving it forward for us. The under 500,000 in funding, and then the over 500,000 in funding. And you can see the list of startups that were selected. Okay, so I think
it's.
Am I pushing it forward? Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. So the winner under 500 is Wing.
Wing. Yeah.
You guys
Draco, Tyler, and Armand. Hopefully they're here.
They might not be here.
Oh, oh wait, no, they're coming. They're coming. This is like the Oscars where they're like in the back. And I didn't know who was going to win.
I think you applied.
What are you looking for?
They're not. Oh, they are here.
They're here,
Hi,
yeah.
guys. Oh, great. You want to hear what wing is?
Hear about Wing, yes. All right.
Hi.
They were shy. They were
Would
way
I
in the
run?
back.
Would you run? I'd probably run.
You'd run or you'd hustle?
I mean, I'd hustle.
You'd
We'll jog. We'll jog. Hi. Congratulations.
Hey, thanks.
Congrats.
Appreciate it. Yeah, nice
Congrats,
job.
guys. You guys are so early in your process.
job. Nice job.
We'll get a photo real quick, and then we'll let you guys share a little bit about what your company is. All right. Who's going to take it away? Jacob.
Yeah, so we're an athletic AI company, and we're basically taking the class of wearables like what you wear on your finger and your wrist.
Oh,
which are
not like the Whoop?
There you go, there you go.
Yeah.
Garmin.
So they kind of set the scene for us, so thank you guys, thank you Whoop, Ura. And we're making it for athletes, because athletes need muscular...
This is a good idea, I can already tell them.
Right, and then with AI, we're actually able to get extremely good insight that's actionable and then track it through the career of the athlete. And one of the main reasons too is to try and lower the injury rate, because obviously, especially in baseball, which is one of our focus industries that we're going for, the UCL, the Tommy John, it's a huge problem. So yeah, it's able to detect these injury modes because we do such accurate analysis of the movement.
So it becomes very customized for that athlete, so you'll see things out of the norms than being compared to the weekend warrior. That's smart.
Exactly,
yeah.
and because it's with AI, we can make it very personalized. So it's like having a brain, like the Wing, the first product we make with the arm sleeve is like having a brain.
That was my question. I'm like, what
Oh,
is
it's an
it
arm
that
sleeve.
they're wearing? Okay.
Well, the arm sleeve is part of it, but it's actually a whole platform.
I suggest Tyler show off the arm sleeve next time you present.
Yeah, he does have the guns. Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
We should actually put it on.
Opportunity missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right.
Amazing idea. That's awesome.
Congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah. Nice job. Yeah. Nice job. Thanks.
Hopefully, you guys will get a lot of funding from this.
Yeah. They will.
you.
They'll get funding.
I know. All right.
I feel like Mitch.
Oh, it's not up there. I don't know what happened.
Well, no, it's here. Oh, but it's not there.
I know. Okay.
We need the screen above.
Do you know that this is okay? Well, that's okay. Well.
Oh, it's good. It's fixed.
Okay. They probably took. I don't know.
No,
the over
500,000. Playmaker.
Congrats.
Hannah, Lizzie, and Samir. Oh.
I also
female.
Yeah, I know.
Female
That's what
led.
I was excited. Yes, I love female entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, here they come. We think same hustle as the men.
I feel like they're walking faster.
Yeah, they're definitely relative to the bell curve.
You have the mic.
I do. Okay.
Hi.
Hey.
Congrats.
Hey,
Nice to meet
congrats.
you.
Nice job.
Hi.
Nice job.
Congrats.
Nice job.
to meet you
Hey,
guys.
excellent work.
Come on up. We'll
Oh
get
yeah,
a photo.
picture first. Yeah.
Great.
Awesome. Who
Okay,
wants to
who's
wants to
gonna
take the lead?
explain?
All right, she's
Okay.
got it. Okay.
Hannah. Okay. Well, how do you all know each other?
We met through a high school friend originally.
Oh,
I
love
all right.
that.
Tell us what Playmaker is.
All right, so Playmaker is the software to help support sponsorship, sales, and activation. So everything from inventory management with live insights, all the way through automated deal creation, to helping with contract extraction, to make sure that the activation team has an execution roadmap.
Do you already have clients in the sports space?
We do. We're about 1.5 years old, and we're already partnering with Austin FC is one of our biggest customers, San Diego Wave, the Bay Golf Club, Padel House, a handful of USL and minor league baseball teams, because we've learned that what we're providing is more tech-enabled, AI-forward from the infrastructure instead of the legacy systems that don't allow for flexibility and real-time insights like we do. So,
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Should
that's great.
talk
Love
with
it.
the 76ers.
Okay. Reach out. Not my area, but I will get
I'm
you
like,
to the right
we
people.
have a lot more clients in the business side, but we should talk. But that is very interesting.
Jessica works with the
Sixers. Yeah, with the
HPSC
business side.
company.
Yeah, that's great. It's a real need too. So thank you guys. Congrats.
All right.
So much.
Hey. Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, you want to take a selfie?
Congrats. Let's
With
do
these
it.
guys too?
Let's do it.
Oh, okay. I want to make sure.
You're trying,
Just the Daryl thing.
he's trying to do the Ellen DeGeneres.
At the Oscars?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Congrats.
That's an old reference, but that's fine.
I thought those were her notes. I'm like, you already talked.
Okay.
All right.
want
Research. You can do this one.
All
This
right.
is your baby.
No, the baby. It's
Research
the talented people doing the papers. It's their baby. So.
Oh, I meant, but the research paper competition
right.
is your baby.
This year we had a record number of applicants with 197. I remember when that number came in many, many months ago. The research papers happen pretty early with abstracts. So for the 20th to have the most ever apply was pretty cool. All right. All right, there was a lot of papers on computer vision processing across various sports, including football, basketball, and boxing, even boxing, officiating boxing. This really highlights how much data is available in the modern age and how many insights can be derived from the data collected.
Do you know what's the most interesting of the 7 finalists? 2 are written by the same person, Ben Jenkins.
Ben Jenkins.
Who's won the hackathon twice.
He definitely has upped his chance of winning based on having 2 papers. All right, so the winning author is Ben Jenkins. She did not know that. Congratulations, Ben.
Here he is.
It's been a while since. It's good to have an NBA paper win. So
I know. Have you read this one?
Yeah. All right.
Have you read it already?
I have not read it. I will be reading it for sure. So. Ben is a rock star. He has won before as well.
The research paper competition?
I believe so, or just the hackathon, Ben. You've won many things. Okay, all right. First time winning the research papers.
Yeah,
Amazing. Yeah.
congratulations. I mean, so Ben will tell you a little bit about himself and the impact he's had on the Sloan conference. His PhD in Florida?
Yeah, I think Florida. Yeah. Ben at Florida, right? Yeah,
Florida
amazing,
Atlantic
yeah.
University.
Let's take
get
a pic.
photo.
Yeah. I'll come this side.
Congrats.
Hey, congrats, Ben. Awesome. Maybe
Thanks for-
tell us about the findings. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd say, thanks again to Daryl and Jessica for hosting the conference. And well, the question we asked was, how can we learn player value from winning basketball? And so we create a deep reinforcement learning framework that allows us to identify what is the value of a given action. Once we have that, we can sort of be able to better identify the contributions of each player, and we find significant synergies as well. And so when we add these synergies, we're better able to estimate the individual contributions of players, and we see sort of stronger out-of-sample performance compared to regularized adjusted plus minus, and sort of we get closer to the Vegas baseline.
So you were beating some of the leading regularized APM approaches into future data, basically into unseen data sets.
Correct. Yeah, we try to forecast and predict which teams are more likely to win based on the sum of the individual strengths, and we find sort of improved performance.
I can tell you that's super valuable if what he says is right. It sounds like it is.
I was going to say, for this season, is it applied to this season? Is there anything?
It's applied to the last 4 seasons of data. So
Yeah.
Not that season, but the last 2020 to 2024.
Right. So is there anything that Daryl should be looking at?
I have to read the paper. Yes,
Yeah.
very good. I will.
Sure.
So, all right. Thanks,
Yeah.
Ben.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
so much.
It. Thank you. Appreciate
Give a big
it.
round of applause.
Congrats, Ben. All right. On to the big awards, which it turns out we had to give out quite a few of them yesterday because the winners were here yesterday and couldn't be here today. So we'll just announce them.
No, I think, but yeah, I mean, so
I think one of the winners is here, maybe.
Maybe.
Yes,
well,
maybe. But
I mean, I think everyone knows that Adam Silver was.
if everyone knows, they might have been at our chess panel.
Everyone knows that Adam Silver won the Lifetime Achievement Award, and I think for both of us, just Commissioner Silver, I think he was at the second conference at MIT and has been a tremendous driver of the analytics sports movement. I didn't even think about like the player tracking and ensuring that it was across all of the venues in the NBA. I mean, that was something that was driven obviously at the league level, right?
Yeah, so that was one of those things good for the league and good for Adam, but bad for the team, yes. Because
the team that was ahead the advantage.
We had early XY data that was not from overhead cameras, but it was very good for the league, and it was going to happen anyway. So,
yeah.
But anyway, so Commissioner Silver, has been at, I think, the third conference, and I think come 6 or 7 times, and is for sure the most data-driven commissioner across the leagues. So, pick of yesterday. All right. Best Analytics Organization. Obviously, you can see the finalists there. There's quite a few deserving finalists. So.
Just to note, I think this is the first time we've had 2 women's teams, but that's the USA women's soccer team. The 4 stars is what gives it away.
Had very good representation from the U.S. women's soccer team.
It's true.
Why 4 stars?
4 World Cup titles.
Oh, amazing. I didn't know that. Okay. See, I learned something.
They sing a song after they win about the number of stars.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and the winner this year.
And the New York Liberty was the other one.
We gave the award out yesterday because we had a representative from here, is the Toronto Blue Jays. Obviously had an amazing year.
Do you want to share some perspective on it? I have a little bit of information.
Sure, go.
I mean, the main thing is that they took a very defensive-oriented approach to mining and differentiating from an analytics perspective, and obviously took the Dodgers to Game 7 of the World Series, and I think that was
an amazing run.
Yeah, an amazing run.
And then next award is for the best innovation. You can see the finalists there. Lots of great finalists. Many of them here at the conference again. Some were not, but many were.
But a lot of these you touch, right? Or maybe? No?
I'm sorry?
I guess not. They're in other leagues.
Yeah.
Glass floor.
Represented some league innovations. Susquehanna was here, obviously, on the poly-market panel, which was great. Injury prediction. A lot of great innovations this year. And the winner was, and again, they were here this year, was MLB automated balls and strikes. A big innovation for this year will make watching baseball more pleasant for me.
And faster.
And faster, yes. All right, and then the last award. This is the last award for the Alpha Awards. We appreciate you hanging. Hopefully you can stay for a minute so you can see the amazing students when they come on stage who have really run the conference. And I'd love to give them a round of applause after this award. So the
best transaction
last year the Lakers won for the Luka Doncic trade. This year you can see the potential winners. Obviously Quinn Hughes, pretty in the news.
Yeah.
A lot of potential winners.
Well, I mean, the Naomi Girma, that was the highest transfer fee for a women's soccer
That was sort
player.
of they're on the world stage moment for international women's soccer.
I would say so, yes.
Which is amazing. Obviously, the Ohio State Buckeyes, absolutely the first college football transaction with NIL. Obviously it was big to their huge success last year with Ohio State. And the winner this year, which we're hoping they're in the audience, is the Atlanta Hawks. They won they moved back just 10 spots and got an unprotected. All right, excellent. Amazing.
All right.
Oh, we got the.
Nice.
Oh wow, the hardware. All right, because the Alpha Awards, it's the hardware. Sorry.
Dwight, how are you?
And Dwight is here from the Hawks. So.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Take a photo.
Oh, photos. Sorry,
You get to hold it. It's heavy. We can mail this to you.
Ooh, it's got some girth.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, you want to talk for a second, Dwight? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get you guys out of here quick. I suspect the timing of this award ceremony is not a coincidence, given Daryl's probably just distracting me since we play them in about an hour.
We do, yes, that's right.
That's why I'm holding this award right now. But
maybe we can lull you into a false sense of security, yes.
It's what it feels like. But no, just got to give credit to Ansi and our whole group for being calm in the moment and seeing the big picture. So that's what it came down to. Yep.
Hey, thanks,
Congrats.
Dwight. Appreciate
Thanks, Dwight.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Give it to
absolutely.
them, and we'll mail it to you. All right.
All right, thank you, everyone. And if you don't mind waiting, please
have all the
students,
students come on up.
Come
That's
on
a wrap.
up. Yeah.
That's a wrap on our 20th.
Wrap.
Thank you for sticking
Thank
around.
you again. Thank you. You're not coming up.
I know, why aren't they coming up? Come on up. Woo!
All right, woo!
Come all around. Yeah, you guys are in the middle. Come on, right here.
I say you guys talk.
Yeah.
We're sick of talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Say a few things.
Yeah.
Is the mic on?
All right. Can we have the mic on?
Can we get the mic on?
From
Come
the
on
back?
up, come back. We'll move forward. Let's
He
move
says
forward.
you're good now.
Yeah, try it now.
Go.
Come on up and around,
All right.
up and around.
Yeah.
Am I going crazy?
Yeah, you're on.
I'm on? Perfect. Thank you all so much for being here. Pat and I have had an absolute pleasure working with not only Jess and Daryl, but our entire team here of 51 students, including ourselves. This has been an incredible weekend. We're so happy that all of you joined us here for the 20th anniversary of the conference. Hopefully you're able to check out all of the incredible content we put together in the 2 main panel rooms, downstairs in our competitive advantage room, and our 3rd panel room, the Shane Battier room, as well as so many of the fun interactive events, chess activities, and all the awesome sponsors and startups that were providing content throughout the weekend. Thank you all so much for joining us. Pat and I have spent so much time on this, and we really appreciate you all coming out for it.
And then, yeah, to everyone on the stage, thank you guys so much for everything that's gone into this, starting with our leadership team. This started about a year ago. Everyone on OC, this has been 7 months in the making, and it's really incredible to have everyone up here to wrap it. To everyone here, I hope you guys enjoyed all of the content. I hope you got to connect with other people and really just see the magic of this conference. So thank you, everyone.
Woo!
All right, let's get a photo.
Photo, yeah. Let's everyone move up for the photo.
Move up.
All right.
There we go.
Oh yeah, he might have to.
You have to be tall. Yep.
All right. Oh boy, I might have to get in the back. Huh?
Good, I'm tall too.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah. You put Ben behind you for a reason.
All right. I'll have to get down.
Maybe I should unbutton my jacket. Unbutton.
I think we're good.
Yeah. All right.
Awesome. Yeah.
You want to get one of the 4 of us?
There we go.
Do that, and we'll do all.
Yeah,
We'll do me. We'll do the 4 of us.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna do like different groups. Take your badges off.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna do the 4 of us first.
Do some various photos.
Daryl, we have to get one this year.
What's that?
We have to get one this year.
Oh, we didn't get one last year?
No, we didn't.
Oh, let's do it.
Okay. Here we go.
Take 2 seconds. Awesome. All right.
Let's get one
Jessica
real
and I
quick.
All right. 1 second. No, it's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, the whole.
LT.
Oh yeah. All right.
You guys, we'll go in the back now.
So, man. Or someone get in the middle.
Not us.
Yeah. You guys.
Okay.
Squeeze it together here.
All right, we got everyone.
There we go. Okay.
Is it too big?
All right. Future leaders.
I know, future
Love it.
leaders.
Exactly.
Are you pulling in different groups?
Yeah.
You want us out or in?
You want us in or out? Yeah.
Ticketing.
Ticketing. All right. Okay. Ticketing.